Do not warm your cars up at the end of the track. We got a guy pulling out on the track right now. We're about to send dragsters. Crazy. .003 red light for Larry. 021 green for Chelsea. A 76 and an 87 on the scoreboards. Both over 140 miles per hour. Carly Duffy and Andy Wingo coming out next. Andy Wingo, right hand lane the Fiero. Carly Duffy, the dragster out of Ontario. Again, we would like to now call white, purple, yellow. Anybody that's out of bed, bring them to the lanes, please, for your time run. White, purple, yellow. We need cars. Red light for Wingo. Carly's 30 green. Finish line 523, 130 to a 575, 122. Victory. Custom Trailers, Chevy 2 in the left-hand lane. Jeff Sanchez and Vance Brown's Monte Carlo. Once again, we need cars. We need cars in the stage lanes for your time run. I know for a fact that 4 or 5 people I've talked to that are not making the time run. Absolutely cool. No problem. But if you want one, this is your shot. Bring it to the lanes. Wheels up for Vance. 022 green light for Jeff. 558 to a 631. 108. The Auto Lab Chevy 2. Taking on Chris Hemminger's Oldsmobile in the left-hand lane. So white, purple, yellow, red. White, purple, yellow, red. Yeah, all cars. We're not separating door cars and dragsters just like yesterday. Time runs, no, you do not get separated during time runs. Finish line of 596 at 114 to a 725 at 94 miles per hour. The station wagon coming up against Frank Piltz Nova here. .009 reaction time for Frank Piltz. 610, 113 to a 653, 104 miles per hour. Tom Bray being right lane, and Todd Schmitz, 69 Camaro in left lane, Coldwater, Michigan. Again, rolling through our time run session. All colors have been called. Jeff Jaquish left lane and Tyler Clark in right-hand lane. We would like to have Tom Jones and Donnie Hagar as soon as you can bring your cars up for your time run. We will get you down the track. Obviously, the plan was during the first color, and it kind of opened up here. So Tom Jones and Donnie Hagar, when you can come up for your time run and get that done, we would appreciate that. Ken Atherton, right-hand lane, taking on the Mustang in the left-hand lane. .039 to an .081 reaction time. Atherton runs 560, 724 in the FTI side. Kyle Yakos Daytona out of Trenton, Michigan, going to run up in the left-hand lane, taking on the dragster, backing up over here right side. So once again, Tom Jones and Donnie Hagar, when you can get your time run in, we would appreciate that. Derek Gilman up in the right-hand lane. Dragster back sitting in his own ride today. Again, the Mopar out of Canada over in the left-hand lane. .035 to an .015 reaction time. Gilman runs 479, 144 to a 662 at 102 miles per hour. Mike Zednick and Clint Bailey going to run here. So we now have some time runs rolling into the stadium lanes. Appreciate it, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, the run order here today has switched from day one to day two. Once we get to eliminations, the dragsters will be running first here on day two, not the door cars. So just plan that accordingly. That's all on the information sheet you were given when you came in the gate. So once we get to eliminations, the dragsters are running first today. 496 for Mike Zednick, 138 to a 676 at 100 miles per hour. Event T-shirts available at the Souvenir Building. Don't forget about those. The 31st Annual World Super Pro Challenge T-shirts are available at the Souvenir Building, featuring the 30th Annual winner, Steve Mikus, on the front. Make sure you get over there and check those out before you leave the track this weekend. A limited supply for the 31st Annual World Super Pro Challenge. Trans Am on the right-hand lane, take on the Ford Mustang. The Righteous Ride car of Warren Smith. A 635, a 108 to a 681 at 100 miles per hour. Chris G and Mike Nietzsche coming out next. Mike in the Roadster, Chris in the Beretta. Red light for Chris by 1 thou. 549, 130 miles per hour to a 549, 125 for the Roadster in the left-hand lane. Colin Estes, Illinois-based dragster, left-hand lane. On the dragster out of Canada, backing up here on the right-hand side. So once again, and they may already be out there, I don't know this, but Donnie Hagar and Tom Jones, if you guys could get your time run in, that will help us proceed with last night's event. So, guys, if you get up here with your cars and make your time run. A 457 and 152 miles per hour to a 508, 134 miles per hour. Tyler McCurry over in the left-hand lane, the rear engine dragster, taking on Sam's Chevy Nova on the right-hand side. .489, 139 to a 673 at 99 miles per hour. Mike Kane. The Mopar in the right lane. The Mopar in the left lane is Randy Whitaker. Dodge Daytona out of St. John's, Michigan, Gen 1. A 009 red light for Mike. 22 green for Randy, and a 605 to a 662. 103 miles per hour. William D. Gibbons and Bob DeCheney next. Malibu in the right lane, Grand Haven, Michigan. Gibbons out of Detroit, Michigan with the S10 truck. .002 red light for the truck and a 626. Bob is 015 and runs 579 with a 9. 117 miles per hour. Sloan's Oldsmobile Kelly. This time roll up in our hand lane. Austin Sloan out of Tennessee. And Alyssa Martin, Beaverton, Michigan S10 pickup truck. Joel Young and Jeremy Johnson out there right now. Jeremy of Malibu right hand lane. Joel's Camaro making their time run here. Couple red lights, a 14 and a 12 red there on No Box Racers. 611 to a 656, 104 miles per hour. Greg McCurry taking Ives Boudry on the sled over there in left-hand lane of Canada. McCurry out of South Lyon, Michigan. 68 Chevy Camaro. No 20 red light for the sled and a 617. McCurry runs 616 and his Camaro 108. Rich Van Els and Pete Brown, Monte Carlo and Challenger out there. .531 and 130 to a 741 and 92 miles per hour. Rob Lutzke and Mike O'Rourke on the center line. O'Rourke Chevrolet Camaro. Rob in the dragster. We don't separate during time runs. Dragster's door cars all kind of mingle together amongst their run sticker colors. And once we get to eliminations today, Day 2, dragsters go first. Yesterday was the door cars out first. Today the dragsters go first. So Kelly Smith and Dustin Loynes out there right now. Couple no-box guys out on green lights. 027 and 011. 589 to 661. Chris Simmons, I know you are probably a little busy, but they are wanting you at the ticket booth at some point. I'm not sure what's out there, a delivery or somebody's out there, but Chris Simmons, when you get a chance, to the ticket booth. Kip Burkhart and Donnie Hagar. Clark Lake, Michigan, Chevrolet Vega. Still in the Friday night or Thursday night 10 grander, making his time run here. We'll run that semifinal round a little bit later. $15 and a 10 reaction time right there. So once again, we had quite a few new people come in this morning, and those that were watching online, we did not finish last night's event. We made it down to 3. Donnie Hagar, Tom Jones, and Nick Ferraro all still in the Thursday night 10 grander, and we will run them here a little bit later. We end up getting some mist and a little bit of rain and the humidity, and ended up making a decision to finish that event this morning. So that will happen here a little later on. But Donnie got his time run in right there. Joe Ballman and Robbie Gervin out there right now. Mark Howard, Battle Creek, Michigan, Diamond Dragster, and Timmy Markaglu, left-hand lane. The Ultra Tech Race Fab car at John Park's shop. Went deep in eliminations last night. 443 for Markaglu. 155 miles per hour to a 480, 143. John Bowes dragster in right lane, Steve Smith in the left. The Insurance Man dragster. Rolling through our time run session here. Smith rolled out of the beam on the let go of the button there. Rail lane 482 and 42. So again, that'll bring up the point that there is no stage lock. No stage lock has ever been used here at the Motorplex and will not be used at the Motorplex. So put them in the beams and leave them in the beams. Caitlin Smith this time, Diamond Car left-hand lane. The Dart in the right-hand lane. Mr. Michael Stokes driving Mills Dodge Dart this weekend. Both out on green lights. Caitlin's 001. And at 462.8, 148 miles per hour to a 581, 116 miles per hour. Bernie Vanderplug, and that is Gene Reynolds backing up over the left-hand lane. Dragster. A 475, 144 to a 592. 115 mile per hour run for Bernie in his time run here. Daryl Pollock and Darren McChesney going to run next. Duster in the left, American Chessie Dragster in the right. Ken Simpson, roll up in left-hand lane, taking on Tom Jones, Fort Wayne, Indiana, Chevy 2. Tom, one of the final three, still in eliminations from last night. He'll make his time run here, and then we will be set for our semifinal round. Give him a little time, and we'll call that up here probably a half hour or so. Left-hand lane, a 621.9, 109 to a 625.5 at 108 in the right-hand lane. Tom Bueller's Camaro taking on the Nova in the left-hand lane. Skylar Drews, Little Oldsmobile Calais, can go down the FTI Performance Lane, and Louis Taylor in the right-hand lane. Tennessee Racer. .578, 117 to a .591, 116. So we have both of our competitors that were still in last night. Both Tom Jones and Donnie Hagar have made their time run. So just want to let Nick Ferraro know. Nick, we are going to call the semifinal roundup in approximately 15 minutes. So, Nick, if you need to warm up your car or do whatever you got to do, but we're going to call the semifinal round from last night's event in about 15 minutes. So basically that's a Nick Ferraro announcement there. About 15 minutes away from being called up for the semifinal from last night. Paul Wolf and Keith Helsel getting their time run, 0:25 to an 0:37. 5:07 to a 5:92 at 1:18. Jim Davis and Chase McKay. Chevrolet Camaro and S10 truck. Finish line nearly a 6:01 to a 6:36. Carly Duffy and Lucas, that's not Lucas Fisher, that's Jason Hicks, Oldsmobile in the right-hand lane. Out of Hitches and More. .524, 131 miles per hour, and a 692 for Hicks at 99.37 miles per hour. We have a parts call. Anybody has a 4500 head gasket, big block Chevrolet, thick. Jason Rich is parked by the playground over there looking for a thick head gasket for a 4500 big block Chevrolet. Jason Rich parked by the playground. Anybody happens to have one of them in their trailer. Jason Rich looking for a 4500 head gasket, thick. Take it over to him. Tim Stout in the left-hand lane. Taking on the Burdess Racing Roadster on the right side. .004 and an 012 reaction time. Better light for the Roadster. And he runs a 562 at 122 to a 675, 99.87. So again, while you got time, get over there and check out the event T-shirts. They're available at the souvenir building behind the grandstands. 31st annual running of the World Super Pro Challenge. So you're sponsored by Ultratech Race Fab. We'd like to give a special thanks to our title sponsor, Ultratech Race Fab. Mid-Michigan Motorplex, proud to be the home track and testing facility for Ultratech, the most elite dragsters on the market today. And if you're wanting to ask about them, got some questions, the head honcho's here. John Parks is kind of parked by the stage over there behind the concession areas by the stage. You can find John Parks, the owner of Ultratech Race Fab. Trouble for Kyle Kidder there. Left lane truck, we're in a 661, but Kyle's just coasting down through there. Hopefully nothing too serious. Also over there by that stage in the same area, Scott Lemon Family on the grounds with Drag Race Solutions. They have products and shirts and different items available. And make sure you stop over there and thank them for being a sponsor for the 31st Annual World Super Pro Challenge. And once again, being here and not only having their company involved, but they are competitors in the event as well. So you can stop by and see the Lemon Family and Drag Race Solutions right by the stage back here behind the concession area. Scott Erickson's Camaro, the Undertaker Lane, and Brett Williamson's 57 Chevrolet. Two of our no-box 32 competitors here during the 4 days. Also want to get a shout out. There is a 50-50 drawing going on. You'll see a young lady driving around with a golf cart or walking around in the lanes, but there is a 50-50 drawing going on today. Lisa Gramlich will be selling tickets for that. It is a fundraiser for the Team Mid-Michigan Motorplex that sends a team to the WDRA bracket finals, and they raise some funds for decorations and different events during that weekend for Team Motorplex, so you can buy tickets for that during the day today. Rick Harbaugh and Nick Keys out there. With their practice run here, a 001 for Harbaugh and a 460, 547 miles per hour. Ray Ann Lane will be a 504 after no 31. Brett McKay and Thomas Whitaker. Whitaker's Chevrolet Camaro, Muskegon, Michigan. And Brett, the S10 from New Boston. Went some rounds out here last night, maybe around 5 departure, I think. No 11 reaction time for Whitaker and a 534 with a 7, 129 to a 645. Bob Mandel. Big burnout with the Corvette Roadster out of Tennessee. And Jeff Alexander. Chevrolet Monza. Both drivers in. Here we go. A 19 for Mandel, and he's going to run a 470, 148 miles per hour to a 606, 113 miles per hour. Cook family dragster coming up the left-hand lane out of Ohio. Can run the Pichaki Mustang in right-hand lane.
Attention in the pit area. We need our semifinals from last night's $10,000 to win race to lanes 1 and 2. Once again, we need our 3 semifinalists to lanes 1 and 2 for semifinals from last night's race.
Jordan Lichanowski out there with a 5 red and a 635, 107 miles per hour to a 620, 109.72. AJ Kasenka drags her right-hand lane. Left-hand lane, Toby Croning going to run his truck out of Byron Center, Michigan. So once again, our 3 drivers remaining from the Thursday night 10 grander. Our 3 drivers remaining from the Thursday night 10 grander to lanes 1 and 2, please, for the semifinal round. So Pro Systems Friday. Time runs underway here. $10,000 to win event. We will put a wrap on Digital Delay Thursday here a little later on. Bob Mandel III coming out. He was a storyline out here yesterday. Pretty much him and Chris Stein, the 2 fastest cars on the grounds. And Bobby, or Johnny Lightning as he's called, went a long ways in the event and went deep. And during that run, he laid down a perfect run. And they may have learned this morning that was the fastest perfect run ever. A 4:09.0 000 light on a 4:09. And maybe the fastest car to ever have a perfect run. Taking on Lisa Bowes in right-hand lane. The dragster out of Ohio. Here we go, both drivers in. Bobby's out, wheels up for about 100 feet. And runs a 4:08 with a 4. 170 miles per hour. Lisa in right lane said, I can go 000 too. Perfect light in a 4:83.9. Like maybe Jason Jensen Left-hand lane. Terry Bauman, the Chevy 2 in the right-hand lane, and we believe maybe Kerry May in the left-hand lane. Green lights a pair, 16 to a 31, 457 to a 649.8. Matt Gramlich and Ryan Sparks. Matt, the Monroe, Michigan Gramlich Family Racing Team. Former track champ, taking Ryan Sparks, Rochester Hills, Michigan American car. Ryan won a big money gamblers race out here on Thursday night, July 4th, a 32-car shootout that he stuck $4,000 in his pocket. We need Donnie Hagar to the stadium lanes, please. Donnie Hagar to the lanes, please. Ryan is 10 and a 446. Matt's 034 and 514. D. Williams and James Vanderbrook in right-hand lane. Fife Lake, Michigan, 17-year-old driving the Chevelle. Williams in the dragster in the left-hand lane. Andy Wingo, Gaylord, Michigan, 1986 Fiero in the Mopar out of Canada. Coming up in the left-hand lane, Hutchison family. Chantel Lorenz, 69 Camaro, 008 reaction time, 049 to the right-hand lane. It'll be a 572 to a 609. Tyler Sizemore, dragster in the left-hand lane. And Travis Milliman, Cavalier from Ludington, Michigan, to the right lane. 017 for Milliman, 034 for Sizemore. Milliman 605, 494 for the Dragster, 139. Will Crawford out of Westland, Michigan, rear engine dragster. Big black Chevy, baby blower up on top. Taking on the Trans Am in right hand lane. Oh, 32 for Crawford, 023 for the Trans Am. Left-hand lane 447.5, 155, and a 681.0 to 100 miles per hour. Michelle Taylor, Portage, Michigan, 65 Chevrolet Malibu. Take on the dragster back on right-hand lane. If you're friends with Michelle on Facebook, you see where she pretty much whooped her husband's you-know-what yesterday, and she made it very clear who won that race. She is the head honcho of Taylor Motorsports. She is the main driver right now after yesterday. .009 for Michelle, 047 for the right-hand lane dragster, 489 and a 546, 126. Well, looks like American Race Cars is in the house. The Chevy 2 with a big smoky burnout in the right-hand lane. And Cody Martin over there on the left-hand side. Driving the Martin family Chevrolet S10. Cody's from Kalamazoo. A 003 for Travis in the Chevy 2. And he runs a 551 with a 9, 125 miles per hour. 627, 107.41. Plymouth Arrow, Dan Massa. Taking on the Nova. If you're wanting to see that semifinal round, we are moments away from the Thursday night semifinal round. They are in the lanes. They're getting ready. They'll be coming out here for that round of 3 cars here in just a minute. 008 red light for the Plymouth Arrow. Right lane 654 to a 626. 108, Ken Atherton's Willys. The Z28 Chevrolet Camaro coming up in the left-hand lane. Out of Team Flainer. Once again, just a couple pairs away here, and we are going to the semifinal round of Day 1 10K. Once again, we're down to Donnie Hagar, Tom Jones, and Nick Ferraro as our final 3 drivers. 006 there for Atherton. Playing a 27 green light for the Camaro and a 585 119. The Nova and the Challenger of Kip Burkhardt. So that'll do it for a minute for our regular time runs. We are getting ready to go to the round of 3 cars. Hagar and Jones are in. Ferraro sitting on the bye run here at 3, so he'll make his first run down the track here this morning with that. And 74-year-old Tom Jones out of the state of Indiana going to race the WDRA World Champ $1 Million winner out of Michigan, Donnie Hagar. Came out of the no-box side. A&A Manufacturing and VP Racing Fuel sponsorship. Going to go to the left-hand lane, down in at 6:39. Jones in right-hand lane, 6:25. Fort Wayne, Indiana. Winner will race for $10,000. Both these drivers were absolutely on kill the last 4 rounds last night. They earned their spot here. So once again, the winner takes on the Florida racer, Nick Ferraro, in the final round of the Dragster. Both into the free stage. Jones lights up the stage light first. Donnie's ready. Here we go. Tree down. Green light's a pair. And Tom Jones is in control. Finish line. Jones. 0-16. Dead on with an 8. Donnie was under, but it didn't matter. Jones was 0-16. Donnie was 0-50. The 74-year-old Tom Jones will come back and race for $10,000. How about that? Nick Ferraro, Fort Lauderdale, Florida, earned the bye run on that ladder, and he'll come back to take on Tom Jones. Ferraro will have lane choice in the final. He is trip, zip, perfect on the bye run here. Runs a 47.7 on the 48. Not so sure he needed that bye run there, but he will advance and race Tom Jones in the final for $10,000. So go back into our time runs here for our Friday 10K event. But the Thursday final round has been set. Tom Jones will race Nick Ferraro. Justin LaRock, Chevy 2 Nova wagon out of Be Cool Radiator in left-hand lane. His first day, taking on the Auto Lab Chevy 2 out of Canada. A 595, 115 to a 660, 104. Ford Mustang of Danny Angel in left-hand lane, taking on Will Steckley's Charger, 015 for Will. And he'll be a 571 with a 720 to a 629.0, 108. Sloan Boys, Chevrolet Monza coming up right-hand lane, taking on Gene Reynolds. Dragster with a 477, 144 to a 575, 117 miles per hour. Team Harbaugh coming up in the next-gen dragster left-hand lane. You got a Nolan Blanchard's Monte Carlo from Benzonia, Michigan on the right side. A red light for Blanchard by 10. 005 green light for Harbaugh on a 472, 146. Gulfstar Team Dragster coming up of Devin Payton out of Holly, Michigan. He had a good run down at the Ace Ohio race a few weeks ago. Chris Goebel in our hand lane. Devin with a 007 reaction time and a 481, 142 to a 450, 154 for Goebel. Bob Kelly. He was the winner of the digital delay giveaway out here yesterday, thanks to Charlie Hama, driver in the dragster out of Grand Rapids. The Victory Custom Trailers Chevy 2 in left-hand lane, Jeff Sanchez. 6:09 and 112 for the Corvette. 470 after a 006 reaction time. The Buick Regal left-hand lane taking on Zach Unks, Eagle, Michigan rear engine dragster out of Shaheen. Zach runs 5 flat at 136 miles per hour to a 665 at 105 for the Buick in the left-hand lane. Chevrolet Nova in right-hand lane taking on the Chevelle left side of Keith Grubaugh. Emma Helsel. Left lane 655, 103 to a 748 at 91. Kenny Underwood Chevrolet Camaro up against the JDS Racing 69 Camaro of Jim Martin. The Rattler with a 007 reaction time and a 592 at 116 to a 654, 102.78. Overkill Motorsports pickup truck out of the Williams stable, Old Red, and Righteous Ride is Warren Smith. .021 to a 003. Right lane 634 for Warren and 108 to a 567 and 121. Bob Payton and Chris G out there right now. The Beretta and the Dragster making their time run. .450 out of the Dragster, 155 to a 553, 130.02 miles per hour. Tom Dauber, New York Dragster, taking on Chris Heminger in right-hand lane. An 015 to an 089 reaction time. Better light here for Dauber. On a 467 run at 147 miles per hour. We need our $10,000 final round. $10,000 final round to lanes 1 and 2, please. $10,000 final round to lanes 1 and 2. Bob Koski coming up in the dragster in the left-hand lane. Red Oak, Texas, taking on the Fleener family Chevrolet Camaro right-hand lane out of Ohio. This is Chris Fleener. Again, rolling through our time runs. We have called our $10,000 final round to lanes 1 and 2, please. So we're preparing to run the $10,000 final round here in about 4 or 5 minutes. If you wanted to catch that, they are getting in and buckled up. So we roll through a few more pair of time runs here. Connor Jensen and Tom Bray out there right now. Bray is 001 red with his no-box Camaro. Connor's 16 green and runs a 609 at 111 miles per hour to a 743 at 91 miles per hour. The Buick Roadmaster, Jake Huntington, Belleville, Michigan. Going to go down the left lane, and I've been told this might be Big Z sitting behind the wheel of Bug McCarty's dragster, Ron Zeller. .030 for Ron, 008 for Jake. Zeller runs 479, 144 miles per hour to a 727 and 93.12 miles per hour. So this will be So we think Bug's driving this car here in the right-hand lane, the Georgia Dragster. Taking on the Camaro left-hand lane, Joel Young. Maybe Ryan Barnes sitting behind the wheel here, not 100% sure, but it kind of looks like his driving style. 014 for Young in left-hand lane. Right lane 467, 148 to a 610, 112 miles per hour. Dave Lorenz and Tom Clark out there right now. Clark's dragster out of Coatmish and Dave Lorenz Chevy 2 out of Benton Harbor. We're going to welcome Lane Automotive is on the grounds. They have a setup and a display toward the rear of the stadium lanes by the small restrooms up there. I'm sure you stop by and say hi to Bud. And they gave us some gift certificates to give away here a little later on. We will get those distributed. Lorenz is... he'll be happy with it at that time run. He's 002 and ran a 56 with a 2. Clark is 567.4. 69 Camaro. Undertaker. Scott Erickson and Wes May. Muncie, Indiana Buick Regal. It's like our final time run here before we go into our Thursday night $10,000 final round. .011 for Wes, .052 for Scott. And it'll be a 561 to a 671 at 99.98 miles per hour. And here we go. $10,000 digital delay Thursday final round. Going to be coming out here between Nick Ferraro, the Florida Dragster, and Tom Jones, Indiana Chevy 2. Here we go. Nick Ferraro, Fort Lauderdale, Florida, 24-year-old, driving the dragster with a 447 dial-in. Taking on Tom Jones, Chevy 2. 74-year-old driver out of Fort Wayne, Indiana, down in at 625. 73, sorry. You've got a birthday coming up. So both drivers into the pre-stage beams. Jones in the Chevy 2 in the right-hand lane. Ferraro left-hand side. $10,000 to the winner. Both in. Here we go. Tree coming down. Green light. Ferraro, green light. 3,000 separate them. Finish line winner, Jones. 019 1 over Tom Jones will be the Thursday night $10,000 winner. Ferraro was 022, under by 3,000. He took 10 at the finish line, needed to take 7 or less. So congratulations to that group out of Indiana. Tom Jones, the 73-year-old, will get his picture taken in the big check in the winner's circle. Here we go back into our time runs. Tyler McCurry going to be in the left-hand lane, taking the Mustang of Shelby Hoffmeyer in right-hand lane. So Drag Race Solutions was giving away a giveaway from day number 1 based on the folks that had buy runs, and it's pretty much random from there, but you had to be sitting on a buy run, or get a buy run, I should say. And the winner from day number 1, $250 gift certificate from Drag Race Solutions, goes to Tim Markaglu. Tim Markaglu will be the winner from day 1, thanks to Drag Race Solutions. So Jeff Mandel over there, 022 reaction time at a 463 to a 590, 126 miles per hour. John Bowe Chevy Corvette out of Ohio and the Indiana Corvette Roadster. Chuck riding now in the left-hand lane. .514, 134 to a 608 to 123 miles per hour. Rolling through our time runs here for our Friday 10K. David Lanning's S10 truck out of Coldwater right-hand lane. Mark Daniels Chevy Camaro left-hand lane. 053 reaction time and a 643 107 to a 658 104.07 miles per hour. Team Harrington backing up in left-hand lane. Justin Harrington out of the Combustion Services Dragster and Jeff Wistinghausen's 69 Camaro in right-hand lane. .016 for Wistinghausen and .029 left-hand lane. Attention in pits, Tim Markaglu. Tim Markaglu, you have a package at the front ticket booth. You've had a delivery, and it is at the front ticket booth, Tim Markaglu. Jason Preston backing up right-hand lane, taking on Justin Daniels in the left-hand lane. Showtime Dragster. Sir Frank Piltz out of Cadillac, Michigan, and Corey Mikas from Bear Lake. Corey driving the El Camino. Frank's 1970 Chevrolet Nova. Frank is 005 on the let-go there. And he will run a 608 to 113 miles per hour to a 786 at 86 miles per hour. Steve Migas, OG 50 number 30 champion right here in the Rally Nova right-hand lane. Out of Ashley, Michigan, taking on Chris Kozlik. Little Vegas station wagon from Grand Haven, Michigan, out of 660 Raceworks. Chris's company giving away some gift certificates throughout the weekend as well. Vance Brown, the Brown Boys Racing Monte Carlo, taking on the McKay Boys pickup truck in left-hand lane. Be a 550, 724 to a 640, 805 miles per hour. Dragster and the Pontiac Firebird of Aaron Vale. Napa Auto Parts. Pontiac out of Indiana. Andy Wingo, Gaylord, Michigan, 1986 Fiero. Running on the no box side. Actually doubled. I think he's in the box side as well, but you won't find a delay box in the Fiero. Taking on Cody Height, 2020 champion of the OG 50. Driving that car, Ugly Betty. Yeah, that car made the t-shirt. 029 red and an 029 green. 577, 122 to a 621, 109.99 miles per hour. Jeff Gilman come up in the right-hand lane. He's going to race Gary Fleener. Fleener, the transmission builder out of Ohio. Jeff from Marne, Michigan, backing up with his diamond car. So the American Race Cars dragster coming up in the right-hand lane. That's probably Brittany Ulmer taking on the blown big block Chevrolet dragster in left-hand lane. Congratulations in the winner's circle. Team Tom Jones getting their photo and their $10,000 check. Very, very cool. 73 years old. So the last two winners here at the Motorplex have been Steve Mikus and Tom Jones. Steve was 72, 73. And now Tom wins. An 019 for the blower car in left-hand lane. He runs a 439 at 163 miles per hour. Brittany with a 487 at 141 miles per hour. Eric Anderson rolling out there in the left-hand lane, and backing up here on the right side looks like Derek Gilman's dragster. An 015 in left-hand lane to an 026. Kirby trying to drown out the microphone here. A 478 at 144 to a 488 at 141. Kirby McLennan backing up in the right-hand lane. The loud blower car from Ohio taking on the J&M Racing Chevy 2 Nova, Jason Mikula. A 001 for Mikula, 13 green for Kirby, 429 with a 9 with a .99 60-foot timed, 162 to a 607, 111 miles per hour. Gary Williams in the left-hand lane, taking on Brandon Lang, Monte Carlo in the right-hand lane out of Milan, Michigan. Will Crawford and Jared Ledford out there right now. Jared left-hand lane, Greenville, Michigan, Chevrolet Camaro. Will in the Corvette Roadster in the right-hand lane out of Westland. Just want to throw it out there one more time, drivers. Plan accordingly. The run order once we get to eliminations will be dragsters first. Dragsters first today, and then the door cars. So we'll run through the colors, white, purple, yellow, red, but it'll be the dragsters coming out first behind No Box. No Box is the first thing out every day. So it'll be No Box and then into our dragster run stickers. .521 for Will, 133 to a 657 for Jared at 103. Ryan Sparks in right-hand lane, taking on the dragster left-hand lane. Lucky Larry Miret in the right-hand lane. The Mustang taking on Bruce Call. Call, a past champion of this event. It's been a couple days. Let's see. Bruce Call. Bruce Call was 2007, 17 years ago. He got his picture taken in the winner's circle with a $50,000 check. Left lane, a 473, 144 to a 582, 117 miles per hour. The Loose Motor Sales El Camino in the S10 truck of Tim Stout, Carson City, Michigan. First out. Stout with a 10 reaction time there in a 673, a 686 for Jeremy Luce. Bernie Vanderplug in the right-hand lane, Plainwell, Michigan. Chevy 2, and it'll be the dragster out of Canada. Left-hand lane. Former John Pizzo car, one that John Parks put together out of Chrome Works. Scotty Taylor backing up in the Camaro Roadster, Portage, Michigan, right-hand lane. Out of SWT, and the Bear Motorsport dragster left-hand lane. Ken Bear Motorsports, and it'll be Will Holloman, North Carolina driver, driving this one. Both out on green lights, 020 to an 038, side by side. Left-hand lane 470, right-hand lane 481. So Bill Swain's in the right-hand lane, out of Michigan dragster, and it'll be Mike Kelly in the left-hand lane. Bill's first run of the weekend here, 12 reaction time, and a 449, 153 to a 629, 108. Doug Heinisch, Corvette, right-hand lane, taking on the Brown Boys Racing, Monte Carlo, Pete Brown. So once again, Lane Automotive, an all-star performance on the grounds here. Make sure you stop by and grab a catalog and thank them for being here. They are located at the back of the stage lanes by the restroom area up there. The Bad Habit Mopar taking on the Chevelle out of Fife Lake, out of Team Vanderbrook. Both out on green lights here, an 0:17 to an 0:14 reaction time. Maybe a 6:56 to a 6:10. Chris Stein with the big burnout, the one of the two quickest cars on the grounds here. That Pro Char dragster went a 4:09 out here yesterday. Former champion of this event. Stein was the 2018 World Super Bro Challenge winner, taking on the snowmobile of Jeff Jaquish out of Wisconsin in the right-hand lane. Snowmobiles in, bumping forward the Pro Charger car. 003 for Stein, 4:07, 174.55 low ET of the weekend so far for Chris Stein. Jim Clark's Oldsmobile to Lake Odessa, Michigan. Take on the Chevrolet Camaro of Jason Hemmerline. A 5:39 to a 5:42 there. Close race at the finish line. 7,000 separating the two-door cars. The Williams Racing FTI dragster and Danny Angel's Mustang. Double 04 for Williams, 14 red for Angel. A 473, 146 with 630, 108 miles per hour. Bob Kelly's rear engine dragster. And the Lichnowsky Chevrolet Camaro in the right-hand lane. Here's a Burdess family dragster up in the right-hand lane, taking on Michael Gramlich's S10 truck in the left-hand lane out of Maybe, Michigan. So Michael, our 2023 track champion out here in the no-box side. An 0:39 to an 0:17 reaction time there. Right lane 481, 143 to a 644, 108.93 miles per hour. Lucas Fisher. Up in the right-hand lane, and Dan Davies. Here's a quick Pro Charger car that just showed up. Dan up here in the tower a little while ago, and he was out of the country until yesterday, I think. The proprietor of Diamond Race Cars. Dan Davies, 002, 418, 168 miles per hour. 2 red for Fisher and a 497. Next up, Maddie McCormick taking on Mike Ferraro, her father-in-law, out of Florida. Hee. Ferraro out of Florida with a 033. Maddie's 009. She runs 453. Ferraro runs 482, 142 miles per hour. Ernie Goodson coming out of the burn box in the left-hand lane. Gonna race Bailey Ferraro in the right-hand lane. An 0:10 reaction time for Ferraro. Ernie is 0:20, 440, 156 miles per hour to a 507, 135.50 miles per hour. Shelly Elrod and Jeff Burdess next. So the Chevy 2 in a high gear only mode here for Shelley. 577, 118 to a 602, 123 miles per hour. AJ Kasenka, left-hand lane diamond car, and Scott Kiefer, 55 Chevrolet in right-hand lane. Scott in the no box, 32. So once again, once we get to eliminations, which is not too far away, no box will be out first. Those 32 no boxers, they will come out first once we get to eliminations. And then we'll start going through our run stickers for our dragsters. It'll be white, purple, yellow, red. White, purple, yellow, red is the rotation. And we will start with dragsters here on day 2. Scott Lemon and Mark Daniels out there right now. Chevrolet Camaro getting their final time run. So we are getting close. We can kind of see the end of the line out there. Lemon in left-hand lane with a 447 at 154.45 miles per hour. 640 for Daniels, 108.18. Megan Lemon and Kelly Smith. Kelly's S10 truck. Megan the dragster out of Drag Race Solutions. Finish line, Megan runs 447, 155 miles per hour to a 659, 102. Tyler Sizemore and AJ Selleck next. Selleck's Beretta, Tyler in the dragster. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. No box 32. The no box 32 to the lanes for round one of eliminations, please. No box 32 to the lanes for round number one. The no box 32 for first round to the signal lanes. Also, we have a parts call. Anybody in the house has Q15 VP racing fuel. Timmy Markaglu is looking for some. Timmy Markaglu is looking for some Q15 VP fuel. Anybody has any extra, go see them. They're parked right up here, kind of as you enter the state line area. All the rigs that are parked straight forward there by, actually it's in Tom Dauber's rig. Everybody knows where Tom's parked. Also, there is a craft sale going on. The Gramlich pit area, located right out by the main entrance. If you're bored and you want to go check that out, young junior dragster racer Aubrey Gramlich has some crafts she has made, and they're having a craft sale out by the front ticket booth in the Gramlich pit area. We have called the no box 32 to the lanes for first round. Tom Mueller and Dee Gibbons on the line getting their final time run here. Left lane 619, 110 to a 630, 108 miles per hour. Gramlich Family Racing dragster back it up in left-hand lane. And Mikey Bloomfield, I think, in right side. 001 for Bloomfield and 4:59. Left lane a 5:12. There's no 29 reaction time. Here's the main man from Ultratech Race Fab, John Parks, backing up with the Scoggin Dickey Race Shop dragster in left lane, taking on Chris Wells, S10, Kalamazoo, Michigan, right side. John runs a 4:45 at 155.87 to a 6:37, 106.32 miles per hour. Mike Fuquay backing up to the dragster in left-hand lane. Fuquay Tool and Die taking on Larry Gramlich in right-hand lane. Gramlich Family Racing dragster. Double 09 and an 010 reaction time. Left-hand lane at 4:57. 150 to a 4:77.7. 144. Aaron Vale and Sean Carver next. No box 32 to the lanes. No box 32 to the staging lanes for first round of eliminations, please. Scotty Taylor and Scott Hornline here. The American car in the right-hand lane. Taylor driving a new folk race car. Red light by 003. Hornline's 12 green. 439, 157 to a 486.8, 142 miles per hour. Zach Unks. Shaheen Chevrolet sponsored dragster and Michelle Taylor. Portage, Michigan, 65 Chevy Malibu. Finish line dragster runs a 5:02, 136 to a 5:45, 126 miles per hour on the FTI side. Skylar Drews and Chuck Rednauer. In the left-hand lane, the Roadster out of Indiana. Skylar from DeWitt, Michigan. Olds Calais. Left-hand lane of 512 to a 593, 117. Where we've seen Dennis roll up his Oldsmobile, taking on the Chevrolet Camaro in the left-hand lane. Right down here to the end of the line, which means we need to put out a standby call for white run sticker dragsters. Get those cars ready. You'll be called here real shortly. White run sticker dragsters. Get those cars ready. You're on a standby call. St. Dennis runs 528, 131 miles per hour, with 586, 121 on the left. Jeremy McCormick going to do his burnout here in the right-hand lane. Found Michigan. Jimmy Francisco. I think this is Jimmy's first run of the weekend. Chevrolet Nova out of Shelby Township, Michigan. McCormick runs 434, 159 to a 567, 121. Camaro coming up the left-hand lane. Greg McCurry, South Lyons, Michigan. So all of our no box 32 should be out there in the stadium lanes. So we are down to the end of the line here. 2 cars to go. Curry, left lane 613, 108. Kerry May Smith going to back up and be our final time run here. Red light start here for the dragster on a 458 at 150 miles per hour, and that'll do it for time runs. Our no box 32 is sitting on the lanes. We got a little bit of maintenance to do here, and we will roll into round number 1 for our no box 32, but that is a few minutes away as we got to do some computer maintenance and some track maintenance and give you a couple minutes to grab a cheeseburger or a hot dog or go over there to the souvenir building. Don't forget, do not leave this weekend without grabbing you one of those souvenir T-shirts. 31st annual running of what truly is one of the most historical bracket races in this country, the longest running big money bracket race, the World Super Pro Challenge. So Pro Systems Carburetors, the sponsor here on day number 2. They will be doing a giveaway from drawn from the racers that are out by the end of third round. Do a random drawing and give away a carburetor here later today. Digital Delay did the same thing yesterday, giving away a delay box on Digital Delay Thursday. This Drag Race Solutions, a sponsor on the grounds here, giving away the best daily buy run, a kind of a random drawing from the drivers that are that receive a buy run. And also 660 Raceworks giving away a $500 gift certificate each event. They'll do that again today. Same deal. Those racers that are out by the third round are eligible. First call to the State of Lanes, white run sticker dragsters. White run sticker dragsters for first round. White run sticker dragsters to the lanes for round 1. White run sticker dragsters for first round of eliminations. Dragsters are going first today. White, the first color called, white run sticker dragsters to the lanes. Ladies and gentlemen, we're getting ready to go with round number 1 of eliminations. Before we do that, we ask that you please rise for both our Canadian and American national anthems. The Byron has been drawn here for round number 1. Gary Fleener's Camaro 3144. You are sitting on the buy run. 3144 Gary Fleener. You are sitting on the buy run. First pair coming out. Todd Schmidt Chevrolet Camaro left-hand lane. Going to dial 610. Andy Wingo's Fiero 575. Round 1 of no box 32. Two run stickers have been called for the dragsters, white and purple. White and purple run sticker dragsters. Three coming down, both out green. Schmitz and Wingo. Pair 1 Friday 10K event. Winner Schmitz. 004 reaction time, 2 over for the win. Todd Schmitz will go to the round of 16. Mark Martinez and Jeremy Johnson. Jeremy's Malibu dialed 655. Mark Chevy 2 dialed 609. Both drivers in. Here we go. Martinez is going to be the winner. Johnson turning on the red light. Mark Martinez, 014 green light. And he runs an 089 and a 9 dial in. Mark Martinez will be in round 2 of no box. Clint Bailey and Mike Kane. Kane's Challenger right-hand lane down at a 607. Bailey's Dodge Dart dialed 675. Mike Kane is in. Now Clint Bailey's into the beams. Here we go. Both out, both green, and a huge advantage here for Bailey. If you don't break out, the win light should come on, and it does. Clint Bailey, 031 and 2 over. Mike Kane is just flat late right there. Tom Bray and Jordan Mikula. Mikula's Dakota left-hand lane down in 661, and Tom's Camaro dialed 743. We got the best run of the round here. Both drivers 00 off the let go. Finish line winner going. Right lane Bray on a double breakout. 008 and 1 thou under. Beats a 005 and 5 thou under in a great drag race. Tom Bray goes to the round of 16. Doug Heinisch in the right-hand lane, the Chevrolet Corvette dialed it at a 545, and Ives Boudry on the sled out of Azilda, Ontario, Canada, with a 617. Sleds out. Here comes the Corvette of Doug Heinisch. Finish line winner going Heinisch. 546 on a 545 with an 013 light. 24 pack here in round 1 of no box for Heinisch. Rich Van Els is going to race Brett Williamson. Williamson, the Winnebago, Illinois 57 Chevrolet, dialed in at a 590. And Rich Van Els, former WDRA division champion with the Yellow Challenger, dialed in at a 744. Williamson kind of taking his time here. Now he's into the pre-stage beams here with the 57 Chevrolet. Bumping forward is Rich Van Els. He's in. And here we go. Tree on the way down. Green light. Green light. Williamson on the chase here. Van Els Challenger trying to hold him off, and he will not do it. A breakout for Van Els. He's 042 and 2 under the dial-in. Williamson's 021 and 1 over the dial-in. Williamson will go to the round of 16. Alyssa Martin and Scott Erickson. The Undertaker Camaro dialed in at a 561. Martin's S10 truck dialed 623. Here we go, tree down, and a red light for Scott Erickson. Alyssa Martin will go to round 2. On a 23, she runs a dead on 1, 046 winning reaction time. Danny Angel and Kelly Smith. Kelly's White Cloud, Michigan pickup truck dialed in at 659, and Danny Angel's Ford Mustang dialed 634. Danny's in. Kelly's bumping forward the pickup truck. Both drivers in. Here we go. Green lights a pair. Angel holding a little bit of an advantage on React here. Finish line winner. Angel 017. Take 008 stripe for the win, being 3 over the dial-in. Smith is 1 over with an 041. The Alexander family Chevy Monza. Jeff Alexander handling down on a 605, and Eric Doobie driving the Doobie Duster in the left-hand lane down 723. We appreciate the 1,500 or so folks that are online that are supposed to be working, watching Drag Racer TV here through the 31st annual World Super Pro Challenge Friday 10 grander. Red light Alexander, win light Doobie Duster on a 723. He'll put up 1 over 724. Eric Doobie goes to the round of 16 cars. Kyle Yacko and Alex Shield are next. Ford Mustang in the right-hand lane down in a 672. Yacko the Daytona down in a 673. Both drivers out here green. Kyle Yacko, Alex Shield, separated by 100th on the dial-ins, and it'll be Alex Shield with a win. 674 on a 672 with an 024 winning reaction time. Shield goes to the round of 16 cars. Emma Helsel and Chris Heminger next. Chris in the left lane, the Oldsmobile out of Williamson, Michigan, 725. Emma right-hand lane, Traverse City, Michigan, 69 Nova dial-in at 749. Well, they're separated by 6th thou on reaction time. Anybody's drag race heading out the 8th mile finish line. Win light going. Chris Heminger dead on with an 8 at the end. He's 067. Emma got there first and then went 8 thousandths under the dial-in. So Chris Heminger in the Oldsmobile advance. Jake Huntington, the Uncle Buck Roadmaster, Belleville, Michigan, Del 727, and Warren Smith, the 88 Mustang down in a 635. Jake and the Roadmaster with a 001 light. Can he get the win here? He does. Jake Huntington, 2-pack in the Uncle Buck Roadmaster 001 Dead 1 will take out Warren Smith here. Warren was a 30 on React. Joel Young and Bug McCarty. McCarty's Oldsmobile out of Hazelhurst, Georgia, Dow 604, and Joel Young, the Camaro out of North Branch, Michigan, on a 6:11 dial-in, separated by 100th on reaction time here. Finish line, winner going Young, dead on the dial-in, 6:11 on a 6:11 with an 0:32. Bug was 0:45 and 8 thou under, could not win that one. Jeff Wistinghausen the second, the 69 Chevrolet Camaro left-hand lane down 6:45, and Jeff Jaquish, the snowmobile out of Racine, Wisconsin, dialed in at a 5:70. Big wheels up launch and a win light for Wistinghausen. The snowmobile went 002 red. A 2 red light for Jaquish. Wistinghausen advances. He's dead on with an 030. Scott Kiefer and Donnie Hagar. Hagar went to the semifinals of the main event last night, down 6:39 and 6:06 for Scott Kiefer's 55 Chevrolet. Left-hand lane. Hagar's out on a green one. Kiefer's out on a red one. Hagar will advance to the round of 16 on the 39. He runs a 36, holding 300s. He was 026 on the let go. So we got another pair to go. They are having a little issue back there trying to get something going here in the no box side. One more pair to go here. So Mark Daniels having an issue. Actually, the clock is running here for him to get it fired and up here. So we'll see what happens here. So it looks like Mark Daniels will not be able to make the call here. We'll have a single to end the no box side here. Too bad. Daniels been on fire here lately. Actually got a 1 week ago tonight, I think it was, up in Northern Michigan Dragway. Won the no box side and then went out and won the box side, and then put him in the top 10 on the drag champ list for the week. But Michael Gramlich will take a single here, and then we'll move into our dragster side. round number one. A couple colors have been called into the lanes, white and purple. So Michael Gramlich, maybe Michigan, reigning track champion here at the Motorplex in the no box class. Has not raced a lot this year. Decided to buy a little ice cream shop, and that's taken a lot of his time. So Mike on a free hit here, 6:43 dial in. Now with a 39 on reaction time. On the 43, he'll run a 39, so holding about 400s there, 109 miles per hour. And we go into our box class, leading out with the dragsters. These are the white run sticker dragsters coming out first as we switch our categories over here on our computer and get the dial-ins put in here. The Duffy girls are racing out of Canada, going to come up first. Over in the left-hand lane, Chelsea Duffy. They're down at a 487, and Jerry Burdess in the right-hand lane. Out of Cuba, Illinois, dragster with a 480 dial-in. Kind of a random thought for the announcer here, but sitting there looking at Jerry Burdess's dragster, and I can tell you I built that car in my shop. Kind of forgot about that. Both drivers in the pre-stage beams, bumping forward. Chelsea's ready. Now Jerry's bumping. Flickering. Uh-oh. He got it back in. I think it flickered. He went on the button and it was off. And that's going to make this a weird run. Left lane, Chelsea. 489 on an 87 with an 096 winning light. Jerry was 150. But that was because of the staging process that went down right there. Messed them both up, but messed Jerry up a little more. Jason Rich was looking for a head gasket a little while ago. Well, here he is. The blower car down 422. Taking on, is that Anthony Lane? Fulton, Illinois. If it is, Lane has not been at a 50 grander in a while. Good drag racer out of Illinois down 492. And Jason Rich, right lane down 422. Blower car chasing on the big block Chevy dragster. Red light left lane. Free run here for Jason Rich. 418, 169 miles per hour with an 11 light. Did not get a time run because I know they had the blower off and the heads off, and got it put back together and going to get a round one win. 5 red for Anthony Lane. Tom Dauber and Nick Ferraro. Nick in right-hand lane, Fort Lauderdale, Florida, 447. Tom Dauber, Medford, New Jersey, 470. For the Red Rocket in the left-hand lane, driving a Race Tech car. Both out, both green. Dauber holds 100th advantage. Win light Dauber. 007, 2 over. Ferraro's 019 and 4th out under. Took 15 stripe. Need to take 11 or less to turn the win light on. Mike Zednick in Carly Duffy this time. The other half of the Duffy Girls Racing dragster team. Del 524 and Mike Zednick from Petoskey, Michigan. Dialed in here with a 497. Both out of both green. 8,000 separate them. But Finish line winner, Riley Lane Zednik. 017 dead one, turns on the win light by 1,000th of a second. Carly was 025 and 6th under, but did not get there. So Zednik advances. Derek Gilman and Taylor Cook. Taylor in the left lane. Mason, Ohio. Dial 467. Derek from Grand Rapids, Michigan. Dial 478. One thou separate them. Cook and Gilman. Winner, Gilman. 019, take one. Beats an 020. Both of them dead on with the one. The difference in the race was Derek was 019 and Taylor was 020. Richard Briscoe and Ashley Cook this time. Ashley left lane dialed 489. Richard right hand lane dialed 489. So heads up here in round number one. Cook and Briscoe, both on a 49, and Richard Briscoe had an issue there. Left lane, a 488 and a win. The 029. John Bowes and Colin Estes. Colin left lane down 513. John right hand lane down 483. One year ago at the 30th annual event, Colin Estes left-hand lane that Shorty Dragster was the winner on Friday night. Trying to repeat. Got to get through John Bowes here in round number one. Both drivers in. Here we go. Tree down. Green light. Green light. 1 thou separate them here. On the finish line, winner going. Estes on a double breakout. Collins 018 and 2 thou under. John is 019 and 2 thou under. Same deal. 1 thou the difference, and it was reaction time. The 018 to the 019. Estes with a win light. Bob Payton and Ryan Sparks. Ryan in the right-hand lane. I think this is the third pair in a row. We're heads up. 451 for both drivers here. Sparks out of Rochester Hills, Michigan. American Dragster taking on the Diamond Car from Fowlerville, Michigan. Both of them dialed 451. A red light by 005 for Sparks. A win light for Peyton. He is 007, 4 thou under for the win. Comes the Profab Blown Dragster. If you didn't see yesterday's event, Bob Mandel out of Culleoka, Tennessee laid down a perfect run and went a bunch of rounds with his 4.0 car. He's dialed 408 here today, taking on Rob Lutzke's Kent City, Michigan Dragster, dialed 496. Profab car out of Tennessee was the quickest ever perfect run, we understand. Couple of drag racing guru stat keepers have let us know that is the fastest perfect run ever in drag racing. Mandel yesterday with that 000 dead zero run. Here we go. Both drivers in. Tree coming down. Green light. Green light. Wheels up. Here comes a blower car. Finish line winner. Blower car. Mandel. 0-22. Dead 2. Oh, that's 24 total. Lutsky's 31 on the let go. So Lutsky cannot win that one. Mandel goes around 2. Corey Galitti out of Tomball, Texas. 442 down the left-hand lane. And Glenn Sutherland out of Indiana, the undercover car, down 489 to the right. Attention in the pits. We will take yellow Run-Sicker dragsters to the lanes. Yellow to the lanes, please. We have called 3 colors, white, purple, and yellow. Galitti and Sutherland, winner Galitti. 0-16, dead 3, taking 9th out the finish line. Corey Galitti advances. Sutherland's 0-43 on React, and there's no chance there. Mark Howard and Devin Payton are next. The Gall Star dragster out of Holly, Michigan, down 482 in the left-hand lane, and Mark Howard, right-hand lane dragster, dialed in at a 480. Again, we have called 3 run colors for the dragsters. White, purple, and yellow all have been called here for round 1 of eliminations. Devin in the left, Mark in the right, finish line, right-hand lane. Howard pulled one out there. He was behind on reaction time. He's 0-19, dead 4. Peyton was 0-01 on the let go. Took too much finish line there, going 4th out under. Took 26. Needed to take 22 or less. Mike Harbaugh is going to race Bailey Ferraro. Bailey in the right-hand lane, down 441, and Mike in left lane, down 473. All right, so the starter says Bailey got timed out. So that's what happened. The red light came on, did not get in the 10 seconds. So Harbaugh will get the win light. Attention in the pits. We will now take the next sticker color for dragsters, which is red. White, purple, yellow, red dragsters have been called. So Mike Morgan and Russ Sparks going to run next. Morgan left-hand lane, Gallatin, Tennessee dragster with a 446 eyelet, and Russ Sparks right-hand lane, New York dragster, Del 450. We have called all run stickers here for round 1 of a dragsters. White, purple, yellow, red. All 4 have been called. White, purple, yellow, red for dragsters for round 1. It's again. Once again, just like yesterday, you do not come back up with your second entry until we call for the second entries. We will call doubles separately. Do not come up for your second entry. Mike Morgan and Russ Sparks out there right now. It'll be Morgan 0-15, 1 over. Sparks is 0-10, getting there first and breaking out sixth now. Took 21, need to take 15 or less. Tyler Sizemore and Kirk Cheney. Kirk in right-hand lane with a 491. Tyler in the left-hand lane, 494. Once again, the timed out feature is 10 seconds, and if you test it, it will work. 10 seconds is the timeout on the tree. Cheney and Sizemore out there right now, 494 to a 491. Both out on double O's here. Sizemore and Cheney in a good one. Winland, Cheney. 006 dead, 410 total for Kirk Cheney here in round number 1. Sizemore got there first. He's 008 and went 11th out under. Got there by 13. Needed to take pretty much nothing down there to get the win light turned on. Gary Williams, that's Troy Williams in the left-hand lane, down 477, and Nick Lakeys, 504. The FTI Dragster out of Florida. Nick out of Belleville, Michigan. Mullis car. Finish line, left-hand lane, a win for Williams, 005, taking 19 and be 2 over for the win. Nick was 043, dead on for runner-up on that pair. Ryan Barnes out of Brunswick, Georgia in the left-hand lane, down to the 472, and Matty McCormick from Fountain, Michigan, down 454. Both drivers get him in there. Here we go. 3 down. They're both out. They're both green. Barnes holds the advantage here. Barnes with a win light by 009 finish line. He's 008, take 009 to be 1 over. Matty is 034, dead 2. Zach Unks and Ernie Goodson. Ernie in the left-hand lane down to 508. Zach, the Shaheen dragster, down 502. Ernie and Zach out there right now, and Zach with an issue. I think he let go before it came on, and then he let off the gas. It's not a run he wanted here in round 1. Ernie with a win, 016 and 6th out under. Mikey Bloomfield and Tim Markaglu. Both these guys had a good day number 1. They went a bunch of rounds. Bloomfield right lane down 465. Markaglu left lane. Staten Island, New York. Teamed up with Tom Dauber this weekend. Driving one of those brand new 2025 Ultratech race cars. 445 in the left, 465 in the right. Both drivers in. Here we go. 3 down, 3 thou separate them. Good race. Finish line winner. Markaglu on a double breakout. Timmy is 007 100th under. Bloomfield is 10 and about 300ths under. So it'll be Markaglu advancing to round 2. Mike, you will have to buy back. Gary Williams in the left-hand lane take on Doug Foley Jr. Oh, my. These boys didn't plan this one. Williams in the left lane down 466. Foley right lane down 471. There's some races where it's better to be sitting at the finish line than others, and this is one of those. They're both out. They're both green. 2 thou separate them. Finish line winner. Left-hand lane. Williams 0-12, 1 over. Foley is 0-10. And this is just what I was just talking about. Foley went down there. A good finish line driver took 0-58 against Gary Williams. Gary is 1 over at 130 miles an hour in the left-hand lane for the win. Scott Lemon and Shannon Poyser. Shannon the right-hand lane, Fort Wayne, Indiana, down 460, and Scott Lemon left-hand lane, 448. Just want to let everybody know there is a 50-50 drawing going on. There is a 50-50 drawing. You can buy tickets. There are 2 different colors of tickets now being sold. So if you got a blue one, I think there's another color to be bought if you want in on the 50-50. It's going to be a big drawing today. Lemon and Poyser, winner Lemon. 016, take 009 to be dead 1. Poyser's 021, dead 5, and a pretty darn good race right there. Megan Lemon and Trevor Deeks. Megan, the other half of the Drag Race Solutions, drags her team out of Gallatin, Tennessee, down 447. Trevor out of London, Ontario, Canada, down 458 in the right-hand lane. Canada Racer on a 458. The Tennessee Dragster driver on a 447. Megan's ready. Now Trevor's in. Here we go. Green lights a pair. Couple hundred separate them on React. Finish line winner, Canada. 014 taking 006 to be 1 over. Megan's 037 and 4th out under. Gary Fleener and Justin Harrington. Justin Harrington family out of Middletown, Indiana. Dialed in at a 503 with the racecraft car, and Gary Fleener, Port Clinton, Ohio. The transmission guy dialed in at a 457. Justin and Gary, finish line winner, going to be Gary. Gary is 0-14 dead 2, 16 total. Justin's 35 on the let go, so that one won't work out. Team Profab back up. This is Jeff Mandel this time. Culleoka, Tennessee Profab car. Big Block Chevrolet down in a 463. And Ryan Pinkelman, Maumee, Ohio. I think Ryan's on the clock because he needed some internet for a Zoom meeting here a little bit ago. So he might be at work right now. So don't tell anybody that Ryan Pinkelman's here. The Ohio Dragster driver dial 517 and Jeff Mandel on a 463. Here we go. Both drivers in. Tree coming down. Mandel a couple hundredths better here. Finish line. It'll go. Mandel 0-14 dead 317 total. Pinkelman's 0-33 in the let go, and that won't work. Lisa Bowes and Jason Jensen are next. Jason left hand lane down on a 471. Lisa right hand lane down 483. Out of the gate here, Lisa and Jason. Winner going. Lisa, 0-15 dead 0-15 total for Lisa. Jensen's 0-24 dead 4. Won't work out when your opponent is 15 total and you're 24 on the let go. Steve Williams and Paul Wolf. Steve will be in the left lane down 496. Paul in the right lane down 507. A red light by 008 for Paul Wolf. Steve Williams runs a 95 and a 96 with an 18 light for the win. Will Holloman and Kirby McLennan next. This is going to be a dandy. Kirby right hand lane. The blower car down 430. Will in the left hand lane. Bear Motorsports down 470. Blower cars here have done very well so far here in round number 1. And we got a great one, as advertised. Finish line, look at that. Kirby McLennan lays down 5 total. Holloman's 008 and cannot win. Kirby goes the next round. Will goes to the buyback window. John Parks and Jason Preston next. Jason right hand lane, Six Lakes, Michigan down 481. And John Parks, the main man, the head honcho at Ultratech, dialed in at 446. Both out, and it'll be a red light for Parks by 002. He runs a 45 and a 46. Jason Preston, 034 and a couple under for the win. Brittany Ulmer and Mike Fuquay. Fuquay in the left-hand lane, Hendersonville, Tennessee. 460 Dylan. Brittany, Port Clinton, Ohio. American Race Cars, 487. Both drivers in. Here we go. Tree coming down. Green light, green light. Fuquay in control here. And going to get the win. 006, take 007. Mike Fuquay advances. Brittany was 030, dead 1. So Will Crawford in left-hand lane going to be dialed 449. So Will in the left-hand lane, 449. Right-hand lane, Paul Skinsinger out of New York, dialed 471. Final call for our dragsters for round one. Final call for our dragsters for round one. All first entries, if you're double, do not come up with your double entry. But if you have not yet ran with your first entry, you need to be in the stadium lanes. All colors have been called here. Crawford is going to get the win. A 002 red light for Paul in the right-hand lane. Paul is 2 red and dead 7. Will is 035 and a couple under for the win. The Big Z, Ron Zeller, Atlanta, Michigan, driving for Bug McCarty in the right-hand lane down 479, taking on Blake Fuqua. FTD dragster out of White House, Tennessee, 455 dial in. Both drivers in, tree down, green light, green light. Finish line. Look at that. How about Big Z turning the wind light on in his first race in about 38 years? 022, 2,000 under. Fuqua was in control. He was 002, but went 5,000 under, taking 23. Need to take 18 or less. Big Z and Team McCarty advancing there. Tom Clark and Caitlin Smith. Insurance Fan Dragster coming up left-hand lane down to 462. And Tom Clark, 567 in the right-hand lane. Caitlin and Tom, finish line. This is Caitlin, large and in charge there. She's 006. Tom was 040. Caitlin was in command of that one the entire way. We need the golf cart down there parked on the wrong side of the fence behind the guard or behind the wall. Thank you. Definite no man's land there. Lane Ledford and Eric Anderson going to run next. Eric's in the left-hand lane out of Eau Claire, Wisconsin, down in at a 489. And Lane Ledford out of Grand Ledge, Michigan, the right-hand lane, down in at a 479. A red light by 10 for Anderson gives Ledford the win. He's 41. 2 under for the win. Anderson's 10 red and 2 under. Chris Stein and Jeremy McCormick. A couple of the quick ones going to run here. Jeremy right-hand lane down 435, and he is going to get about 27 hundredths of a second head start over Chris Stein. Stein, Silver Lake, Indiana, the Pro Charger car, dialed 408. The 2018 World Super Pro Challenge winner, Chris Stein, left lane, 408 dial-in, taking on Jeremy McCormick. They're both 008 reaction time. Finish line, left lane, Stein, 008, dead 4, 12 total. McCormick is 008, dead 6. He is behind by 2 thou. Stein advances. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. White, run sticker, door cars for round 1 to the lanes. White, run sticker, door cars to the lanes, please. White, run sticker, door cars for first round to the stadium lanes, please. Larry Gramick and Bruce Call heading to the starting line here. Bruce left lane down into 473. Larry right lane 477. Bruce and Larry. Finish line winner, Bruce. 004, 3 over. Larry's 027 and 2 over the dial in. Bug McCarty this time. Hazelhurst, Georgia Dragster right hand lane down 469. And A.J. Kosankin left lane down 481. Great race here. Kosanka McCarty. Finish line winner. Kosanka. 004, 100th over the dial in. McCarty's 008 and 3 thou under for runner up in that pair. Kosanka with a win light. Chris Goebel coming up the right hand lane down to a 451. And Ricky Harbaugh this time. The Maryland Dragster down 466. A red light by 10 for Goebel, so Ricky Harbaugh advances on the 465 run on the 466. John Cook and Bob Kelly. John right hand lane down 470, and Bob left lane down 556. A red light for Bob Kelly. So John Cook with a 007 winning reaction time. And he puts up a 464, holding 600ths right there. Cook will advance. Kelly is a 5 thou under and turned at 16 red. Tyler McCurry and Jeff Gilman. Tyler in the left, Jeff in the right. 457 to a 491. So we have called the first run sticker for the door cars, which was white. White run stickers for the door cars have been called. White run stickers for the door cars have been called. Both drivers in, 3 on the way down. Gilman, McCurry, one line going. Gilman, 004 and 1 over the dial in. Good win, Jeff Gilman. Tyler McCurry is 016 and 1 over. He'll have to buy back. Daryl Pollock and Mike Newman. Daryl on the right. Hemlock, Michigan, 481 dial in. Mike in the left. Chromeworks car dialed 489. Working our way through the dragsters here in round number 1. Pro Systems Friday here. The World Super Pro Challenge. Be giving away a Pro Systems carburetor later on. Both out at green lights here, Newman and Pollock. Win light going, Pollock. Dead on with a 1. He had an 037. Newman is 016 and 4 foul under, taking 26. You can take 22 or less. Tyler Trailout out of Amherstburg, Ontario. Left lane dialed 570. Right lane Scott Horland dialed 487. One of the slower cars in the dragster line here. The Canada car dialed 570. And Scott Hornline right lane dialed 487. They're both out. They're both green, and it will be the right lane. Scott Hornline was in charge of that one with a 400ths advantage when they went by the Christmas tree. So Hornline will advance. Matt Gramlich and Gene Reynolds here. Gene's down 476. Matt's on a 514. Gene's in, and Matt is bumping. Now he's in. Here we go. Green light, green light. 100 separate them here. Matt with the advantage. Gene with the win light. Matt's 037 and 7th out under. Gene is 046 and Matt's 17th out under. Gene is 10th out under. Win light, Gene by 007. Don Maselli and Mike Ferraro. Fort Lauderdale, Florida for Mike, 483 dial in. And Don in the right-hand lane, Montreal, Canada, 461. Once again, we have not called double entries at all. Nobody should be going down the track here with their second entry. Don Maselli, right-hand lane, 014 dead 5 for the win. He's 19 total. Ferraro's 29 on the let-go. Cannot win that one. Bob Koski in left-hand lane and Steve Smith in the right. Steve will be dialed 469. Bob will be dialed 521. Red Oak, Texas for Bob Koski. Koski and Smith. Winner going Koski. 3 thou under for the win. A breakout a little further in the right-hand lane, about 16 thou under for Smith. So Bob Koski, 0:15 winning reaction time advances. Justin Daniels and Scotty Taylor. Justin left-hand lane down 5:29. Scotty in the right-hand lane down 4:44. Holding about 500ths with his 440 dragster here. Going a 39 this morning. Double 0-1 red for Scotty Taylor. Justin Daniels in the win. 009. Getting ready for the loudest drag race of the weekend here. Daniels advancing. Taylor was 1 red and went a 39 again. Eric Squires of Defiance, Ohio. The loud blown dragster back up right handling down 440. Taking on Dan Davies. Wayhouse, Ohio. The Pro Charger dragster dialed in at 419. Wheels up and out of the gate for Squires. Here comes Davey, the Pro Charger car. Finish line. Dan Davies, 002, dead 1. 3 total for Davies in the left lane. Squires was 22 on the tree and had no prayer. Chris Conley and John Parks. 446 in the left, 481 on the right. Attention in the pits. On the door car side, we need purple. White and purple have now been called. Purple run stickers to the lanes. Purple to the lanes, please. So an issue for Conley trying to get the car staged. So we get ready to roll into our door cars. Frank Piltz and John Simone. John in the Nova down 595. Frank in left lane, his Nova, 1970 Nova, down 608. We have called 2 run colors now on the door car side. White and purple have both been called. White and purple have both been called to the cedar lanes. Down the finish line, winner going Frank Piltz down on the dial in 608 on a 608 with an 022 reaction time. Frank will go to round number 2. Steve Height, Mike Kelly next. Mike in the Mustang down 627. Steve in the Malibu down 622. Steve Height and Mike Kelly, 622 to 627. Win like going. Height, 017, 1 over. Beats an 040 and 1 over. Sam Manuel and John Hutchinson are next. John in the Roadrunner left-hand lane down 663. Sam in right-hand lane the Nova down in at 672. Wheels up for Emmanuel and his Nova. Hutchinson within fourth thou on React. Finish line, it'll be Hutchinson. 0.16 dead on with a 9. Manuel's 0.12 and a couple hundredths over the dial in. Hutchinson with a win on that pair. Robbie Gervin in the left-hand lane going to take on Ken Atherton. 624 to a 559. Both drivers in. Here we go. Tree coming down. Gervin's out. Here comes Ken Atherton, and Gervin is in control here in the left-hand lane. Gervin with a win. 009 for Gervin, and a much better reaction time. Ken was 065. Craig Skinner and Troy Williams. Troy in the old red Overkill Motorsport truck, dealt 569. Craig right-hand lane, 681 for the Trans Am. Both out in green lights here. Troy Williams in control. Williams with a win, 575 and a 569 with a 009. Craig was 088. Tyler Clark and Joe Samolik are next. Advanced Auto Parts Gia left-hand lane. Down at a 554, and Tyler Clark's Lumina dealt 569. Both drivers in, out on green light. Actually on a red light for the Gia by 005. Green light for the Luma, 036 and a win. 68 on a 69 dial in. The Gia was a couple over, but had a 005 red light. Todd Schmitz in the left-hand lane, down in a 612 with a Camaro, and Vance Brown, the Monte Carlo, down 558. Two thou separate them here. Schmitz and Brown. Winner, Todd, 613 on a 612. Vance is 3 thou under the dial-in down there. 021 to an 023 reaction time. Stephen Cull and Alyssa Martin here. Or Cody Martin. Cody in the left-hand lane till 627 and 653 for Cull in the right lane. Finish line winner going, Cody Martin, 015, taking 007 to be one over the dial-in. Steven is 037 and a couple thou under there. Scott Erickson's Chevy Camaro and Jimmy Francisco's Nova, 567 to a 560. Identical reaction times here. Finish line winner going Francisco, 014, dead 2, beats an 014, dead 3 by 1,000th of a second. Francisco turns on the win light. Jim Clark and Jordan Lichanowski. Jordan now from Columbia, Tennessee in the right-hand lane. The Camaro dialed in 637 and 539 for the Oldsmobile Rat of Jim Clark. Jordan and Jim out there right now. Finish line winner going. Jordan, 004 and 4th out under. Beats the 023 and 7th out under. Jordan advances. Ryan Pichocki and Darren McChesney going to run. Ryan the Mustang, right-hand lane, going to dial 662, and Darren the left-hand lane, going to dial 657. Down the finish line here, winner going left-hand lane, Darren McChesney, 018, dead 7. Pichocki's 022 and a couple hundredths over. Will Steckley and Dustin Loins. Dustin left-hand lane, dialed 592. Will in the right-hand lane, dialed 572. Well, neither driver wanting to go in, then they go in right at the same time here. And a red light by 001 for Loins. Steckley's 001 green. How about that? Will Steckley, 001 dead 0. 1 total for Steckley. That would have been tough to beat. Loins turned it red by 1, and then running 4 under the dial-in. Tim Stout and Mike Marset. The Stealth in right lane down 551. Tim in the truck down 674. Down the finish line here will be the Stealth running dead on with a 0.016 dead 0. Tim's 0.53, and that will not work when your opponent is 16 total. Jeremy Johnson and Keith Helsel. Keith on the left, out 592. Jeremy in the right, down 654. Keith turned the red line on by 001, and then he lifted. Wingo and Johnson. He's 040 and 1 over for the win. Their next pair. Waits their turn here. It's a good one. Not that they're all good ones, but this is a good one. Kenny Underwood and Austin Sloan. The Rattler in the left-hand lane dialed in at 597. Sloan's New Calais out of Columbia, Tennessee, dialed in at 596. Two wheel stand-in door cars here in round number 1. Underwood and Sloan. 100th of a second separate them in reaction time. Winner going Sloan. 0-17 dead one, taking 2 thou stripe. Austin Sloan. Underwood was 28 and 8 thou under. Another Calais. Skylar Drew was in right hand lane, dealt a 594 in Kurt Harrington Chevette, dealt 613. The Oldsmobile's in there now. Harrington with a Chevette ready to go. Here we go. Tree down. Red light by 004 for Kurt Harrington. Skylar Drews with a win. And he runs in 93 and a 94 with a 14 reaction time. Kurt was dead on with a 6 and had a 004 red light. Ricky Adkins and Dustin Cesaro. The truck in the left-hand lane down to 673. Adkins in the right-hand lane down 590 with a GTO. A red light by 007 for the pickup truck. Ricky Atkins will win, and he runs a dead on with a 1 at the end. He had an 030 reaction time. Jason Hemmerline and Jeff Sanchez. Jeff in the left-hand lane of Chevy 2 down 628. Jason right-hand lane down 542. Both out in green lights here. Sanchez in the Chevy 2. Hemmerline in the Camaro. Finish line. Winner going. Hemmerline. He is 006. 2 over for the win. Sanchez is 027. 2 over for the L. Shelly Elrod and Don Vincelli. Vincelli in that Chevrolet Corvette in the left-hand lane out of Montreal. Dialed 609. The American Race Cars Team Chevy 2 in the right-hand lane out of Port Clinton, Ohio. Dialed 553. But that's Travis driving. Travis Colangelo here. Shelley was the high gear only setup. Travis is he's shifting. Both out on green lights here. Finish line will go left lane. 034. 034 dead zero out of the Corvette. Right lane 019 and 300's over. Greg McCurry and Kenny Simpson. 622 to the left, 615 to the right. Greg McCurry and Kenny Simpson. Winner Simpson, 043, and one of the dial in. McCurry's 066. Corey Micas. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We will take the next color on door car, which looks like is yellow. Yellow. We have called white. We have called purple. Now we're calling yellow. Yellow door car to the lanes. Yellow run sticker door cars. Jared Ledford driving the blue pickup truck in the left-hand lane with a 608. And Corey Micas, the El Camino down 789. Pickup truck in El Camino. Finish line winner. Pickup truck. 020, 3 thou under, beats a 001, 14 thou under. Actually, 4 thou under in the right, 3 thou under in the left. Margin of victory, 1 thou for the truck. My math skills are slipping here. Keith Grubaugh and Dave Marchini. Marchini left lane 650. Keith in right-hand lane 656. We have called now the door car side. We have called white, purple, and yellow. White, purple, and yellow with only one more color to go here on the door car side. So a red light by 007 for Grubaugh. Marchini left-hand lane with a 40 green light and a 1 over for the win. Chris Kozlik, big wagon coming up in the left-hand lane, taking on the Luce Motor Sales El Camino of Jeremy Luce. 688 to a 645. So door cars, we need white, purple, and yellow. 3 of the 4 have been called now. White, purple, and yellow. Both drivers in here. Kozlik and Luce. Kozlik in command here. Chris Kozlik, 006. Jeremy Luce was not 006. Chris G coming up in right-hand lane. And Tom Bueller's Camaro left-hand lane, 619 to a 552. Now the finish line here, win like going Bueller on a double breakout. Bueller is 033 and 6 thou under. G in right-hand lane a full 100th under the dial-in with an 043 reaction time, making the margin of victory 004 down there. Jason Jenkins and Kyle Kidder. Camaro right-hand lane down 684. Jenkins Mustang down 727. Both out in green here. 400 separate them in reaction time. Win light going Kyle Kidder. He's 007 and a couple over. Left lane Jenkins is 047. Ted Dunham in the Pontiac down 575 in the right-hand lane. Jeff Burdess left lane down 580, the Malibu wagon. As a reminder, there's a 50-50 drawing, a raffle going on that will be raising money for the Motorplex. Our team captain, Lisa Gramlich, out walking around selling tickets. There's been a new color of ticket added to the 50-50, so if you want to get another ticket, see Lisa. There's 2 different colors in the drawing now. A win light down there for Jeff Burdess after the red light for the Pontiac. Joe Bauman and Thomas Whitaker. Whitaker left lane 535. Joe Bauman's Corvette down 531. Three coming down, both out and both green. 100 separate them here. Finish line, it'll go Whitaker. 011, take 003 stripe to be 2 over the dial-in. Joe Bauman is 021 and 100th over the dial-in. Winner Thomas Whitaker. Chase McKay and Bernie Vanderploeg. Bernie right-hand lane, the Nova down 593. Chase in the Camaro down 604. Chase a multi-time big money winner here during the last couple years, including runner-up at last year's OG 50K race to Steve Migas. Both drivers in the pre-stage beams. Bernie goes in first. Now Chase is ready to go. Here we go. Tree on the way down, and Bernie does not leave the starting line. Well, now he did, but it's a little too late. Chase for the win, and something going wrong for Bernie as he has a reaction time that he won't be proud of. Bob DeChaney and Jason Mikula next. Jason left-hand lane down 608, and Bob in right-hand lane to Malibu. Going to down 581. A red light for Jason. He is not going to be happy when he sees this time slip. Bob missed it, but he won it. He'll advance. Jason will have to buy back. Chris Wells and Michelle Taylor. Chris in the right down 637. Michelle in the left down 545. Michelle Taylor and Chris Wells. There will be some bragging rights on this one here. Michelle already took out her husband yesterday. Here she will take out Chris Wells. Michelle is 033 and 3 thou under. Chris is 044 and 4 thou under. Margin of victory, 1/1000 of a second. Jim Martin and D. Gibbons next. Chevy S10 down 628. Martin's Camaro down 654. Fred Squires and James Vanderbrook out there right now. James going to dial 612. Fred's Nova left lane. Defiance, Ohio, dial 627. Rolling through our door cars here, the Nova and the Chevelle trying to get to round 2. Then like going, Nova dead on the 4 by 0002 finish line. Fred Squires advances. John Bowes and Brett McKay. Brett in the left lane, the truck down 650. John's Chevrolet Corvette down at 607. A red light for John Bowes, win light Brett McKay, in case 004 and runs 400s under the dial in for the win. Dan Masta and Chris Heminger next. Chris in the left-hand lane dealt 727. Dan in the right-hand lane dealt 653. Dan and Chris here in round number 1. Finish line winner going Chris. 065 dead 2. Masta 032 5 thou under. Chris wins it. Ray Kinger and Mike O'Rourke. Mike in the left lane dealt 555. Ray in the right lane dealt 551. We're seeing the racing loosen up a little bit here in the middle of the door car round. Down the finish line here, it'll be Ray. As I say that, Ray lays down 9 total in the Camaro in the right-hand lane. He's 001 dead 8. O'Rourke was 041 and 3 over. Jacob Burdess and Larry Miret. We're going to run the Roadsters now. Illinois, Hannah City, Illinois for Burdess. Lucky Larry from Riley, Michigan, 582 to a 564. On the finish line, went like going left-hand lane. Burdess, 025. 025 and 1 over beats an 050 dead 7 for Lucky Larry. Burdess advances. Wes May over in our left-hand lane out of Indiana. The Regal dialed 671. Taking on Tim Sloan in the Monza right-hand lane dialed 575. Attention in the pits. We'll now take red run sticker door cars. Red run sticker door cars. Our last color on the door car side here. Red to the lanes. Wes May turns on the red light. Tim Sloan to the win. Wes is a couple under. Tim is 038 and 9 over. So once again, the white, purple, yellow, now red door cars. All 4 run colors have been called for the door cars for round 1. Travis Milliman and Chuck Ridenauer out there right now. Corvette left lane down 513. Travis right lane down 605. Green lights a pair, 4th out separating. Best run we've had here in a while. Milliman and Ridenauer give it to Ridenauer by 7 thousandths. Chuck is 008, take 7 stripe. Milliman's 12 to be a couple hundredths over the dial in. Ridenauer with a win on that one. Jim Davis with the S10 truck right-hand lane down 640. And Randy Whitaker, Daytona down 661. A 004 red light for Jim Davis, so Randy Whitaker will win. Whitaker is 005 and then 700ths over the dial in. Davis 500ths over with a 004 red light. Andy Wingo and Toby Croning next. Yes, 10 down 598. Wingo's Fiero down 574. So all four colors have been called on the door car side now. All four colors have been called on the door car side. Both out and both green, and a good one here. Finish line. It'll be left lane. Toby. Trip, zip, perfect reaction time for Toby Croning, and 3 over the dial in for the win. And he's 016 and 600ths over the dial in right-hand lane. Jeff Wissinghausen. Right lane, the Vega Wagon down 575, and Pete Brown's Monte Carlo down 533. A red light for Pete by 001. So Jeff wins this one, and he runs dead on. 575 and a 575. Pete is dead on. 533 and a 533. But the 001 red light will give Jeff Wissinghausen the win. Steve Mikas and Mike Nietzsche. The Roadster down 550. The Nova down 593. They're both out, and they're both 00. Finish line, winner, Nietzsche. 008 and 1 over. Mikas is 005 and went 2 thou under, getting there first. Took 19. Needed to be 17 or less to get the win light to come on. Stephen Parquette, 664 in the right. Mark Martinez, 609 in the left. Chevy 2. Down the finish line, winner going Mark Martinez. Mark is 0-15, dead on with a 520 total. Stevens 29 on the react. That won't work. Jason Hicks and Steve Smith. Smith in the Grand Am down 573. Jason Hicks right hand lane 694 for the Oldsmobile from Lansing. Attention in the pits, attention pits. First call, double entered dragsters. Double entered dragsters for your second entry. Bring them to the lanes, please. Double entered dragsters to the lanes. Steve Smith and Jason Hicks. Winner going Smith. He's 0-11, dead 6, 17 total. Hicks is 57 react. Roy St. Dennis and Kip Burkhart. 624 to a 528 dial in here. Kip will leave first in the Mopar. Finish line here, win light going, right-hand lane. St. Dennis, he's dead on 28 on a 28 with a 40. Burkhart's 43 and 1 over the dial in. David Landing in the truck, 660. Cody Height in left-hand lane, 599. Cody's Monte Carlo, Farmington, Michigan. Lanning's S10 in the right-hand lane, 660 to a 599. We have called the double-entered dragsters. Come on up to the lanes, please. Cody and David, finish line. It'll be Cody. 000 perfect, 11th thou under. Lanning's 29 and about 22th thou under. Andy Colvin and Andrew Mitter. Andrew to the left lane down 662. Andy in the right-hand lane, the Mustang down 620. Team Wonderland Marine. Out here running the 50, Andrew Mitter in the Oldsmobile. A red light by 001 for Andrew Mitter. Colvin going to get the win. Go to the next round. Donnie Hagar and Nolan Blanchard. Nolan in the right-hand lane down 635. Donnie in the left lane down 639. Donnie made it down to the final three cars from the day one event, the A&A Manufacturing VP Racing Fuels Chevy Vega. Both out on green lights here. 7th thou separate them. Hagar and Blanchard. Finish line winner going. Hagar, dead zero. 020, dead zero. And Blanchard's 27 on the let go. That won't work. Joe Bauman, second entry here. The Camaro, the second car, Camaro. Terry Bauman's, well, that's two Baumans on the start line. His Aunt Terry in the right-hand lane. Nephew Joe on the left. 622 to a 650. Double-entered dragsters to the lanes. Double-entered dragsters to the lanes. About 100 separate them on reaction time. Better light here to Joe. Finish line, it'll go Joe. 008 and one over. Terry's 019 and 6 thou under. Mathematically ineligible. Mike Stokes and Sean Carver. Sean left lane Camaro, Del 562. Mike in the Dodge Dart, Del 582. Two green lights here between Stokes and Carver. Give it to Stokes. 031 and dead on with a 5. Beats an 057, dead on with a 9. Will Crawford likes doing burnouts. Corvette Rose right-hand lane. Now 523 and Colin Estes. Pontiac Acadian out of Rockford, Illinois, down to 605. 100 separate them here. Estes and Crawford. Winlight, Crawford on a double breakout. Colin had him by 100th on the tree, an 023 to an 033. But they went a couple hundredths under the dial in. Will's only 4 thou under, so Will win that one. Tom Jones sitting up in that seat just a little bit higher on this run. $10,000 winner this morning, finishing up day one. 625 dial in, taking on Dave Lorenz, Benton Harbor, Michigan. Little Red left lane down 556. Day one champ, Tom Jones. Something going wrong here for Lorenz. Jones going to get the win. Lorenz never left the starting line on time. Let's go with that. Tom was for the taking there. Kyle Yacko and Tom Bray are next. Kyle in left-hand lane, the Daytona 675. Tom Bray's Camaro 742. Heading out through there, Winlight going left-hand lane for Kyle Yacko. 020 and 500ths over. Beats an 035 and 500ths over. John Linneberry and Brandon Lang. John in the left, L 590. Brandon in the right-hand lane, Dell 6 flat. Brandon Lang, John Linneberry. Winlight, Lang, 011, 2 under. Linneberry, 034 and 300s under. Justin LaRoque and Aaron Vale. Justin's beautiful Chevy 2 Nova wagon left-hand lane. Out of Be Cool radiator out on a 661. And Aaron Vale, Fortville, Indiana. 73 Trans Am, runs a Napa store down there, down 640. Justin and Aaron. Winner going Justin. 011, 4 over. Beats an 040 and 2 thou under. Aaron took 20 at the stripe. Need to take 18 or less. Jeff Jaquish on the snowmobile out of Wisconsin. And Chantel Lorenz, 69 Camaro, Traverse City, Michigan. 605 to a 570. Here we go, tree down. Camaro's out. Here comes the snowmobile. Snowmobile pulls up the side, looks over, chicken wings it a couple times, runs 578. And a win. 007, take 3 thou for the sled. Jaquish advances. Chantel was 049. Scotty Taylor and D. Gibbons. Truck in the left-hand lane down 627. Taylor's a Roadster down 484. The red light by 002 left hand lane. Taylor with the win. He's 20 on the let go and runs at 81 with a 9. Jared Ledford and Louis Taylor. Louis' Camaro right hand lane down on a 579. Jared's Camaro left hand lane down 657. $1,000 separate them on reaction time. Finish line winner going Taylor. 012 dead 2. Jared is 011 and 8 thou under. Louis Taylor takes that entry to the next round. Chris Fleener and Eric Squires. Eric in the left lane down 633. Chris in right lane down 593. A red light by 003 for Fleener. Squires with a win. He's 008 and a couple thou under. Connor Jensen and Shelby Hoffmeyer are going to run next. Shelby in the right lane down 604. Connor in the left lane down 609. Connor and Shelby out there right now. Winner going Connor. He's 002, 3 over. Shelby's 056 and 3 over. Doug Heinich, Corvette out of Ohio down 546, and Danny Angels, Ford Mustang down 634. Both drivers on the 00 side here. Win light going left lane. Danny Angel is 8 total in the left lane. Heinisch is 5 and then goes 8 thou under, taking 11. He had to take 3 or less in just a crazy race. Angel gets the win. Jeff Mandel and A.J. Selleck. We'll make it Bob Mandel and A.J. Selleck. Bob in the left-hand lane. The Roadster. Fastest door car eliminations, 469 dial in, taking on Selleck with a 548 in the Beretta. Green light, green light. Here we are. Red light for Mandel. He's 31 red, so Selleck gets a win. Running 1 over 549 on a 548 with an 014 reaction time. Good win for Selleck. Issue here with Jason Rich. The blower car is not coming backwards here. Oop, he's going to go forward. Thank God Sam didn't jump in there right when he gunned it. So there's going to be a single run here. Jason clears the top end. Bob Kelly, a free run going into round number 2. He runs it dead on to the lane. We move into our double-entered dragster round. Taylor Cook and Mike Newman. So again, this is where the dragsters with their second entry come up and race each other. Cook and right lane down 465. Newman left lane down 488. Finish line here, winner. Left lane, Newman. Cook was down there doing some driving. He's 005 in right lane, but gave it back 004. Newman's 11, 1 over for the win. Cook is 5 and then further over. Mike Bloomfield and Tyler Sizemore. Tyler in the left down 492. Mike in the right lane down 463. Both drivers in. Here we go. Green lights a pair. Finish line. Bloomfield, 008 and 300ths over for the win. Sizemore's 025 and 300ths over for runner-up on that pair. Paul Wolf and Mike Morgan. Mike in the left down 447. Paul in the right down 508. We are running through the double-entered dragsters. With their second entry here. Double-entered dragsters with their second entry running each other here. Both drivers in. Here we go. Mike Morgan and Paul Wolf. Red light in the left-hand lane for Mike Morgan by 003. Wolf with the win. He's 006 and dead on the 2. He's 8 total. Paul Wolf advances. Kirby McLennan coming back. Temperance, Michigan. Blown dragster down 430. And Carey May. Kozlik left-hand lane. Grand Haven, Michigan down 458. 2,800 separate them on dial-in. There we go. 3 down, both out, both green, both 00. Good race. Finish line. It'll go Kirby. 007, 1 over the dial-in for the win. Carey Mays 006 and 500ths over the dial-in. Looks like scuffing off some mile per hour down there. Doug Foley Jr. and Rob Lutzke are next. Foley in the left lane down 472. Lutzke right side down 495. A red light for Rob Lusky. Doug Foley with a win. He's 008 and 400s under. Rob went way red there. Derek Gilman and Will Holloman are next. Will in the left-hand lane, 470. Derek, 478. Here we go. Will Holloman, Derek Gilman. Finish line winner going. Will Holloman, 013, taking 11 to be dead 6. Gilman's 026, dead 4. No good. Bailey Ferraro and Eric Anderson next. Bailey down 441. Eric's on a 488. Another good one here. Both 00. Finish line winner. Eric Anderson. Check this out. Eric is 002 dead 1. 3 total. Ferraro's 5 on the let go and cannot win. Mike Zednick and Ernie Goodson. Ernie in the left-hand lane down on the 507. Mike in the right-hand lane down 497. We do need the, thank you, golf cart behind the fence. Both of them identical on reaction time. Finish line will be a dead-on win. 0-11 dead 4, 15 total. Zednick's 11 and 100th over the dial-in for the loss. I guess I don't comprehend the golf cart down there. I hate to stop the race to have the golf cart go behind a fence. You've been asked multiple times, put the golf cart behind the fence, please. Thank you. Insurance would freak. We park a golf cart down there by the fence. You got to be behind a fence. Brittany Ulmer and Tim Markaglu. Tim in the left lane, Staten Island, New York, 445. Brittany right-hand lane, Ohio Dragster, 487. Final call, double-entered Dragsters. Final call, double-entered Dragsters. Final call, double-entered Dragsters. Brittany with a win. 023, 1 over. Markaglu is 049, dead 7. Tim finally missed one there. AJ Kosenka and Ryan Sparks. AJ in the left lane dealt 482. Ryan in the right lane dealt 454. Kosenka and Sparks here in round number 1 with their second entries here. 6 thou separate them. Win light, Sparks, dead on. 54 on a 54 with an 8 at the end. Kosenka got there first, went 7 thou under. Got there first by 009, so he needed to take 2 thou or less. Gene Reynolds, Kirk Cheney. Reynolds 475, Cheney 491. Final call, double-entered Dragsters. Final call, double-entered Dragsters. Final call, double-entered Dragsters. Maybe that's your 3rd or 4th final call, I think. Gene Reynolds and Kirk Cheney. Finish line, it'll be Kirk Cheney 011, take 006 stripe down there to be one over the dial-in. Left lane, Gene Reynolds was 006 on the let-go, but then went 300ths over the dial-in. Jason Jensen and Corey Galitti going to run right here. Corey in right-hand lane dialed in a 443. Left lane 471 for Jason Jensen. Jensen and Galitti, winner Jensen. 3 total. 003 dead 0 for Jensen. Galitti's 13 on the let go, cannot win. Paul Skinner in the right hand lane out of New York, down 472, and Steve Williams left hand lane down 496. Both drivers in. Here we go. Couple hundred separate them here. Red light, right lane. Paul was 040, dead on with a 6 for the win. Steve's 021 and 16 thou under for runner-up on that pair. Bob Payton back up in the left-hand lane. He's going to dial 451, and Shannon Poyser in the right-hand lane dialed 460. Attention in the pits, double entered door cars for your second entry to the lanes. Double entered door cars to the lanes for your second entry. Shannon Poyser turns it red by 007. Peyton with a win. He's 10 dead 7. He'll go to the next round with that entry. Zach Dunks coming up in the right-hand lane. Dragster Delta 502. And Devin Peyton in the left-hand lane dealt 481. So once again, the double entered door cars now. Double entered door cars now for your second entry to the lanes. A red light for Zach Dunks. Devin Payton will advance. He was on the wrong side of the green, but Zach did it first. 4th out under in the left after a negative 006 for the win. Trevor Deeks and Tom Dauber. Tom left lane down 471. Trevor right hand lane down to 459. Trevor Deeks turning the red light on by 001. Tom Dauber with a win. Numbers 14, holding about 300ths there. He'll go to the next round with that entry. Ricky Harbaugh and Ryan Barnes. Ricky in the left-hand lane down 466. Ryan in the right lane down 472. Maryland and Georgia drivers on the starting line here. Both drivers in. Here we go. Tree coming down. Green light. Greener light. It'll be Barnes, 007, a couple hundredths over for the win, taking 12 stripe. Ricky was 042, and that cost him on that one. Justin Daniels, Showtime drags from left-hand lane, 528 Dallin, and Glenn Sutherland in the right-hand lane down 488. Couple Indiana dragster drivers here. Both out, both green. Fourth out separate them here. Winner going right lane, Glenn Sutherland. 011 and 1 over beats an 015, 2 over. Sutherland advances. Tyler McCurry backing up in the left-hand lane. 492 dial in. And Nick Ferraro in the right-hand lane down 447. Both out on green lights. McCurry and Ferraro in a good one. Win line going. McCurry, 002, take 008 to be dead 8. Ferraro is 10, dead 8, 18 total, and 8 thou behind at the finish line. Matt Gramlich and John Cook. John down 464, Matt's on a 512. And a red light for Matt by 10. Cook with a win. He's 31. And 3 over. Matt's 10 red and 5 thou under. So John Cook will get that entry through. Scott Hornline and Ryan Pinkelman next. Scott with a 488 dial in. Ryan with a 517 dial in. A 001 red light for Ryan Pinkelman right there. Hornline with a win. He has 9 dead 8, 17 total for Hornline. Conley Racing Dragster coming up in the left-hand lane. Corey Conley out of New York, dialed 482, and Justin Harrington, Middletown, Indiana Dragster, dialed 502. Both drivers in. Here we go. Green light, red light. Corey is let go before it come on. Justin's 15 dead 7. 22 total. Justin takes that entry to round 2. Russ Sparks and Lane Ledford. Lane in the left-hand lane dialed 477. Russ in the right lane dialed 450. Both drivers in. Here we go. Lane went out of the stage beam. We do not use stage lock. Sparks is 14 and 1 over. 451 on a 450 for the win. Well, here's a matchup. Toby Croning's truck, the first double door car out, going to be dialed 598. Taking on the last double dragster, Dan Davies, dialed 418. Here we go. Big head start to the truck and a red light. 003 red. Dan runs 417 on a 418 with an 018 light. Toby was 003 red, 1 thou under in the left. Jeff Sanchez and Tamara Simone in the right-hand lane. Tamara's dialed in at 597. Jeff's dialed in at 630. Both out on green lights here. Sanchez holding about 300's advantage, and he'll get the win. 026 dead 5. Tamara was 056 and 1 over. Sam Manuel and Robbie Gervin. Robbie in the left out 628. Sam in the right lane, the Nova out 673. Double 06 on the wrong side for both of them, but Sam did it first. So Robbie with a win. A couple hundredths under for both of them as well. Robbie Gervin takes that entry to the next round. Jim Martin and Darren McChesney. Darren in the left lane dealt 656. Jim in the right lane dealt 654. Going through our double entered door cars with their second entry. Finish line, a win in the left-hand lane. Darren's 004 in 200s over the dial in. Martin's 021 in 200s over the dial in. Kelly Smith and good catch there by the crew for Craig Skinner. Trans Am Dell 681. Kelly Smith, left-hand lane, a 661 for the truck. A win in the left-hand lane, 665 and a 661. A red light for Craig by 11. So Kelly advances with that entry. Michelle Taylor, left-hand lane. The Malibu down in a 545, and Chris G's Beretta down in a 550 in right-hand lane. Getting second entries here on the door car side. Down the finish line here, it'll go right-hand lane, 552 on a 550. Steve Perquette and Dave Lorenz out there right now. Dave in the left-hand lane down 556. Steven on a 664. The red light by 002 for Lorenz. Wind light going right-hand lane. Brett Williamson, left-hand lane, a 57 Chevrolet, and Austin Sloan, the Oldsmobile Calais, 596 to a 591. Both 00. Finish line winner. Left-hand lane. Brett Williamson, 006 dead 4, 10 total. Sloan was 004 taking 8 to be 2 thou under. Austin had to take 6 or less down there to turn the wind light on in a very good drag race. Hutchinson Racing, a Roadrunner out of Canada, down 663, and Lichnowsky's Chevrolet Camaro down 636. One thou separate them here. Finish line, win line going. Right lane, Lichnowsky. 012, 4 over. Beats an 013, 6 over. Steve Mikus and Steve Height. Left hand lane, 620 Dylan. Right hand lane, Mikus on a 592. Both out, both green. Mikus in control here. Mikus with a win. Steve Mikus, 003, dead 7, 10 total, taking 000 finish line. Height is 021, a couple hundredths under the dial in there. Mike Nietzsche, left hand lane, the Roadster down 551, and Mike Kelly's Ford Mustang down 628. The red light for Kelly, win light for Nietzsche. Bernie Vanderplug and Pete Brown. Pete left-hand lane, the Monte Carlo 533. Bernie's Novadell 591. Green lights a pair here, 5,000 separate them. Finish line, it'll be a win for Bernie. 017 dead 4, beats an 022 dead 7 by 8,000. Vanderplug takes that entry to the next round. The Vanderbrooks, Chevrolet Chevelle down 613, and Frank Pilt 608. Chevy Nova. Red light by 002 for Frank. James is 012 green and 100 for the win. Frank's dead on with a 9 in the left lane with a 002 red light. Kyle Kidder and Tom Bueller. Tom's Camaro left lane down 618. Kyle's Camaro right lane down 684. Wheels up for Bueller, chasing on Kyle Kidder. Finish line, win line going. Bueller, 037 and 1 over. Kyle had him by 200ths on reaction time. Just took too much finish line down there, breaking out by 14 foul. Greg McCurry and Kenny Underwood. The Rattler in the left lane down 596. McCurry's Camaro right lane down 615. Big wheels up, launch for Underwood. Chasing on Greg McCurry. Finish line, it'll go. Underwood. 010, takes 17 stripe to be 2 over. McCurry is 042, dead on with an 8. Lucky Larry and Jimmy Francisco. Jimmy's Nova 567. Larry's Mustang Roadster Dale 582. Good race here. Finish line winner. Left lane. Jimmy Francisco is 009 and a couple hundredths over. Lucky Larry is 012 and 4 hundredths over. So Francisco with a win. Tim Stout and Ken Atherton Jr. The Willys out 558 and the truck out 673. Both out on green lights. Stout and Atherton, finish line, Stout. 017, 1 over the dial in. Ken is 032 and 2 over the dial in. Kenny Simpson and Ricky Adkins. Adkins in right hand lane down 590. Simpson left lane down 621. Both out on green lights here. A couple hundred separate them. Finish line, win light going. Atkins, 020 and 2 over. Simpson's 040 and 3 over. Jim Clark and Mike Marchini. Marchini left-hand lane, down 651 with his truck. Jim's Oldsmo Rat dialed in at 538. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. We need our no box 16 to the lanes for round 2. No box 16, you're on the ladder to the back of the lanes for matchups, please. Jim Clark turning it red there. Marchini with a win. Wes May and Warren Smith. Wes on the left lane down 670, Warren on the right lane down 634. So once again, our no box round of 16 to the lanes for matchups, please. No box 16 to the lanes. Wes May and Warren Smith, finish line winner. Wes May, 019, dead 3, beats an 019, 8 thou under for Warren. Chase McKay and Jim Davis. Jim in the truck down 640, Chase in the Camaro down 603. Chuck Ridenauer and Jeremy Lewis. Jeremy in the right hand lane down on the 690, and Chuck in the left hand lane down 513. Once again, our no box 16. There's 16 drivers still in it. To the lanes for pairings, please. No box 16 for round 2 of eliminations. To the staging lanes, please. Left lane a win for Chuck Ridenauer. He's 001 and 1 over. Jeremy Luce went 3 red right there. Kip Burkhart and Chris Kozlik. Chris in the left lane down 643. Kip in the right hand lane. The Cuda down 626. Chris and Kip out there right now. Win light going. Chris, 009. Dead on the 2, 11 total for Chris. Kip's 047 on the let go. Shelly Elrod. Yep, Shelly's in right hand lane down 604. Dustin Loynes in left hand lane down 592. Dustin and Shelly. Finish line winner. Dustin. 026, 1 over. Shelly's 056 and 1 thou under. Jason Hemmerline and Troy Williams. Gary Williams. 572 on the left. Jason's 544 on the right. Both out on green. 3 thou separate them. Williams, Hemmerline, finish line winner. Hemmerline pulled one out there. 44 and a 44 with a 10 light. Williams had some stuff going on with the truck at the finish line, trying to make Jason do something he didn't want to do, but Jason did what he wanted to do. He's 14 total. Hemmerline with the win. Brett McKay and Chris Wells. McKay 648, Wells 636. Both out of green lights here, McKay and Wells. Winner, McKay. 017, 100th over the dial in for the win. Wells is 40 and 100th over. Cody Hyde and Aaron Vale. Aaron's going to dial 640 with his Trans Am. Cody with a 597 on the Monte Carlo. Winlight going Cody Height, 015 and 100th over. Aaron is 028 and 200ths over. Skylar Drews, Jeff Burdess. The Malibu Wagondale 580, the Old Scallydale 594. A red light for Burdess. Skylar Drews will advance. Final pair here in round number 1, Gary Fleener, Kurt Harrington. Both out on green lights. Fleener was sitting on the buy run, is sitting on the buy run, didn't get it, and he hangs on to it. 005, 100th over. Harrington's 039 and 11th out under. Gary Fleener will hang on to that buy run for round number 2. And we got a little track prep to take care of before we get rolling into No Box 16, round 2. So we have our 16 drivers out there for our No Box E2. We will take white run sticker dragsters. White run sticker dragsters. Round number 2 of eliminations. Actually, it'll be white and purple. My bad. White and purple run sticker dragsters for second round. White and purple for round 2 to the stadium lanes. White and purple dragsters. So white and purple have been called. White and purple on the dragster side for round 2 of eliminations. White and purple. Let's get a little maintenance out here on the track, and we will get rolling into round number 2 of eliminations. The buyback round, our buybacks are going on the bottom of the tower on the pit side. Buybacks in the bottom of the tower on the pit side. Also, if you're doubled, just a reminder, because I've seen 1 or 2 do it. If you're doubled, do not bring your second entry up until we call doubles. Do not bring your second entry up until we call doubles. With that said, I'm going to turn it over to the head of Drag Racer TV, Mr. Warren Evans. He'll call some action here for a little while.
All right, getting ready for our second round of competition here. If you went out in the first round, want to buy back, you can do that at the bottom of the tower over there in the business office. We'll get you bought back in. You get another shot at it here. Let's race for that 10 grand. Hey, we need some cars. We need white run sticker and purple run sticker dragsters. To the lanes, please. White and purple to the lanes. We will take you now, white and purple to the lanes. Round number 2 of no box coming up. 16 racers left. We'll run 5 rounds there, and the winner will go into round number 6 of the main race, wherever that happens to fall. It's like Mike Levenford getting ready to park the tractor back there. Or maybe not. I guess it looks like this. I believe we're going to put down a little more sticky stuff out there. A little more traction compound going down. And once that is complete, we'll be ready for our no box 16. Donnie Hagar, your winner yesterday in no box, went all the way to the semifinals in yesterday's race, which happened to complete today. He wound up running Tom Jones in the semis, and then Tom knocked Donnie out, and then Tom went on to take the win in race number 1, the $10,000 Thursday race. The Digital Delay 10K Thursday. Today is the Pro Systems 10K Friday. And for you folks tuned in on Drag Racer TV, happy to have you on board. You know you're supposed to be working right now, right? Although it's close enough to 5 o'clock on Friday, you can probably get away with it. But for everybody that has tuned in, we appreciate your support. Hope you're enjoying the show. Right now we're on the 4-way screen while I'm over here doing this part of it, giving Jeff a little bit of a rest. You know, we got to get him to Sunday afternoon, so every once in a while we got to give those vocal cords a rest. No box. Round 2. Left side, Chris Heminger out of Williamston, Michigan. The 87 Cutlass. Legal super stock machine over there on the left-hand side alongside Alex Sheely from Pontiac, Michigan. Says 79 Camaro. That is definitely not. That is the Mustang over here. The Mustang dialed to 672. Right side. He'll be chasing. Heminger will be off first in that Cutlass. 726. The dial in. And we started out with a red light. Heminger turns it red. Sheely will go on. Sheely 671.8. 2 thou under. That's okay. Red light start for Heminger. And a 727 at 93. So Sheely moves one step closer. 2 more roll up. Clint Bailey and Tom Bray. Bailey out of Clare, Michigan, the 72 Dart. Left side, down to 676. He'll be on the chase, trying to grab that third generation Camaro of Tom Bray. 742. The dial in right side. Bray is green. Bailey is green. One of them is way green. Yep, Clint Bailey gave up too much on the starting line. Tom Bray, 750 on the 742. That tells you how much he had to work with. Almost a tenth of a second. Bray is your winner. For Clint Bailey, 677 on the 76. And out of here. Mark Martinez. Mike Gramlich coming up now. 609 left side, 640 on the right. S10 is off and running. He sees his win line already as Martinez turns it 003 red. Gramlich 643 at 106 to take the win. Martinez was 003 red, 610 at 111. And that's not going to work. Todd Schmitz and Jeff Wistinghausen the second. Schmitz left side. The matte black 69 Camaro. Wistinghausen right side and that shiny rally striped 69 Camaro. 613 left side. 645 right. Pair of green light starts. Wistinghausen yanks him out of the beams. At the top end, it's going to be Schmitz. How about a 13 total package there for Schmitz? 007 dead 6 at 109. Wistinghausen was trying to get there and broke out. 644 on the 645. He was already locked out. Didn't even realize it. Next up, it's Danny Angel, the Mustang, left, and Alyssa Martin, the S10, right. Alyssa trying to go 625. She's a little bit quicker based on dial-in. Danny Angel dialed in a 634. They are staged and ready. 1 thou. Separate them at the starting line. How about a dead on 3 for Alyssa Martin? She was 014 dead 3. He was 015. He would have had to have been 2 thou or less at the stripe. He was 1 over. 635 at 103. Alyssa Martin will take on Schmitz in the next round. As we're starting to fill in the ladder here a little bit. Jake Huntington, the 96 Roadmaster. And Donnie Hagar. Can he win this category 2 days in a row? Let's find out. The $1 Million Kid looking over at Huntington and did what he needed to do. He was better on the tree and he knew it. 641 at 104 on his 39 dial. Huntington went dead on 727 at 92. really didn't have much chance to do anything with that. So it'll be Hagar and Gramlich next round. Here's Brett Williamson. He's always tough in that 57. Winnebago, Illinois, trying to go 591. And the Doobie Duster over here on the right, Eric Doobie. Frankenmuth, Michigan, 724. This is the biggest gap in dial-ins of the session. Doobie will get the big head start. Almost a full tree. Head start, right side. Doobie is off and running. Here comes Williamson on the chase. Williamson in control, and Williamson for the win. Williamson, 592 on the 91 dial-in. Couple that with a 008. He was 23. Doobie was 29 when he left the tree and locked out. 727 at 92, so it'll be Williamson and Bray. One final pair. Figure out who's who. Joel Young and Joe Hinton. Red light start for Young means Hinton in the Corvette. Doug Heinisch. I'm sorry, that's not Joe Hinton. That's Doug Heinisch. But Heinisch for the win. He goes 1 thou under, 544.9 at 127. Doesn't matter. He had the win via the red light. Joel Young turned it red and then went 611, 4 under at 112. So Heinisch and Sheely. Schmitz and Martin, Bray and Williamson, Hagar and Gramlich. That's your Elite 8 going into round 3. Now it's dragster time coming at you. We need white, purple, and yellow. White, purple, and yellow run sticker dragsters through the lanes. White, purple, you should already be there. Yellow, we will take you now. White, purple, and yellow to the lanes. Chelsea Duffy. One of the Duffy girls out of Canada. Left side. She's alongside Mike Ferraro from Fort Lauderdale, Florida. Opposite ends of the continent. Matching up here in Michigan. Chelsea dialed to 488. She'll get the leave. 447 for Ferraro on the chase. Well, if you flip the numbers around, they're identical, but they're not. How about that for Ferraro? He is 013 on the tree, 450 at 150 to take the stripe by 22 ten-thousandths of a second. Chelsea missed it by just a touch on the starting line, then goes 1 over 5, 489.5 at 141, but Ferraro, the better run for the win. Well, we just saw Chelsea. Here's Carly. Carly hoping to do a little bit better than Chelsea did. And it looks like we're holding her for just a second, as it looks like the cap may have been a little loose on something. Sam reaches in there. Sam says, you're good to go. Carly, dial to 522. We'll leave first. It'll be Derek Gilman on the chase, right side. The Diamond Chassis Dragster out of Grand Rapids. 478, the number on the scoreboard right side. Green lights a pair. And Carly was in trouble from the get. 526 at 130 on her 26. Carly did not have the light she needed because they were both 4 over. Derek Gilman, 482 on the 478. He was better on the reaction timer. Derek goes to the next round. Anthony Lane out of Fulton, Illinois. I understand Anthony, a long-time hitter, Hadn't been racing a lot, at least in this part of the world. Lane 492. Mike Bloomfield, right side. Mikey. Not sure if that's Mike or Mikey. I guess that's Mike. That's what the computer says. 463 right side, 492 left. Anthony will get the spot here by just a little over half a bulb. Two-thou apart, headed down track. Top end, it's Lane taking the win. Lane was safe. 494 on the 92. 2 over for the win. Bloomfield was 19 to the 21 for Lane. Then goes 462.8. 2 too quick at 141. He got there first by 29 thousandths. 27 thousandths would have got the job done. It's Gary Williams coming up next in the FTI Dragster. Gary out of Florida. One of the winningest bracket racers in all of the history of the sport. Mark Howard alongside. Howard doing the junior dragster bump in there. This one is 3,000 at the starting line. And for Williams, 3,000 better, dead on 6. He had his opponent locked out. 481.0 at 144 to take the win. Mike Harbaugh and Rick Briscoe. I haven't seen Rick in probably 20 years. One of my regulars down there at Coles County Dragway back in the day. Out of Oakley, Illinois. 489 the dial for Rick. He is off. And the win light for Rick. Moves him on to round 3. Red light for Harbaugh. 472 at 146. Rick Briscoe, 491 at 139. Sees one light down there via the red light. Next pair backing up from the burnout, it's Tyler Sizemore and Nick Lakeys. Sizemore, Newburgh, Indiana. I was just down that way earlier this week. Picking up my daily driver from Firecracker Performance, getting new transmission put in it. Nick Lakeys out of Belleville, Michigan. Off and running on the 504. Sizemore, better on the tree, but gives it back for the win. As Lakeys was behind by 0.05 of a second on the starting line, goes 3 over 507 at 136, and he is your winner as Sizemore 0-11 up front. He was better by 5, then goes a 10th off, 506 at 117. Easily off the throttle down there. Right. Big Earn over there left side, Ernie Goodson. Taking on Corey Galletti. See Galletti hit the catch-up button down there, a little puff as he fed a little bit of nitrous. 443.2 at 147 for the win. He was 13 on the tree. Goodson was 17 on the tree. Went dead 8. That'll win you a lot of rounds, but not that one. Because he was mathematically ineligible, as the kids say. Galletti was 15 total. Goodson was 17. Wastes about $5 worth of race fuel. Colin Estes coming up now, the Shorty Dragster out of Rockford, Illinois. Little black car trying to go 512. Trevor Deeks over here. See him purging the nitrous to get everything set. Deeks out of London, Ontario, Canada, trying to go 4:59. Red light start for Trevor Deeks by 007. It's Colin Estes taking the automatic win. Estes 4 under 5:08 at 1:33. Doesn't matter. It's a time pass for him. As he was green, Deeks was red. 4:58, 1:52 for Deeks on the red light start. Kirby McLennan, Mike Fuquay coming up next. For FTD Customs, over there on the left side, Mike Fuquay. He's got a 4:59 on the dial-in board. 4:31 the dial for the blown hot rod out of Temperance, Michigan. McLennan is perfect on the tree. A perfect run right there. McLennan is trip, zip, dead zero. He already had the race won, but he goes perfect. Trip, zip, dead zero. Kirby McLennan. We saw the fastest one yesterday. This may be the second fastest. 4:31.0 on a 4:31 and perfect on the let go. Fuquay could not do anything with that. He'll understand that when he sees the time ticket. Mike Ferraro and Glenn Sutherland coming up next. Ferraro 481, Sutherland 488. Ferraro for the automatic win, the red light start. For Sutherland, Ferraro gets the win, 018 on the tree, 6 thou under at 141. Glenn Sutherland, 005 red light, and 1/1 at the finish line. Here's Timmy Markoglu and Mike Zednick. You know how rare it is to see a perfect run? And to see 2 in 2 days? Unbelievable. And fast cars, too. Markoglu dialed to 445. Zednick 498. One bulb head start right side for Zednick. Markoglu for the win, 446 on his 45 dial. He was 005 on the tree. He was 23 total. Zednick, 021, had a very, very small window. Couldn't get inside it. Broke out 496.5 on the 498. 2 under. 139 for the speed. Markoglu. Winner left side. So here's Bob Mandel, the third. The other perfect run. That happened yesterday. And Ryan Barnes, right side. 408, 468. Mandel dialed to 408. He'll wait. Barnes will ease his way in. Well, this is not a perfect run. Barnes, 469 on the 468. He's 1/5, 016. Mandel goes 2/4, 410 with a 4 at 169. Better run there for Barnes on both ends to advance. Doug Foley Jr. out of Mooresville, North Carolina. Driving the drag coverage, FTI dragster over there. It's for sale. If you're looking to go dragster racing, go see that camp. They can fix you up. 470. Dial in left side. Ryan Sparks out of Rochester Hills. He's dialed to 448. Sparks is in. Foley gets his way in there. Foley, 004, red light, Sparks. Win light already on the right-hand scoreboard. Sparks 516 at 98, easing off the throttle. Doug Foley also backs out of it, 499 at 107. He was 004 red on this end. Sparks takes advantage for the W. We need all colors of dragsters now. White, purple, yellow, and red. White, purple, yellow, and red dragsters for your first run. If you're doubled, do not come back up until you're called. White, purple, yellow, red. That's all of you in the dragsters to the lanes. Carrie May and Shannon Poison. Shannon with the red light start. 016 red, 459.8 at 151 for Shannon. Red light start there. Carrie May, green and safe, gets the win, 460 with a 6 at 149. Once again, we need all dragsters for your first run. White, purple, yellow, and red. All colors of dragsters for your first run only. If you're doubled, you'll be called up later. Do not come back up for your second run in this session. It's Mike Morgan and Bailey Ferraro coming at you now. Ferraro, perfect on the let-go. Almost a perfect run right there. Ferraro is trip zip perfect, 2 thou under, 439.8 at 157. Mike Morgan was 006 red, 449 at 146. But we were 2 thou from another perfect run. Wow. Here's John Parks, the man at Ultratech. For Scoggin Dickey Performance Center, the race shop. Hot rod over there left side, 446 the dial. And Lisa Bowes, right side. Alveda, Ohio. Lisa's got a 482 on it. Both of them let go on time, 6 thou apart. Lisa gets the job done, 483 at 142. Lisa was better on the tree, on the safe side of the number, 483 on the 482. 142 for the speed. John Parks got there by 25, broke out by 5 thousandths, that is. Nope, I'm sorry, can't do math. Let's try this again. 444 with a 5 at 153. Broke out by 15 thousandths of a second. Lisa for the win. It's Steve Williams and Russ Sparks coming up now. Sparks, the East Coaster out of West Islip, New York. American Chassis hot rod to right side. The Spitzer car left. And Steve Williams. Sparks is red by 003. Williams is green by 002. And Williams your winner. 7 total there for Williams. 002, Dad 5 at 139. Nice lap for Steve. Sparks was 003 red, broke out by 1 thou. He was 004 on the wrong side. Bob Kelly and Jason Rich. Bob, winner yesterday of the digital delay box. Jason Rich, right side. Bob Kelly's car, the old school look with the tall wing there. 555 on the scoreboard. 420 for Jason Rich. Right side. Bob Kelly goes to round number 3. Kelly for the win, 556 at 122. Jason Rich, 005 red light, 422 at 168. So we're moving right through the dragster category here. All color dragsters to the lanes for your first run. If you've not made it up here, we need you. Tom Dauber from Medford, New Jersey. The Race Tech car left side, and Rob Lutsky over here on American. 460. 471 at 149, trying to get there. Ron Zeller on the right. Driving Bug McCarty's hot rod. Zeller out of Atlanta, Michigan. Devin Payton carrying the banner for my buddy Tom Gall, Gallstar TV. And he is out of here in round 2. At least that entry is. He's red and dead on, 481.3 on his 81 at 142. But guess what? Ron Zeller moves on to the next round. He's green and 1 over for the win. 480 at 143 for Ron Zeller. Here's Bob Payton coming up next. Multicolored car. That one's also for sale if you're interested. He's got a 452 on it. Kirk Cheney's dragster right side with a 492. The spot over here by 0.4 of a second. One's good, the other one is better. Payton for the win. 004 on the tree, 453 for the win at 147. Margin of victory down there, 0.003 of a second. Cheney was 019. That was okay. Goes dead 5, 24 total. He was 24 total. Payton was 21 total. It's Scott Lemon coming up now for Drag Race Solutions. Paul Wolf alongside. The barn find look there for the dragster out of Olivet, Michigan. Wolf with a 508. Lemon 448. Lemon 1.5 of the Lemon team. Virtually identical race cars. You'll see the next one in just a minute. And Lemon. 009, dead 9. That's 18 total. Winner, 153 for the speed. Paul Wolf, 024, reacting to green. Locked out, 507 at 135 on the L. Megan Lemon now, left side. Also out of Gallatin, Tennessee. Got a 447 on that one. Taylor Cook alongside. At least that's what the computer says. Taylor Cook, 468. Leaving first, right side. And Lemon. Too early. 12 red. Lemon, 448 at 155. Taylor Cook, your winner. Green light start, then goes under by 12 thou, but it doesn't matter. 466.8 on the 468 at 149. Megan Lemon with the red light start. Here's Lane Ledford. Is that Lane? That is Lane. Stanton, Michigan. And Chris Connolly. Right side from Shirley, New York. It's great to have this New York contingent out here. 478, 482. Connolly's been having trouble finding the spot on the tree, and that's no different. 058 red light. Lane Ledford for the win. 016 dead on 2 to take the W. 478.2 at 144 for Lane Ledford. Blake Fuquay and Chris Stein. Fuquay out of White House, Tennessee. Diamond chassis. FTD Customs. Dragster over there on the left. And Chris Stein. The Pro Charged Ultra Quick machine over here on the right. 455 and 409 are up on the scoreboard. Stein, the quicker of the two. Fuquay's in. Stein taking his time. There he goes. For all that. 1 thou apart. Double breakout goes to Chris Stein. They were both. How about this? Stein was 40 on the tree, Fuquay 41. They were both 6 thou under on the double breakout. Comes back to reaction time by 1/1000th of a second. Chris Stein is the winner. Final call, dragsters, all colors of dragsters. Final call for your first run. Final call, dragsters, for your first run, all colors. Jason Jensen, Matty McCormick. And it's McCormick. McCormick, 007, dead on 8. That's 15 total. Jensen was locked out at that point. 018, dead 6. And as the kids say, no good. Once again, final call, all colors of dragsters for your first run to the staging lanes. Don Vincelli and Jerry Burdess coming up next. Vincelli out of Montreal, 460. Jerry Burdess, right side, Cuba, Illinois, 481. Ooh, 005 leaves second. Burdess, 001 on the tree, 482.4 at 140 for the win. Good lap there for Jerry Burdess. Don Vincelli heads back to the trailer, 462 on the 460. He was 005 on the tree. But better all-around run goes to Burdess. Here's Caitlin Smith and Brittany Ulmer. Brittany, a.k.a. Shirley Muldowney, in her Bell Helmet-sponsored race ride over here right side. She's in the right lane, 491. Caitlin Smith, the Diamond Chassis car, part of Team Insurance Man over there, left side, 463. Britt's on time. Womps it. Goes on, dead on 6 for the win. Britt 015, dead on 6, 134 for the speed. That's 21. Caitlin was 036, no chance. 464 at 147 for Caitlin Smith to go one over to take the loss. Will Holloman for Bear Motorsports. Holloman out of North Carolina. He'll take the Bear Racing machine to the starting line with a 471. Taking on Jeremy McCormick. McCormick out of Fountain, Michigan, 436 the dial for the hot rod with the little baby blower over here on the right. Double 04. Left second. Now that's a drag race for you right there. Holloman was perfect and dead on 7. 7 total. McCormick was 004 on the tree, dead 5. That's 9 total. Holloman by 0.02 of a second takes the win, 471.7, 143, trip zip at the starting line. Jeremy McCormick, 436.5 at 157, and out of here. If we had a bad beat award, that one would be on the list. Scott Taylor's dragster over there left side. taking on Scott Hornland over here on the right. 444 left, 489 right. Little blue bottle over here for the machine on the right-hand side. Needs to play a little catch-up. It can do it. Both of them kind of bumping their way in. Hornland's in. Taylor follows. They both let go. One of these two is Double O. That's the guy that wins. Double breakout win goes to Scott Hornland. 488.6 on the 489. He's 4 thou under to take the win at 141. Scott Taylor was behind at the starting line, then goes 11 thou under. 442.9 on the 444 at 149 miles per hour. Spruce Call coming up next. Okeechobee, Florida, it says. Call, I believe, yes, he is a former winner of this race. We'll see what he can do tomorrow to see if he can add his name as a two-time winner. Justin Harrington alongside out of Middletown, Indiana. 473 left, 503 right. Harrington gets the head start. This time around, they're 7,000ths apart. Harrington with the advantage and the win. He goes dead 6. So he was 021 dead 6. That's 027. Bruce Call was 028. Finito. 474 at 142 on his 73 dial. Nothing he can do unless he had a time machine. Go back and try it again. Eric Anderson coming up now. Paul Skindiger over here on the right-hand side. Dialed in at 472. Eric Anderson at 488. Right side leaves first this time around. They're both green. Both of them. Real green. Eric Anderson for the win. They both go dead on. Better reaction time goes to Eric Anderson and the win. He's 488 with a 4 at 141. So he's dead 4. Skindiger is 472.6. That's dead on 6 at 142. One hun separated on the starting line. And that proved to be all he needed. Ashley Cook and Bug McCarty rolling up now. Cook with a 489 dial left side. McCarty 468 on the right. White door cars to the lanes. White door cars to the lanes. White door cars to the lanes. Bug 005 on the tree gets a win. Bug 005 1/8 gets it done. 469.8 at 141. Ashley Cook's 15 on the tree, and that gave Bug all the room he needed. 490 with a 7 at 140. White door cars to the lanes. White run sticker door cars to the lanes. It's Gene Reynolds pulling up now alongside John Cook. Reynolds trying to go 476 in the all gray machine on the left. Right side, John Cook. The blown big block over here on the right with a 466 on the dial in. Red light start for Reynolds. Win light, John Cook. Cook is dead 0. 466.0 at 149. Had that race already won. Gene Reynolds turns it red and then goes under. 475.6 at 144. Going under by 4 thou. Jason Preston and Jeff Mandel coming up next. Preston out of Six Lakes, Michigan. The old problem solver, he says. 480 over on the left-hand side. And Jeff Mandel, one of those Bob's Profab hot rods, out of Tennessee. They're all in the chassis business. Showing off their stuff this weekend. 465 right side. Both of them in and ready. This time around it's 6 apart. Mandel 018, 465 1 on the 65. Nice lap for Mandel. This is Steve Smith pulling up next. Smith out of Shelby Township, Michigan. Diamond chassis hot rod over there on the left-hand side, and Daryl Pollock over here on the right. Pollock from Hemlock, Michigan. 469, 481 are the dial-ins. White colored door cars. To the lanes, I think we'll also take purple. White and purple to the lanes. Smith goes 11 thousandths total. 009 dead on 2. Daryl Pollock reacted to green 017. And he was eliminated at the starting line. Pollock with a 480 at 144 breaks out by 8 thousandths. But there was no window for him to sneak into. It's Will Crawford coming up now. Westland, Michigan. Crawford's hot rod over there on the left. And Chris Goebel over here on the right. Port Clinton, Ohio. Ditto dials on the scoreboard. 449, left and right. If you see who moves first, you should know who's got the advantage, as they are dialed identically. Goebel is in. Crawford is in. And Goebel takes the win. Goebel, 008 on the tree, 450 with a 4 at 154. Will Crawford was behind that at the starting line and a little bit further off, 450 with a 5 at 150. So Goebel 2 for 2 takes the package win. Here's Eric Squires, the blown hot rod over there on the left out of Defiance, Ohio. And Ryan Pinkelman in witness protection over here on the right-hand side out of Maumee, Ohio. We won't tell if you won't tell. 518 right side, 439 left. One of them is 007 green, the other one is 007 red. Pinkelman 007, 518 8 at 132 takes the win. 15 total. Squires turns it red by 007, then goes 441 at 162 for the L. Two more coming at you now. Bob Koski, Tyler Trelo. Koski out of Red Oak, Texas. That's a long ways from home. And Tyler Trelo out of Canada. I guess this is kind of sort of in the middle for the Canadian and the Texan. 521 and 572. And the Uptown Racing dragster over here on the right gets to leave first. Koski's going to be your winner. 523 on the 521 at 126. He was 2 over. Trelo was 4 over. 576 on the 572. Better light as well for Bob Koski. So by 0.04 of a second, Koski advances. This is Troy Williams coming up now. Driving one of those Overkill Motorsports dragsters. Little blown hot rod over there on the left. Troy out of Florida. His prediction of 4:68. Jeff Gilman over here on the right. Out of Marne, Michigan, trying to go 4:58. Win light to Williams. Dead 4 at the top end at 143. Gilman was dead 5 at the top end at 150. So Troy Williams closer to the number, better on the tree. He'll move on to the next round, eliminating Gilman's entry right here in round number 2. Tom Clark, Ricky Harbaugh. Harbaugh, another of the East Coasters out of Gaithersburg, Maryland. He's already a winner. He's 003 green for the win. 467 and 148. Harbaugh, your winner. Tom Clark was 003 red. Then runs a little bit off, 571 at 117 out of the throttle. A.J. Kasanka. If you've not seen both sides of this car, you need to, because they are not alike. Kasanka, left side, the engineer out of Commerce, Michigan. He's posting a 481. Gary Fleener alongside out of Port Clinton, Ohio. In his brand new 2024 American ride, trying to go 457. Another one got the 00 memo. That's Fleener. Fleener was 008, 2/6. That's 34. Kasanka was 34, letting go of the button. He would have had to have been perfect to tie. 481.7. Not going to get it done by 7 thousandths of a second. Fleener for the win. Justin Daniels, Showtime over there out of Roanoke, Indiana, and Tyler McCurry, Sterling Heights, Michigan. McCurry trying to go 493. Daniels a 529. Attention in the pit area, we need white and purple and yellow door cars to the lanes. White, purple, and yellow door cars to the lane. McCurry looks over to his left, sees Justin Daniels. Win light, come on. Daniels, 529.3, dead on 3 at 129. He was behind up front by 6 thousandths. McCurry didn't have much room to work with. It was 494.6 on the 493. Dan Davies. He'll pull up now in his Pro-Charged Diamond Chassis dragster out of White House, Ohio. John Simeone. High gear rolling. Little Nova, I assume. Actually, what I should assume is that he left in second instead of low, because that's exactly what that run sounded like. Dan Davies for the win. 437 at 129. And he still got there by half a second. So after the burnout, you got to put her back in low gear. Robbie Gervin and Jim Clark These are door cars. Gervin gets the win as Clark turns it red in the green machine. Gervin 627 at 108 for the win. Jim Clark, red light start in the Oldsmo Rat. Then a 539 at 133. Steve Height, Livonia, Michigan, driving Ugly Betty this weekend. That is the Malibu that took Cody Height to a $50,000 win here a couple years back. And Craig Skinner alongside. Skinner's Firebird out of Adrian, Michigan. 85 Trans Am, it says. 619 left side, 681 on the right. Skinner's Black Bird will go first. Again, white, purple, and yellow door cars to the lanes. White, purple, and yellow door cars to the lanes for your first run. Too close to call off the starting line. They were 1,000th apart. Steve Height for the win, 625 at 102. Skinner not close to the number, 692 on the 681 at 100 miles an hour. Darren McChesney, the 73 Duster. He calls it his bad habit. Over here on the right, the G body. Dialed to 653. Advantage to the Duster, win line to the Duster. 653 at 100, 658.3 at 100. Left side for the win. The Malibu left side, 4 off, 657 at 100 miles per hour. It's Troy Williams in old red over there, left side, taking on Tyler Clark. Clark in the 90 Lumina. Dialed to 571. Troy, 570. Troy had 14 thou in his back pocket, but Clark runs closer to the dial-in. 573 on the 571 at 123. Clark takes the win. Troy in old red goes 573 on the 570. By 42 ten-thousandths of a second, Tyler Clark puts the red Lumina in the next round. Little S10 for Team Martin. Left side, 627 there on the window. And Stephen Cole, right side, the 64 Malibu wagon. Finish line says it's the wagon for the win. Cole goes 654 at 102, 1 over for the win. The little S10 got there first by 4 thou, broke out by 2 thou. Martin on the breakout, Cole for the win. Here's Kenny Underwood and Mike Marcette. Underwood, the 81 Camaro left side, Mike Marcette. 1996 Dodge Stealth over here on the right. 596 and 551 are your dial-ins. Underwood gets to go first. Underwood yanks him out of the beams. Eases his way across down there. 011 dead 2. 111. Ho-hum. Another Kenny Underwood lap. 596.2 at 111. Couple that with an 011. 13 total. Marcette, 28 on the tree. Went dead 2 at 121. And that ain't going to do it. Joe Samalik and Greg McCurry coming up now. Joe Samalik with a 562 on the Carmen Ghia. Left side. Greg McCurry's Camaro off and running. Carmen Ghia in trouble. McCurry for the win, 6:21 at 99 miles an hour. Joe Samolic, 5:57 on the breakout by 5 at 124. And it looks like we're trying to sort some stuff out here in the water box area. So trying to get everything sorted out here with get a pair up here under the tower. So Scott Erickson in that wild-looking Camaro. He calls it the Undertaker. And as it... So Erickson was paired back there in the staging lanes. His competition cannot make the call. So Erickson gets the competition broke single right here. Gives him a free look at that 561 on the window. How about a 008 on the tree? 563 at 126, or excuse me, 123.66. Nice lap right there. He'll be dialed in for the next round. Two more rumbling their way to the water box right now. Todd Schmitz over there on the left side in the matte black Camaro. Was in the no box category. Still in the no box category. He'll go on to round 3 in no box. Here he is running on the other side alongside Shelly Elrod. Shelly running in high gear mode right now. And Shelly is your winner. They're both 4 off. Shelly goes 560 with a 4 at 119. Better on the reaction timer, 023 to 037. Schmitz also goes 4 over 617 at 111. But Shelly, better light, is a winner. Door cars, white, purple, yellow, and now red. All door cars to the lanes. All door cars to the lanes. For your first run, if you're still doubled, your double will be called up in a little while. Kyle Yako, Jordan Lichnowsky. Jordan for the win, 638 at 105. Jordan is your winner. Kyle Yako, 676 on the 75 at 97. They were both 1 over. Reaction time for Jordan was better. Jeff Sanchez, the 66 Chevy 2 over there on the left side. Dialed to 630. And Warren Smith, the Righteous Ride out of Temperance, Michigan. Warren, the chaplain here for Racers for Christ. And he sees a win light down there at the top. They both go dead on. Warren Smith, 633.8 on his 33. He was 22 on the tree. By 0.02 of a second, takes the win on the double dead on. Jimmy Francisco and Kelly Smith. Kelly's little S10 out front. Here comes Francisco. Winlight, Francisco. 567 at 120 by 0.03 of a second. Kelly had the better reaction time. Goes 5 off the number. 673 on the 668. Might have let him cross second, not sure there, but by 0.03 of a second, Francisco is your winner. Keith Helsel and Skylar Drews coming up now. Helsel left side out of Lake City, Michigan. That's the 67 Nova. Skylar Drews right side. The all gray Calais. Both off and running on the green. Helsel is better up front, gets the win. Helsel, 594, 1 over on the 93. 009 on the reaction timer. 115 for the speed. Helsel, left side, takes the win. Skylar Drews, right side, 1 over 9. 595.9, behind up front by 0.05 of a second. Dustin Loynes, the C-Tech Performance Firebird, and Austin Sloan. Another Calais. Rolls up right side out of Columbia, Tennessee. Loynes is good. Sloan is better. Loynes takes the win by going dead zero. Loynes 593.0, dead on zero at 112. He was 13 on tree. Sloan had some room to work, but breaks it out, goes 8 thousandths under 596.2 on the 597. Sloan was 006.
Continuing on here with our door cars done. Vincelli and Jason Hemmerline. Winner Hemmerline. He is 3 dead 0, laying down. He's throwing down a little 3-pack here in round number 2. Vincelli's 11 and a couple hundredths over. Not good enough that time. Kenny Simpson and Will Steckley. Steckley in the right-hand lane, 574. Simpson left lane, 624, the Nova. Both drivers out on green lights. 9 thou separate them. Simpson, Steckley, winner. Steckley, 19 dead 2. Simpson had a 10 reaction time and went 6 thou under down there, taking 17. Needed to make it 11 or less. Chase McKay, Bob DeChaney, 582 to a 603. Here we go, tree coming down. They're both out, they're both green. 5 thou separate them. Finish line, wind light going. Left lane. McKay, 013, 1 over, beats an 018, 2 over. Chris G and Tom Bueller. Tom in the left, 618 with the Camaro, 552 for the Beretta. A red light by 009 for Tom Bueller here. Chris G couldn't get the win. The Bear Lake, Michigan Beretta, 022 and a couple hundredths over the dial in. He'll go to round 3. Jim Davis and Tim Stout I'm going to run the white S10s now. Stout and left-hand lane down 673. Right lane Jim Davis down 638. They're identical on reaction time. Now the finish line winner going left lane. 75 and a 73 for Stout. He will advance. Joel Young in the Camaro. Ricky Atkins in right-hand lane, the GTO. 590 to a 612. Here we go, both drivers out of the gate here. Adkins and Young. Down the finish line. Winner going, Young. 004, take 005, will win just about every time. Joel Young running 300ths over. Adkins was 031 on the let go. Ray Kinger and Mike Marchini. The S10 down 652. The Camaro down 551. We are in the heat of the day out here. Both drivers in. Big Ray all over that trans brake and turns it 28 red. No rev limit in that one. Marchini with a win. 017 and 3 thou under. Two more trucks. David Lanning and Brett McKay. Brett in the left lane down 649. David in the right hand lane down 660. Brett McKay and David Lanning. We knew this one would take a while. Both out and both green here, McKay and Lanning. And the finish line winner, Lanning, 013 and 1 over. Left lane 055 and 2 under. James Vanderbrook. In right hand lane is Chevelle dial on the 612. And Chris Heminger in the Oldsmobile dial 726. Both out on green lights here. Vanderbrook in control. Finish line winner, oh my. Vanderbrook had a huge reaction time advantage and gave it back at the finish line. Heminger will advance. Jeff Mandel and Tim Sloan. Tennessee Neighbors going to run here. Sloan left-hand lane, Dell 577. And Bob Mandel in right-hand lane. The Roadster dialed in at a 470. The fastest dial in on the door car side here, Bob Mandel with his Roadster with a 470. Give Tim Sloan a little head start here. Sloan's out, wheels up in the air. Here comes the Roadster. Finish line, wind light going. Look at the numbers. Sloan is 0-11, 2 over, taking 3,000 stripe. Mandel's 0-35, dead 0. Sloan with a win. Randy Whitaker and Dan Massa next. Dan's dialed 652 in the right. Randy's on a 667 in the left. Well, we got another perfect light here. Can we have another perfect run? Oh, just missed. Randy Whitaker's 000 dead 4. 4-pack for Whitaker there. Massa's 018, a couple over, and really had not much to do with that race. Jeremy Lewis and Mike Nietzsche. Mike's out 553, and Jeremy's on a 696. Finish line here, wind light going. Nietzsche, 036, dead 4. Beats an 056 and 500s under for Jeremy. Brad Walters and Jared Ledford. Jared driving the truck for Jeff Jaquish here, down 608. Walters Corvette 542. Three thou separate him here. Ledford, Walters, wind light going. Walters, 021 and 2 over. Beats an 024 and 600s over for the truck. Thomas Whitaker, Kyle Kidder. We're going to run the orange Camaros now. The 68 Camaro left-hand lane, Dell 536. The 79 Camaro right-hand lane, Dell 682. Whitaker with a 001 reaction time and a win after the red light for Kyle Kidder. He turned it 19 red right there. Joe Ballman in the Roadster taking on Chris Kozlik's wagon, 642 to 532. Steve Micas and Chuck Ridenour this time. The Vet 514, the Nova 593. A win for Mike as he's 006, one over for the win. Steve goes to the next round. Keith Grubaugh will be rolling Bryan Lane, 656 and 599 for Toby Croning. Winner Bryan Lane, Keith Grubaugh, 026 dead on with a 9. An 010 for Toby, then went 400s over the dial in. Jeff Verdus and Michelle Taylor. Jeff's down 580. Michelle's on a 546. Once again, all door cars have been called. All door cars have been called. All door cars have been called. The white, purple, yellow, red, they all have been called. Winner there for Jeff Verdus. Andy Wingo and John Hutchinson next. The Roadrunners on a 663 in the left. Wingo's Fiero's on a 575 in the right. It's again, all door cars have been called here for round 2. All door cars, all 4 colors have been called here in round number 2. A red light for Wingo, so Hutchinson will go to the third round and runs a 667 at 101. Jason Mikula and Steve Tennant. Mikula left-hand lane, 608. Tennant in the right-hand lane, 622 with his Ford Mustang, Muskegon, Michigan. Both out in green lights here. 3 thou separate them. The finish line winner going left lane, Mikula. Dead on with a 6 at the end. Tennant is a couple hundreds under. 047 winning reaction time. Mark Martinez and Mike O'Rourke. Mike with a Camaro. Mark with a Chevy 2. 610 and 557 their dial ends. Identical on reaction time here. Martinez and O'Rourke. Finish line, give it to Martinez dead on. 6:10 on a 6:10 with an 0:13 reaction time. Mark Martinez advancing to the third round. O'Rourke is 0:13 and 11 thou under in the right. Jason Hicks and Jordan Mikula. The Dodge truck, 661. The Oldsmobile Cutlass, 694. Red light for Hicks there. Win going left-hand line. Mikula. Bug McCarty The Oldsmobile Calais down 604, and Aaron Vale with a 640 in the right-hand lane, the Trans Am. Bug with the Oldsmobile over there in the bottom bulb. Give the head start to the perfect reaction time for Vale, but Bug was 006. Windline going right lane. Aaron Vale just missed a perfect run by Tuthau. Trip, zip, dead 2 for Aaron, 2-pack. Bug is 006 and a couple hundredths over. Vale with a win light right there. Ted Dunham and Wes May. Wes in the left lane down 670. Ted in the right lane down 575. Wheels up for Wes. Here comes Dunham in the Pontiac. 7th out, separate them. Finish line winner, Wes, dead 4. 025 dead 4, beats an 032, 7th out under. Right lane was to the finish line first by 2 thou, but mathematically could not make that work down there. Steve Smith and Roy St. Dennis. Roy's Oldsmobile down 530. Steve's Pontiac down 573. Steve and Roy, finish line winner, Roy. 004, take 004 for St. Dennis. He will advance. Smith was 018 and 1 over. Steve Parquette in the left-hand lane, the Buick down at a 664, and Travis Milliman's Cavalier down 607. Down the finish line here, win light going. Milliman 010 and 9 over. Burkett is also 9 over the dial in with an 047. Andy Colvin and Brett Williamson. Brett in the left, down 591. Andy in the right, down 620. So Brett Williamson and Andy Colvin out there right now, 620 and 591. Here we go. Tree down. Andy's out green. Brett's out green. About 100 separate them. Finish line winner. Left-hand lane double breakout. Williamson is 001 and 300s under. Colvin's 011 and 300s under. Get down to the little numbers. Margin of victory 003 for the 57 Chevy. Cody Height and Nolan Blanchard going to race their Monte Carlos here. $5.99 for Cody. Nolan in the right lane, $6.33. Win in the left-hand lane, 025 and a couple over for Cody Height. Eric Squires out of Ohio. The Nova, his opponent will not make the call here. Broke back here behind the tower. So Squires will make a single run and go to the round 3. An 016 reaction time on the 633. It'll be a 634. 107 miles per hour. D. Gibbons truck. In the left-hand lane down 625, taking on last night's champ, Tom Jones. 625 as well. Heads up on this one. Attention in the pits, double entered dragsters with your second entry to the lanes. Double entered dragsters to the safety lanes, please. Double entered dragsters with your second entry to the lanes. A red light for Tom Jones, win light going D. Gibbons. Shelby Hoffmeyer rolling up in right-hand lane down to 606. Colin Estes, the Pontiac Acadian left lane, 606 as well. Down the finish line, it'll be a win for right-hand lane. Shelby Hoffmeyer misses a perfect run by 2 thou. She's 000 thou under for the win. Colin Estes is 023 300ths under for the L. Justin LaRock in the left-hand lane, Essexville, Michigan. Nova Wagon down 666. Taking on Mark Daniels in the right-hand lane, 643. Two hundredths of a second separate them here. Daniels and LaRock, winner. Daniels, dead one. 013, dead one for Daniels. He will advance. Sean Carver and Corey Migas. Corey in the right-hand lane down to 789 with the El Camino. 563 for Sean Carver in the left-hand lane with the Camaro. Win going left lane for Carver on a double breakout. 2 thou under in the left-hand lane in a win on a double breakout for Sean Carver. The Vega Wagon of Jess Wistinghausen the second, 575, and Danny Angel the first. Pentwater, Michigan, Ford Mustang Dale 634. We have called the double-entered dragsters. Double-entered dragsters to the safety lanes. Double-entered dragsters to the lanes, please. Both out on green lights here. Jeff and Danny, 634, 575. Winner going to go to Danny, dead on, 34 on a 34 with a 22 reaction time. Wissinghausen was a couple over the dial-in, also behind on React. Ives Boudry and Mike Stokes. Mike in right-hand lane. The Dart, dialed 582. Going to race the Snowmobile out of Canada, dialed 617. Once again, we have called double-entered dragsters. Double-entered dragsters with your second entry. All double-entered dragsters with your second entry to the lane. Stokes with the win light right there. He's 3 over, and he'll just take the win and be happy about it. Will Crawford, Corvette Roadster, and Chantel Lorenz on left-hand lane. Camaro, down in 611. The Roadster down 523. All double-entered dragsters with your second entry. Double-entered dragsters with your second entry to the stadium lanes, please. Down the minutes line here, winner Will. Will Crawford is 013 in 400ths over the dial-in. Chantel went 034 in 300ths over the dial-in. Will advance on that entry. Jacob Burdess, Hannah City, Illinois, Roadster in right-hand lane, down 565. Taking on Double O Donnie Hagar, left-hand lane. The Vega dialed in at 639. Both drivers in. Here we go. Tree down. And a red light for Burdess. So Donnie Hagar will advance. Another round, and he runs down with a 2 at the end. 0:24 winning reaction time for Donnie. Chris Fleener and Joe Bauman. Bauman left lane with the Camaro down 622. Chris in right-hand lane. The Chevrolet Camaro out of Ohio. Port Clinton, Ohio, down in a 592. Two thoughs separate them here, and it'll go to Fleener. 017, dead on with a 6. Louis Taylor and Connor Jensen. Connor left lane. The Malibu down 609. Louis Camaro 579. Both out on green lights. Advantage going to the Malibu. Win light going to the Malibu 016, 3 over. Taylor is 059, dead on with a 2. AJ Selleck's Beretta down 549, and Jared Ledford's Camaro down 655. Both out on green lights here, Ledford and Selleck down the finish line. Winner going Ledford 001, take 006 to be 2 over. Selleck is 017, 1 over. Doug Heinisch, bottom bulb Doug this weekend on a 544 dial-in and 603 for Jeff Alexander's Monza in the left-hand lane. So Doug Heinisch with a 001, 1 over for the win. Left lane, Jeff Alexander was 017 and 200ths over for the loss. Scotty Taylor, Miller-built Roadster out 484. Left-hand lane, the snowmobile out of Wisconsin, Jeff Jaquish out 568. Once again, I think most everybody's got it, but in case you haven't, if you are double entered, you run your first entry here with the rotation of the colors, and you do not run your second entry until we call doubles. You do not run your second entry until we call doubles. And we haven't run a single double second entry yet. They're out there in the lanes right now. Dragsters are. So we are still rolling our way through the door car side on our first entry. Nobody should be down through there with their second entry yet. We have not called doubles yet. Jaquish and Scotty Taylor on the starting line here. I don't know that Scotty's ever raced a snowmobile before, but here we go. Red light. It's over right on the starting line. A 001 red light for Jaquish. Scotty runs 3 under. Jaquish is 1 over, but at a 001 red light. Taylor advances. Emma Helsel's Nova and Jeremy Johnson's Malibu. 656 in the left. Emma's Nova 748. Final call out there in the pit area for double-entered dragsters. Double-entered dragsters. This is your call for your second entry. And this is your final call. The lanes are full of them. Double-entered dragsters for your second entry. This is your shot to go down the track with your second entry. And here we go. Mike Newman and Doug Foley Jr. Doug's going to be in the right lane down 470. And Mike Newman in the left lane down 490, the Chromeworks car. Here we go. Double enter dragsters, first pair. A red light for Mike Newman. So Doug Foley Jr. advances. He's 19 and 300 under. He'll go to the next round of this entry. Mikey Bloomfield and Steve Williams next. 494 to a 463. Williams goes into the beams. Now Bloomfield is in. Here we go. 3 down. Green light, green light. Finish line winner, Bloomfield. 006, dead 3, 9 total. Williams is 10 on the let go, can't win. Jason Rich and Tom Dauber. Tom left hand lane down 470. Jason's blower car down 422 in the right. Here we go, Tom Dauber, Jason Rich. Finish line, Rich. 002, take 008 finish line. Jason Rich will go to the next round. Tom Dauber was 022 and 1 over the dial-in. Kirby McLennan and Ernie Goodson. Ern's out 507. Kirby's on a 431. Kirby had a perfect run last round. Round number 1, trip, zip. No? This round, first entry, my bad. Kirby's doubled, but he did lay down nothing last time down the track. Look at this. Could it happen? Oh, Kirby back-to-back perfect triple zeros. He gets the win, but he's 2 over. Goodson's 031 and 1 over, so McLennan will advance. He's been back-to-back perfect. Paul Wolf in right lane, Dragster down 506, and Tyler Sizemore left lane down 494. Red light for Paul Wolf. 004 red, dead 9. Tyler Sizemore is 024, dead 6. Taylor Cook and Mike Morgan going to run next. 448 in the left, 468 for Cook in the right. Red light for Taylor Cook by 001. Morgan with a win. Both drivers a couple hundredths under the dial-in. Morgan with an 038 for the win. Corey Galitti waiting to do his burnout back here in the right-hand lane. Tomball, Texas dragster driver. Ricky Harbaugh already has done his on the left, the Maryland racer. Attention to the pits. Door car doubles. Door car doubles to the stadium lanes. Double entered door cars. Double entered door cars with your second entry to the lanes, please. Double entered door cars. It's time to run your second entry. Bring it to the lanes. Double entered door cars to the lanes. A little spraying and dumping and all kind of stuff going on down there, and Galiti gets a win. 001, one over the dial-in. Left lane, Ricky sprayed to get there, but then went under a couple hundreds. He's 019. That's where it went wrong for him. Carrie Mae Kozlik in the left-hand lane. Grand Haven, Michigan, down 460. And Kirk Cheney, right-hand lane, down 492. .012 for Cheney here. Run down through there, and we'll go 492.4. Lucky Larry and Nick Ferraro going to run next. Ferraro in the right-hand lane, dialed in a 447. Left lane 446 for Lucky Larry. John Parks in left-hand lane down 446, and Nick Ferraro right lane down 447. Those that are interested in the 50-50 drawing, 50-50 tickets, the winner's going to be over $700, and if you want in on it, Lisa Gramlich, the captain's going to be on that platform right over here by the burn box outside the wooden deck. If you want a ticket, come on over here and get one. Win going left-hand lane for Parks. John Parks, he was 444 on 446 with a 007. Ferraro turned the red light on. So once again, 50-50 is going to pay over $700. If you want a ticket, come on over here to the wooden platform up here by the fence, by the starting line area. Lisa Gramlich will be selling tickets for about another half hour right there in that spot. The Gold Star dragster of Devin Payton and Derek Gilman. Derek in the right lane down 478. Devin in the left lane down 481. Double entered door cars should be heading to the lanes. Double entered door cars for your second entry. Double entered door cars with your second entry. It's time. To the lanes, please. Down the top end here, it'll be right-hand lane. Devin Payton had a couple hundreds in his pocket when they went by the Christmas tree, but went down and took too much stripe. Took 27 and broke out by 1,000. Needed to take 26 or less. Gilman with a win. Scott Hornline and Will Holloman. Will in the left-hand lane down 470. Scott in the right-hand lane down 488. Once again, Lisa Gramlich, the captain here of the Mid-Michigan Motorplex of the Bracket Vinyls team, is selling 50-50 tickets. And she's standing up here by the starting line on that wooden deck. Go buy a ticket. It's going to be a big giveaway on that tonight. Get up here and buy a ticket in the 50-50. She's right up here by the starting line on the wooden deck. Scott Hornline and Will Holloman put them in the stage beams. Both drivers pre-staged. Kind of looking at each other. Scott goes in first. Six thou separate them. Finish line. Hornline, 016, dead 1, 17 total. Will is 22 on the let go, dead 0. Hornline with a win. Ryan Barnes and Dan Davies. Dan in the left-hand lane down 418. Ryan in the right lane down 469. Ryan just did like one of those little baby dry hops in his dragster, and it seems unusual. Haven't seen him do anything like that. I'm not sure what's going on with the dragster in the right lane. Maybe something wrong? We'll see. Maybe Ryan's playing possum here. I don't know. He's hitting a nitrous, and he runs down on the 7. 0-12, take 3 at the finish line to be dead 7. Davies was 0-30 and 8 thou under, not getting there. Barnes advances. Bailey Ferraro and Bob Payton. Payton in the left lane down 452. Ferraro in the right lane down 440. A red light for Ferraro. Payton with a win light here. And he'll run at 50 with a 9 on a 52. Bailey is dead 0, but turned the red light on by 11. Paul Skinzer in the right-hand lane out of New York, down out of 471. And 492 for Tyler McCurry in the left-hand lane out of Sterling Heights, Michigan. Once again, 50-50 ticket sales up here right by the starting line on the wooden deck. Get up here and get your tickets. 50-50 tickets available. The pot is already over $700. I'm guessing it'll end up, I don't know, maybe around $1,000. Win line left lane, McCurry. 0-20, one over the dial in by 4 thousandths. Tyler McCurry. We'll go to round number 3. I didn't say next. 3. Lane Ledford and Trevor Deeks. Trevor in the right-hand lane. London, Ontario racer down 459. And Lane Ledford, Grand Ledge, Michigan down 478. So double-entered door cars. Double-entered door cars should be in the lanes. Double-entered door cars. If you're double-entered, this is the time you run your second entry right now. Double-entered door cars to the lanes. Lane Ledford, Trevor Deeks. Into the sage beams. Here we go. 100th separate them. Finish line, winner. Right lane, Trevor Deeks. Lane Ledford was 0-12, got there first, broke out 2 thou, taking 13. Needed to take 11 or less. Trevor was 0-23, dead 0 in the right. John Cook and Jason Jensen. Jason in the left lane down 471, and John in the right lane down 465. Here we go, 3 down. Jensen and Cook. Finish line winner. Jensen's 004 and 1 over for the win. Jason Jensen will go to round 3 with that entry. John Cook, 046 and a couple over. Glenn Sutherland and Brittany Ulmer. The American Race Cars team machine left-hand lane out of Port Clinton, Ohio. Young lady down 491. And Glenn Sutherland from Churubusco. Yep, I said that. Churubusco, Indiana. Probably spelled wrong on the screen. Undercover Cardell, 489. Couple hundred separated on React here. This one is Brittany, 011 and 4th thou under. Sutherland is 029 and 6th thou under. Brittany Ulmer takes that entry to round 3. Russ Sparks and Ryan Sparks. Well, I'm guessing they didn't determine back in the seeding lanes before they left the pits. Well, let's go race each other. Father and son here. Wes Islip, New York, in the left-hand lane for Dad. Dial 450. Ryan with a 454 in the right. Down the finish line here, give it to Russ. 015 dead 4. Ryan is 021 and 300ths under the dial in. Russ will take that entry to the next round. Justin Daniels and Corey Conley. Justin's dialed 529. Corey's dialed 482. Winner left-hand player, or left-hand pair, last pair, Justin Daniels, left-hand side. 529 on a 529 with a 0 at the end. Conley was 300ths over. They were both 027, so Justin Daniels takes that entry to the next round. Robbie Gervin, left-hand lane, going to dial 628. The Brethren Michigan S10 Blazer. Tamara Simoni, right-hand lane, going to dial 598. Three down. They're both out. They're both green. They're separated by 100th of a second. Red light left lane. Robbie Gervin by 0007 finish line. Gervin turns on the win light. 029 dead 3. Tamara was 039 and 7th thou under. Chris G in the Beretta. Chuck Ridenauer in the Corvette Roadster. 514 to a 552. Win light and right-hand lane for Chris G. And a red light for Chuck. He was 003 red. Chris is 023 and 2 under. So left-hand lane Mike Nietzsche will be on a 553 dial in. Bernie Vanderplug in right-hand lane, dialed 590. Both out on green. Nietzsche near perfect. Bernie got some work to do here. Win light, Nietzsche. 003, dead 5-8 total for Mike Nietzsche. Bernie was 26 and 1 thou under. Kyle Kidder and Kenny Underwood, 596 in the left, 683 in the right. Once again, 50-50 ticket sales up here right by the starting line on the wooden deck. About 15 more minutes. Underwood and Kidder. Finish line winner going. Underwood on a double breakout. 040 taking 3 thou to be 15 thou under. Kidder is 20 under. So win light going to Underwood. Toby Croning and Jordan Lichanowski. 636 in the right. 598 in the left. Ray Elaine Lichanowski, 009, dead 110 total for Jordan right there. Toby's 025 and cannot win that one, even though he's dead on. Austin Sloan and Jimmy Francisco. Jimmy's Novadale 567 and Austin's Oldsmobile KLA Dale 595. Here we go. Both drivers out. 8 thou separating them. Finish line. Win light going. Left-hand lane. Francisco. 008. Dead 210 total. Austin was trying, but he was 16 on the tree. So win going to Francisco. Vanderbrook and Loins. Loins 593 in the left-hand lane. Pinckney, Michigan, C-Tech Performance Firebird. Vanderbrook Chevelle 612 on the right side. Both drivers in. Here we go. Loins and Vanderbrook both out on green lights. A little more than 100 separate them. Win light going. Right lane, Vanderbrook. Loins had the tree, but then went out and broke out by 14. Vanderbrook's under by 12 thou. Margin of victory 002. Andy Wingo's Fiero 578. Darren McChesney's Duster 656. So once again, 50-50 tickets, 15 more minutes on those. They're on sale right up here by the starting line on the wooden deck. 50-50 tickets, 15 more minutes. And I can tell you they've been selling like hotcakes, so the pot is growing. McChesney and Wingo down the finish line. Winner, McChesney, 043 and 2 over. Andy had his worst reaction time of the weekend. Ricky Atkins going to race Michelle Taylor next. Michelle's in the left lane to Malibu. Dow 546, and Ricky Atkins is on a 591. Michelle Taylor and Ricky Atkins. Win light going. Michelle Adkins had 300ths advantage as they went by the Christmas tree, but broke out by 2 thou down there. Michelle is dead on with a 6 at the end with an 0.34 for the win. Just mopping up a little fuel off the, I think it may have came off of Adkins' car right there. Just it's evaporating just about as quickly as they mop it up. So our next pair gets ready. Tim Stout and Jeremy Luce. Tim in the left-hand lane. The truck going to be down 673. Jeremy's going to be down 691. Both drivers out of the gate here. Tim Stout, Jeremy Luce, separated by about 300ths. And it'll be Stout with a 008 and one over the dial in for the win. Jeremy is dead on, but at an 037. Craig Skinner and Kyle Yacko next. Craig in the right-hand lane down 681. Kyle in the left lane down 675. Yacko into the stage beams. Craig is bumping. Now he's in and ready. Here we go. Couple hundredths advantage here to Craig. Winner, Kyle Yacko. 056, dead 0. Craig is in the right-hand lane, 037 and 300ths under. Steve Micus and Dave Marchini. Dave in the left-hand lane, down 651. Steve in the right-hand lane, down 592. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We will take no box 8, the no box 8, the great 8, the elite 8. 8 drivers still in it in no box to the lanes, please. To the back of the lanes for pairings. 8 drivers still in the no box competition to the back of the lanes for pairings for round 3. No box, no box. Skylar Drews and Chase McKay. Chase on a 602, Skylar on a 594. About 100 separate them right here. Finish line winner, Drews, 022, 200ths under. McKay's 200ths under. Actually get down to the little numbers. It's 1,000th margin of victory for Skylar Drews in the Oldsmobile. Tom Bueller with a Chevrolet Camaro coming up the left-hand lane down in a 618. Going to race Scott Erickson's Camaro right-hand lane down 560. Scott in the right-hand lane. Tom Bueller in the left-hand lane. Winner, Bueller, dead 1. 013, dead 1. 14 total for the Camaro in the left lane. Erickson was 044 on reaction time. Jason Hemmerlin and Troy Williams. Troy in the left-hand lane, driving Old Red, down 579, 544 for Jason Hemmerline. Both drivers out green here. Williams, Hemmerline, winner, Hemmerline. On a double breakout. Troy was 007, Hemmerline was 019. Troy got there first, went 200ths under. Hemmerline's a full 100th under. Margin of victory, 100th of a second. Aaron Vale in the right-hand lane. 640 dial in for his Pontiac. Cody Height, left-hand lane. Farmington, Michigan. Monte Carlo Del 596. Ten minutes remaining on the 50-50 tickets. If you want some, the pot is growing. There's been a pretty constant line since we started this deal. So 10 more minutes. It's up here right by the starting line on the wooden deck. Cody Height, Aaron Vale, finish line, winner. Vale, dead on, 40 on a 40 with a 25 reaction time. Cody was 034. Could not win that one. Warren Smith and D. Gibbons. The trucks on a 626. The Mustangs on a 633. $6,000 separate them on reaction time. Winner, Smith. 5,000 under in the right, 9,000 under in the left. Makes the margin of victory 004 for Warren Smith. Mark Daniels and Wes May going to run here. Wes in the left-hand lane down 670. Mark in the right-hand lane down 642. Again, we need the Elite 8. No box. The no box 8 to the lanes, please. The no box 8 to the back of the lanes. They're both out and they're both green. Wes May and Mark Daniels. Winlight going. Daniels on a double breakout. Daniels is 22 under. Wes is 29 under. 007 margin of victory. Mark was a 008 on reaction time. Wes was 025. Stephen Parquette in the right-hand lane. The Buick Regal dialed 666. And Brett McKay's truck dialed 646. Brett McKay and Stephen Parquette down the finish line. Winner going left-hand lane. Brett McKay, 016 and 400ths over. Right-hand lane, 072 and 2 over. Jeff Burdess, the Wagon Dell 580. Chris the Malibu Wagendale at 580. The Vega Wagendale 643 for Chris Kozlik. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Round three, white and purple run sticker dragsters. Round 3, white and purple run sticker dragsters to the lanes, please. Round 3, white and purple run sticker dragsters. Win on the last pair went to Kozlik. Burdess broke out by 8 thou. Fred Squires in left-hand lane. 626 dial in. And Shelly Elrod, right-hand lane, 603. Red light for Shelly, win light for Fred. Final pair of the round here, Gary Fleener, which is sitting on that bye run. Once again, there is not one, so he's trying to hang on to it here. Got to beat Jim Davis in the truck. 642 to a 586. Finish line, give it to Fleener. Fleener's 007, 8 thou under. Davis got there first, but he was 037 on the tree. He had to take too much stripe down there to try to make it look like a race. Fleener hangs on to his bye run for round 3. So that was our final pair in round number 2. We will do the track prep gig that we do in between each round, and we will have our no box 8 cars getting ready to come out next. We have called dragsters the find my notes here, white and purple. White and purple dragsters. White and purple dragsters have been called for round 3. White and purple run sticker dragsters. White and purple run sticker dragsters for round 3. And final call on the 50-50 tickets. It's right up here at the wooden deck by the burn box area. Tickets have been flying out. Guessing that will be maybe one of the largest pots we've ever had here at the Mid-Michigan Motorflex. 50-50 tickets on sale up here for just a couple more minutes. So we're getting ready to roll here. Just a little fresh glue and sticky going down. We want to remind you about the souvenir T-shirts. The 31st annual World Super Pro Challenge T-shirts are on sale at the souvenir building behind the second set of grandstands, and also concessions open. I believe till 7 o'clock tonight, I believe, is how long those buildings are open. So if you need something to eat or drink or want one of those T-shirts before they run out, I have no idea how many are left. I haven't asked, but I know there wasn't a ton of them that were ordered. So if you want one to take home, get one of those souvenir T-shirts. They're at the souvenir building. We have our Elite 8 on the no box side ready to roll, and we have dragsters. A couple different stickers have been called, and the third one probably will be called within a couple minutes here. So white and purple have both been called. Yellow, get ready. You'll be called here real shortly. And also a reminder, this is the last round where we will separate the doubles. What that means is there will be no call for doubles after this round. So we will it's just like we did last night. We go to round 4, and we'll put out a call at the front of the line. Anybody that has a double left, give them a couple minutes to get to the front, and then everybody else will be called, and then the double will run and try to get to the back of the line. So we keep everything separated for 3 rounds, but once we get to round 4, we'll make it very clear on the class call. There will be no double call after 3rd round. Also, their announcement that there will not be gamblers races tonight. There will not be gamblers races tonight after the main event. The main event is our focus. We will run through this main event that had 359 cars in round number 1. And we're rolling pretty good. We just want to keep rolling here. So we'll start round 3, and it'll start going a little quicker here at this point. And here we go, no box. The Elite 8 getting ready to come out. We'll narrow the field to the final 4 on the no box side. And with that, we will call the next color of dragsters, which will be, I just said it, that was a long time ago, yellow. White, purple, and yellow dragsters have now been called for your first entry. White, purple, and yellow have now been called for your first entry to the lanes. White, purple, and yellow to the lanes, please. Alex Scheel taking on Doug Heinisch. Heinisch in the right-hand lane out of Ohio with a Corvette, down 544. Alex Scheel with the Mustang in the left-hand lane, down 671. These are the final 8 left on the no-box side. Coming out, pair number 1 right here. Both drivers in. Here we go. Tree down. Shields out on a green one. And here comes Heinisch. 6,000 separate them. Finish line winner, Heinisch. 200s under the dial-in. 400s under for Scheel. Heinisch goes to the final 4 on the no-box side. 0:23 winning reaction time. Mike Gramlich and Donnie Hagar. Vega left-hand lane down 639. Mike's truck down 643. Hagar won the no box side last night, then made it to the final 3 of the main event, taking on Mike Gramlich, the reigning points champion here at the Motorplex in this class. They're both out and they're both green. They're separated by 1,000th of a second. Finish line. Winner going. Left-hand lane, Hagar. 0-13, dead 0. Beats an 0-12 and a 100th and a half under for Gramlich. So Hagar throwing down 13 total right there. Alyssa Martin in right-hand lane taking on Todd Schmitz. Todd in the Camaro down 6'11", Alyssa in the truck down 6'23". Here we go. Todd Schmitz and Alyssa Martin, 6:23 to a 6:11 dial in. Finish line winner, Alyssa, 009, dead 2, laying down 11 here in the quarterfinal round on the no box side. Schmitz is 26 and cannot win, even though he's dead on. Brett Williamson and Tom Bray. Tom's Camaro right-hand lane, Dell 741. Brett's 57 Chevrolet, Dell 590. We are calling the final color here on the dragster side red. Red run stickers to the lanes, please. Red run stickers. Dragsters, red run stickers to the lanes. Final pair here in no box, Williamson and Bray, trying to get to the final 4 on the no box side. Tree coming down, Bray's out green. Williamson chasing after him here with a 57 Chevy. Bray got some work to do down there. Can he pull it off? Nope. Left lane Williamson, 004 and a 91 on a 90. Williamson will go to the final 4. Bray was 28 and a couple under down there trying to take the stripe. Here we go, the start of round number 3 on the box side. And, yep, he pulled right up beside him. I watched it right from the tower. Troy Williams Jr. was parked in the lanes over there with a 473 dial-in. And here comes Corey Galitti right beside him. Said, yep, let's do this. Galitti's on a 455 dial-in, which is interesting. Once again, this will be one of those that the last grandstand is the place to watch it down there at the finish line. Williams and Galitti. Here we go. Tree down, both out, both green. 6th thou, separate them. Finish line. Winner, left-hand lane. It is Williams getting there by 4 thou. He's 005, 200ths under the dial-in. Galitti's 011, 200ths under. Get down to the little numbers. Margin of victory, 0.02 of a second to Williams. There's a statement. I was parked there and you pulled up there. Bob Kelly, right-hand lane, and Ryan Barnes in the right. Barnes out 472. Kelly's on a 554. Bob Kelly, Ryan Barnes. Finish line, here it is. Barnes, 015, dead 7. Kelly's 011 and 7th thou under, taking 18. took 11 or less, his one light would have came on. Ryan Barnes will go to round number 4. Kirby McLennan and Tim Markaglu. This will be a dandy. Staten Island, New York, Ultratech car down 446, and McLennan's blower car from Temperance, Michigan down 431. Kirby McLennan with his third perfect light in a row, and he runs dead 4. That's insanity. McLennan, 000 for the third run in a row with a dragster. One of them was a perfect run. Here he lays down 4 total. He will easily go to the next run. 4 total on the last run. So he's perfect 4-4. McLennan came to play. Gary Williams come on the left-hand lane, going to dial 465, and Jason Rich, 424 for the blower car in the right-hand lane. A red light by 001 for Jason Rich. So Gary Williams showing he's holding about 400s. 009, he'll advance. Derek Gilman and Tom Dauber next. Dauber left-hand lane down 469. Gilman's going to be on a 478 in the right side. So all 4 colors have been called here for Dragsters round 3. All 4 colors have been called for your first entry. White, purple, yellow, and red. If you're a double, do not come up and run until we call you. Both out, both green, separated by about 100th of a second. Dauber, Gilman, winner, Dauber. Dauber is 25 and 5 thou under. Gilman is 35 and 12 under. Sean Parks in left-hand lane dialed in at a 445 with his dragster. And Taylor Cook, right-hand lane, dialed in at a 468 with his dragster out of Ohio. Two thou separate him here. Parks and Cook down the finish line. Winner going. Parks, 445 on a 445 with a 16 reaction time. Cook was 14, went down there and took 10 stripe and broke out a thou. Needed to be 009 or less down there for the win light. Nick Ferraro in right-hand lane, Fort Lauderdale, Florida, down 447. And Steve Williams, dragster left lane, down 495. Ferraro already been in a final today when we finished last night's 10 grander. He ended up runner-up. Williams and Ferraro, win light going. Ferraro, 024, couple under. Williams, 016, couple under. Down to the little numbers, margin of victory, 004 for Ferraro. Bailey Ferraro this time in Colin Estes. Colin, the defending champion from 1 year ago tonight in the short dragster from Rockford, Illinois, in the left lane, dial 511. And Bailey Ferraro, right-hand lane, going to dial 440. Callan in there. Bailey's in and ready. Both out. They're both green. 7th out separate them. Finish line winner. Left-hand lane, Colin Estes. 0-20 dead 8. Ferraro under by 6 thou. He's 0-13 taking 21. Need to take 15 or less. Scott Hornline and Anthony Lane next. Anthony out of Fulton, Illinois, left-hand lane dealt on a 492. Scott Hornline, right-hand lane dealt on a 487. Anthony Lane, Illinois racer in the left. Hornline out of Freeland, Michigan. Lane has been a champion. He's got a big check at one of these events. I believe he won a 10 grander about 18 years ago. He's got a 100th here, and he's got a win light. Anthony Lane, 009 dead 7, 16 total. Hornline is 19 on the let go, cannot win. Eric Anderson and Jeff Mandel. Jeff, right-hand lane, Cullioca, Tennessee. The Mandel boys out 462. Anderson, left-hand lane, 488. Wisconsin, Trick Chassis, dragster. Both out, both green. 4th out separate them. Win light, Mandel. 007 dead 2, 9 total for Jeff Mandel. Eric is 011 on React, and he cannot win. Will Holloman and Doug Foley Jr. Doug in the right lane down 470. Will in the left lane down 470. Final call for the dragsters here. The white, purple, yellow, and red have been called for your first entry. Final call for those. All right, with that, we're going to call door cars, white and purple run stickers. White and purple stickered door cars to the lanes. Round 3. White and purple. Round 3 to the lanes for the door car side. Holloman and Foley, here we go. They're both out and they're both green. Foley holding the little advantage, rocking the hood scoop, gets the win light, 471 on a 470. 008 winning reaction time. Will took 5 thou stripe down there, but got beat on the tree. He was 026, breaking out to do it. Tyler McCurry, left-hand lane, drags you down on a 492, and Mikey Bloomfield, right lane, down 463. So again, door cars, white and purple run stickers for round 3. Door cars, white and purple. McCurry in, waiting on Bloomfield. Now he's in. Here we go. Tree down. Green lights a pair. 9 thou separate them. Finish line, left lane, McCurry. 022 over, beats an 011, 6 thou under. Bloomfield taking 38 down there. He needed to take 32 or less to get the win light. Come on. McCurry will take the win. Ron Zeller and Chris Stein. Chris in the left lane with a 4:08 dial-in with a Pro Charger car out of Silver Lake, Indiana. Ron Zeller from Atlanta, Michigan, driving for Bug McCarty. 4:79 to the right. Chris Stein and Ron Zeller. In Big Z, we don't know how long it's been since he sat in a car, but I can tell you it's been more than a year or two or maybe 5. And he's back in there in the saddle taking on Chris Stein. Finish line winner. Big Z just took out Chris Stein. 478 on a 479. Stein got there first, went about 300ths under, picked up like crazy, went a 405. Zeller don't care. They're going to give him a win slip, and he's going to come back and make another run in Bugs Dragster. Mike Morgan and Tyler Sizemore. Tyler in the left-hand lane, 494. Mike dialed in at 446. Again, we have called both white and purple run stickers for the door cars for your first entry. White and purple run stickers for the door cars. Both out, both green, both 00. Finish line winner, Morgan, 005 dead one, 6 total. Sizemore is 008 and cannot win that one. Jerry Burdess and Lane Ledford next. Burdess in the right-hand lane down 481. Lane Ledford in the left-hand lane down 478. On the finish line is going to go Lane Ledford, 010 and 11th thou under. Burdess is 019 and 16th thou under. Margin of victory 005 to Lane Ledford. Richard Briscoe and Bob Koski. Bob in the left-hand lane. Dialed in at a 521. Richard in right-hand lane, dialed to 490. Here we go, tree down. They're both out, they're both green. Briscoe got some work to do here. Finish line, give it to Briscoe, got it. He was behind on react. Koski was 006, then broke out by 7 thou in the left lane. Briscoe was 022 and went 3 thou under in the right lane. He'll take that win light and go to round 4. Justin Daniels and Lisa Bose. Lisa in the right-hand lane down on a 482, and Justin's on a 528. Both out on green lights here. Lisa and Justin. Finish line winner. Lisa, 001, 3 over for the win. Daniels is 025. Got there first, went 3 thou under. Took 12, need to take 009 for Daniels. That would have got him a win there yet. But Lisa's going to get it and go to the next round. Nick Lakeys and Steve Smith. Steve left lane down 469. Nick's on a 505. Eighth mile finish line winner is going to be Smith. 014, dead 317 total. Nick was 31 on the let go. So that decided that one. Ricky Harbaugh and Bob Payton. Bob in right hand lane down in 451. Ricky's on a 467 on the left side. Fourth, I'll separate Harbaugh and Payton. Finish line winner, Payton. 010, dead 515 total. Harbaugh is 14 on the let go. So he could have won if he would have won dead 1 or 0, but he broke out down there taking 19 stripes. So Bob Payton getting the win. Gary Fleener in the left-hand lane down in a 458, and Trevor Deeks right-hand lane down 459. Both drivers in. Here we go. Green lights appear. Fleener in control here. Will not get the win. Fleener was a couple hundredths better on React. He was 022. Went down there, went 2 hundredths under the dial-in. Deeks is 040. Went a hundredth and a half under the dial-in. Trevor Deeks gets the win light. Russ Sparks, the New York dragster, down 450. And Dan Davies, Pro Charger car, down 418. Both drivers in. 3 down, both green. 6th now separate them here. Davies and Sparks give it to Sparks. 012, dead 6. He is 18 total. Dan is 18 on the let go. Needed to be dead 0, and he's 4th out under. Mike Ferraro and Ryan Pinkelman. Ryan right hand lane going to dial 518. Mike left hand lane dialed 480. The Immokalee Regional Raceway Dragster out of Fort Lauderdale, Florida. Green lights appear here. 100 separate them. Finish line, it'll go Ferraro. 013, dead 7. He's 20 total. Pinkelman's 25 React. Ferraro advances. Ryan Sparks and Maddie McCormick. Ryan in the left-hand lane down at 450. Maddie right lane down 454. A red light by 002 for Sparks. He clicks it right off. Maddie is 007, holding a couple hundred. She will go to round 4. Sparks was 002 red. Justin Harrington and Brittany Ulmer. Brittany in right-hand lane, American car dialed 490, and Justin out of Middletown, Indiana, dialed 502. The Combustion Services Dragster, racecraft car. A red light for Harrington by 12. Ulmer with a win. She's 038 and 400s under. Justin was a couple under, but turned it 12 red. Scott Lemon and John Cook. Scott in the left-hand lane. 448 dial in. John right lane down 466. John went deep in last night's event. Double 08 for John Cook and a win. Scott turned it 5 red. Cook is 008, dead 1, 9 total for John Cook. Bug McCarty and Kirk Cheney. Kirk in the left lane down 492. Bug's on a 468. Bug out of Hazelhurst, Georgia. McCarty Auto Parts, a sponsor of this event, taking on Kirk Cheney from Hastings, Michigan. To my knowledge, the last time Kirk was down the track was 1 year ago at the 50 grander. He turns it 003 red right here, so McCarty going to get the win. 014, holding 400s, running a 464. Chris Goebel and Eric Squires. Eric in left lane in the Nova, the first door car to come out of the lanes here. Goebel in the right-hand lane, the final dragster, so that's why we got a door car dragster matchup here. 449 to a 633. Squares is out. Here comes Goebel. About 100 separate them. Finish line, Squires. 015 dead on with a 7 in the left-hand lane. Goebel right-hand lane is 024 and 8 thou under the dial-in. Squires takes the door car to the next round with that entry. Steve Height and Jeremy Johnson will be next. Height with the Malibu in the left-hand lane, going to dial in at a 619. Rayhan Lane, Jeremy Johnson, his Malibu, going to Dale 657. Winner there in the left-hand lane, dead on height, 009, dead 5. He will advance with the Malibu. Robbie Gervin in the left-hand lane, down 625, and Chris G in the Beretta, 550. Robbie Gervin with a 002 light and 1 over for the win there. Chris G was 027, dead 3. We will take our next run sticker color, yellow. Door car, yellow to the lanes. Door car, yellow run sticker to the lanes, please. Winner in right-hand lane for Keith Grubaugh. Red light by 001 there for Tim Stout. He ended up going dead on with an 8, but he was 1 red. Tyler Clark in the right-hand lane, Traverse City, Michigan. Lumina Dow 569, and Jimmy Francisco's Nova in left-hand lane, Dow 567. Nova in there. Now Tyler Clark has Illumina in. Tree coming down. They're both out. And a red light, green light. Tyler turned at 7 red. Jimmy Francisco is 5 total. 005 dead 0 for Francisco. He'll go to round 4. Scott Erickson, 69, Camaro right-hand lane. Going to dial in at a 560. And Darren McChesney, Bad Habit, Mopar from Carroll, Michigan, down 656. So we have called white, purple, and yellow on the door car side. White, purple, and yellow have been called here in round 3. A red light for Erickson by 025. McChesney. 005 dead 5, 10 total for McChesney. We're laying down some runs here on the door car side this round. Dustin Loins and Jordan Lichanowski are next. Dustin in the left lane, dealt 590. Jordan with a 635 in the right lane. Columbia, Tennessee. Six, that'll separate them here. Loins and Lichanowski. Finish line going. Loins, 019 dead 2, 21 total. Lichanowski's 013 and 2 thou under. He took 10 stripe, needed to take 8 to get the win light to come on. Jason Hemmerline and Tom Whitaker. Whitaker's on a 536 in the left. Hemmerline's on a 543 in the right. 4th thou separate them. Whitaker, Hammerline, finish line, winner. Hammerline. Whitaker was 006, Hammerline was 10, and they both broke out. Hammerline's 8th thou under and 11th thou under for Whitaker. 3 thousandths margin of victory. Hammerline advances. Stephen Cull and John Hutchinson. The Roadrunner out of Shedden, Ontario, Canada, dialed 663 in the left. Cull from Romulus, Michigan with a station wagon, dialed 653 in the right. John Hutchinson and Stephen Cull trying to get to round 4. We're going to give it to Cull. 2 thou under in the right. Hutchinson about 300ths under in the left as we're seeing breakout, 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 one after another right now. Chris Heminger and Will Steckley. Heminger, the Oldsmobile in the left-hand lane, down 726. Steckley's Charger, down 573. Chris Heminger and Will Steckley here. Finish line. Winner going. Steckley. 003. 1 over for the win. Will Steckley advances. Skylar Drews and Kenny Underwood. Kenny in the Camaro on the left-hand lane down in a 595, and Skylar the Oldsmobile down 592. Identical reaction times here. Underwood and Drews to the finish line. Winner going. Underwood, 2 thou under in the left, and Drews is about 13 thou under in the right, so Underwood advances. David Lanning and Chase McKay. The Camaro left lane down 601, and David right-hand lane down 659 with a truck. All right, our final sticker, red run sticker, door car to the lanes. Now all door cars have been called. All door cars have been called. We will announce the 50-50 at the end of this round. We'll announce the 50-50 winner, which end up being over $1,000, $1,134. We'll announce it at the end of this round. Chase and David out there right now. Here we go. Tree coming down. Both out, both green. 8 thou separate them. Finish line. Winner going. Lanning. 014 dead one. 15 total. Chase is 022 react. Wes May and Joel Young. Joel's Camaro on a 613. Wes left lane 670. Down the finish line here, win light going. Wes May 014 and 1 over. Joel Young was 006. 14 thou under, taking 40. Needed to take 26 or less. Keith Helsel in the left-hand lane, the 67 Chevy Nova down on a 592, and Roy St. Dennis, the Oldsmobile, down 530. So once again, we will announce the 50-50 at the end of round number 3 here. Both out on green lights. Keith might have missed it just a little bit here. Win light going right hand lane, Roy. Roy's 0.42 and had about 400ths advantage, and he runs 4 over. Steve Migas and Mike Marchini. Steve in right hand lane dealt 592, and Mike in the left lane, the truck dealt 651. Marchini and Mikas identical in the tree. Winner Mikas. 0-20, dead 2, 22 total. Marchini is 0-20 and 100.5 under the dial in. Mikas advances. Chris Kozlik and Greg McCurry. Greg in the Camaro in the right-hand lane dealt 618, and Kozlik, the Vega wagon, dealt 644. Both drivers in. Here we go. Both out on green lights. Finish line winner. Kozlik, 009, 1 over for the win. McCurry went under and missed it a little bit. He was 040. G&M Racing truck in left-hand lane. Jordan Mikula, 662, and Brad Walters Corvette, 541.
All right, door cars, final call. Final call for door cars. We'll also take double dragsters, double entered dragsters to lanes 7 and 8. Again, final call for door cars, and we'll take double entered dragsters to lanes 7 and 8.
Williamson with the win there. Aaron Vale turning on the red light start. Jason Mikula, Warren Smith out there right now. Jason in the Nova left lane down 607. Warren's Mustang 633. Ian down the finish line. Win line going on for Jason. 0-11, dead 7, 18 total for Mikula. Warren was 0-37 reaction time. And that will not work. Jeff Burdess and Brett McKay. Brett in the left lane, the S10 down 646. Jeff in the right-hand lane, the Malibu wagon down 577. Hemlock, Michigan for Jeff. Brett from New Boston, Michigan. Both out on green lights here. A little more than 100 separate them. Burdess on the chase, and he will get the win. 0-16 dead on with an 8. 24 total. McKay is 30 on the let go. That's what cost him right there. Jared Ledford and James Vanderbroek going to run here. James out 6:10. Jared on a 6:55. $3,000 separate him. A good one here. Ledford, Vanderbroek down the finish line. Winner going. Ledford 0-10 dead one. Vanderbroek is 007. One over the dial in. 7 thousandths margin of victory for Jared Ledford. D. Gibbons in left-hand lane. The truck down in a 6:24. Taking on the Camaro of Mark Daniels down in a 6:39. Double entered dragsters to the stadium lane. Double entered dragsters to the stadium lanes, please. Double entered dragsters with your second entry to the lanes. Double entered dragsters with your second entry to the stadium lanes, please. Red light for Gibbons. He let go before it came on. 19 green for Daniels and a win. And he runs a 38 on a 39. Tim Sloan and Scotty Taylor are next. Tim in the left-hand lane. Columbia, Tennessee. Sloan Boys Racing Monza with a 577. Scotty Taylor, Portage, Michigan. The Miller-built Roadster. Big block 615 cubic inch Chevrolet down in at a 482. Double entered dragsters, double entered dragsters. If you're still carrying your second entry, you can bring them to the lanes right now. Double entered dragsters with your second entry. If you're still carrying that, bring it to the lanes right now, please. Great race here. Sloan and Taylor. Winlight. Taylor. 005 and 4 thou under beats a 003 and 17 thou under. Scott Taylor will take the Roadster to round number 4. Shelby Hoffmeyer and Mark Martinez. The Chevy 2 of the left lane down 610. The Mustang in the right-hand lane down at a 606. 400 separate him on dial in. Martinez and Hoffmeyer down the finish line. Winner going. Martinez 002, 3 thou under. Shelby's 058 and 300ths under. Chris Fleener and Randy Whitaker. The Dodge Daytona left lane down in a 665 and Fleener's Camaro 591. Double entered dragsters. Double entered dragsters with your second entry to the lanes, please. Double entered dragsters with your second entry to the stadium lanes, please. Whitaker and Fleener. Finish line, win line. Fleener, 010, 2 over the dial in. Randy Whitaker is 023 and 2 over the dial in. Fleener advances to round 4 with the Camaro. Travis Colangelo, the American Race Cars, Chevy Deuce, 554 dial in, and Mike Nietzsche's Roadster left-hand lane, down 551. Wop, 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 and a win in the left lane. Mike Nietzsche is 003 and 2 over. Colangelo's down there whopping it. He's 008 and gave it back 002 at the stripe. Travis Milliman, Cavalier, down 604. And Cody Height, 599 for the Monte Carlo left-hand lane. Double entered dragsters, double entered dragsters. We need you. Double entered dragsters, if you're still carrying a second entry, we need you in the seating lanes, please. Both drivers in. Here we go. Tree down. Green light, green light. 5 fouls separate them. Down the finish line. Win light going. Cody Height. 0.26. 1 over for the win. Milliman's 0.21 and 500ths over the dial in. Mike Stokes and Sean Carver. Sean in the Camaro left lane down 560. Stokes in the Dodge Dart down 581. Again, final call. Double entered dragsters. Final call with your second entry. They are close to coming out of the lanes. Final call. Double enter dragsters. If you have a second entry, you need to be in the state lanes. ASAP. Both drivers with 008 reaction times right here. Carver and Stokes. Win light. Stokes. 008, 1 over. Beats a 008, 500ths over for Carver. Doug Heinisch, Corvette, and right-hand lane down on the 542, taking on Will Crawford. Corvette Roser, left-hand lane, 522. "22 years ago, Doug Heinisch was the World Super Pro Challenge champion. He won it in 2002, running on the bottom bulb this weekend with his Chevy Corvette. Both out, both green, and 8 fouls separate them here. Win light going. Left-hand lane. Will Crawford, 024 and 3 over. Heinisch is 032 and 3 over. 001 margin of victory for Crawford. Danny Angel and Donnie Hagar. Angel left lane, 633. Hagar right lane, 638. Donnie Hagar, our no-box winner from last night, taking on Danny Angel here. Both drivers in. Tree coming down. Green lights a pair. A 002 to a 003. Finish line winner, Hagar. 003, dead 7. 10 total. Angel is 002 and 7 thou under, taking 15 stripe. Hagar advances another round. Connor Jensen and Kyle Yacko. Kyle the Daytona down 673. Jensen's Malibu 609. Double entered door cars to the lanes. Double entered door cars to the staging lanes, please. If you're still carrying a second entry with a door car, to the lanes. Green light, red light. Jensen went 3 red in the left-hand lane. Yacko, 017 and dead on with an 8 at the end. Tom Mueller and Michelle Taylor. 2 good-looking old Chevrolets here on the starting line. The Malibu in left-hand lane down to 544. The Camaro's on a 618. Both drivers into the pre-stage here. Here we go. Tree coming down. Green light, fourth. I'll separate them. Finish line, it'll be right lane. 013, dead 9 for Bueller. 009 and 4 over for Michelle. Bueller advances with that entry. Kirby McLennan and Jason Jensen. Jensen left lane down 470. McLennan in right hand lane down 430. I don't know how close you've been listening, but McLennan has been perfect 3 runs in a row. Can he make it 4? Here we go. Tree coming down. Oh my. Jensen is 5 red. McLennan is 002. Dead 4. 6 total for McLennan. He's been 000, 000, 002 on the last 4. Incredible. Corey Galiti, the Tomball, Texas, drags her right hand lane down 442, and Bob Payton, the left lane down 451. We have called double entered door cars. Double entered door cars back to the lanes. With your second entry, if you're still carrying 2 on the door car side, it's time to bring up your second entry, double entered door cars with your second entry to the lanes. Galiti and Payton here, 451 and 442. Finish line. Payton pulls one out. Galiti is 003. 2 thou under, taking 18. Left lane Payton is 018, dead 1. Galiti took 18, needed to take 16 or less. Payton takes out Galiti right there. Scott Hornline and Derek Gilman. Gilman right hand lane down to 476. Scott Hornline left lane down to 487. So again, we're looking for double entered door cars. Double entered door cars with your second entry back to the lanes, please. Double entered door cars with your second entry back to the city lanes. Hornline and Gilman on the line here. Both out, both green. 6 out, separate them. Finish line, it'll go right lane Gilman. 030, 200ths over, beats an 024, 300ths over. 004 margin of victory for Gilman. Brittany Ulmer, left-hand lane, the American car, 486. Right-hand lane, Ryan Barnes, 472. Both drivers in here, Ulmer and Barnes. Red light Ulmer, win light Barnes. They're both on the wrong side of the green, but Brittany did it first. Ryan is dead on with a 5 with a -10. Brittany's -17, 1 over. Ryan Barnes will take that entry to the next round. We have our double entered door cars rolling back into the stage lanes. Double entered door cars heading back into the lanes right now. Here we go. The double entered door cars starting to come out of the stadium lanes for their round number 3 with their second entries. Robbie Gervin's S10 Blazer going to come out first in the left-hand lane. Going to be on a 626 dial-in. Brethren, Michigan. Taking on Justin Daniels. He was our last dragster out there. So that's why you're seeing a dragster and a door car run here in the middle. The dragster's on a 528. The S10's on a 626. Double entered door cars with your second entry. They may all be out there, I'm not sure, but if you are not, head in that direction, please. Dragster's in. Now the S10's in. Blazer out first. Here comes the dragster. Whop, 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 and a win light for Daniels. He goes down there and whops her to 9th finish line. He was behind on reaction time. Gervin was 018. Daniels was 032. But Gervin went 300ths over the dial-in. That gave Justin enough room to go down there and turn on the win light in the right-hand lane. Once again, we will be announcing that winner of the 50-50 here, the end of this round, which is basically right behind these double-entered door cars. We'll announce that 50-50 winning ticket. We'll announce the 50-50 winning ticket here in just a few minutes. Darren McChesney and Aaron Vale. McChesney in the left-hand lane, the Duster dialed 656, and Vale in the right-hand lane, the Trans Am going to be dialed 640. Double entered door cars here. Attention in pits, we'll take our no box 4. The final 4 in no box to the lanes, please. The final 4 in no box to the lanes. McChesney and Vale. Finish line, winner going. McChesney, 001, 1 over for the win. Vale is 012 and 12 thou under for runner-up on that pair. Jason Hammerline and Jimmy Francisco. The Nova in the left-hand lane dialed in at a 567. Hammerline in the right-hand lane dialed in at a 542. We are running the double entered door cars here, the end of round number 3. A red light by 001 for Jason Hammerline. Jimmy Francisco will advance. He's 024 dead 3. Jason is 001 red and 100th over the dial-in. Tim Stout and Fred Squires. Defiance, Ohio Nova dialed in at 627. Stout, the Carson City, Michigan truck dialed in at a 672. Final call here for double entered door cars. We are just about out. Final call for double entered door cars. You literally have probably less than a minute here. A red light for Squires by 003. Stout with the win, running dead on the dial-in with an 018 reaction time. Mike Nietzsche and Steve Mikas. Nietzsche in the Roadster Dell 553. Micus in the Nova Dell 592. Both out on green lights. A little more than 100 separate them. Wind light going. Micus 014 dead 7. Steve Micus will advance to round 4 with that entry. Nietzsche was 027. Chris Kozlik and Chris G. Chris G in the Beretta on right-hand lane down 650 or 550. 644 for Chris Kozlik in the Vega wagon. Our final four in no box to the lanes. Something going wrong here for Chris G. Kozlik in control. Gets the win. 004 and 1 over. Chris G was 077, and that was not Chris G like right there. Jordan Lichnowsky and Warren Smith. Warren's Mustang down 631. Jordan's Camaro down 634. Mustang's in. Jordan flickers the bulb on and off, and now he's in, and they're both out, and they're both green. Down to the finish line here. It is right lane. Lichnowsky pulling one out down there. 015, 1 over for the win. Warren was 001 in the left-hand lane, then went 300s over the dial-in, maybe giving it back to Jordan Lichnowsky at the finish line. Mark Daniels going to race Kenny Underwood here. 81 Chevrolet Camaro for Underwood down in at a 595, and Daniels Firebird are making a Camaro in our handling down 638. Kenny Underwood and Mark Daniels, finish line winner. Underwood, 008, 1 over, taking 5,000 stripe. Daniels is 021 and 1 over in the right-hand lane. Underwood advances with that entry, and so will Gary Fleener. Finally getting his buy run here, the Z28 out of Port Clinton, Ohio. He'll take this car to round number 4. $13 on React for Fleener on a 585. He runs dead 3. 16 total on the buy run. So we got a little track prep and a little bit of a cool down going on here between rounds. We have our final 4 on the no box side out here ready to roll. The next thing that we will call, and once again I'll make this clear, that from here on out, it is just dragsters called, indoor cars called. There's no colors. There's no call for doubles. It is just dragsters and door cars. So what we will do, we will call, if you are carrying 2 entries, we will call you first to get to the front of the line to try to beat the rest of the group, and that'll give you a chance to get back, grab some fuel, throw it in there, and get back in the back of the line. So from this point on, we're going to call round the next category call will be round number 4 of dragsters, but we'll call the if you're carrying an extra entry, you're a doubled still, we'll try to call you to the front. And actually going to do that right now. Dragsters, double dragsters. If you're carrying more than one entry in the dragsters, we're calling you to the lanes right now. So dragster side, on the dragster side, if you are carrying more than one entry, we're going to give you a couple-minute head start here to get to the state lanes, to get to the front of the pack. Dragsters, if you're carrying more than one entry, lanes 7 and 8, get to the front of the pack before we call the rest of them, please. Also, the 50-50 drawing. Get your tickets out. 50-50 drawing for the largest 50-50 pot that I believe we have ever seen here at the Motorplex. $1,134 going to the 50-50 winner tonight. And here we go. 50-50 winning ticket. It is a blue ticket, number 711073. 711073, a blue ticket, 711073 is worth $1,134. If you have that, bring that ticket with you up here to the control tower on the north side of the track, and we will give you a pile of cash laying in front of us. Shelly Elrod walks in, and we thought she was the winner, just like that. We all turn around, and she's like, why are y'all looking at me? No, but she didn't win, so it's still alive. 711073, blue ticket. It's worth $1,134. Also, double-entered dragsters. If you're still carrying more than one entry, we need you to the front of the line over there in lane 7 and 8 before we call the rest of the dragsters, please. So repeat the number for the 50-50. It is 711073, blue ticket. 711073, blue ticket. Dragsters. All right, here we go. Dragsters. We're going to call the rest of round number 4 dragsters to lane 7 and 8. Round 4 dragsters, lane 7 and 8, please. Round 4 dragsters, lane 7 and 8, please. So we'd like to congratulate our 50-50 winner, Mr. Brandon Lang. Won the 50-50. And we can tell you that the new buy run will be Kirby McLennan, with one of his entries is sitting on a buy run right now. We have called Dragsters back to lane 7 and 8. Dragsters back to 7 and 8 for round 4, please. Dragsters back to 7 and 8 for round 4. Final 4 in no box. Getting ready to come out. Here we go. Doug Heinisch and Alyssa Martin for the right to get to the final on the no box side. Heinisch Corvette will go to the left-hand lane with a 544 dial-in. And Alyssa Martin's S10 right lane down 622. Dragsters should be out there in lane 7 and 8. Dragsters lane 7 and 8. Both drivers in the pre-stage beam. Now we're ready. They stayed at the same time. Tree on the way down. A red light by 007 for Melissa Martin. Doug Heinisch will go to the no-box final. Running dead on with a 4. He's 19 dead 4. Alyssa is 007 red. The next pair is going to be a single. Brett Williamson, Winnebago, Illinois, 57 Chevrolet, was scheduled to race Donnie Hagar. Hagar has broke the Vega. He will not make the call here. Possibly a broken axle. So Williamson and the 57 Chevy get a free run to the final here. Brett Williams is 012, and on the 89, he will not show it to you. 6089 at 95 miles per hour. So Williamson will be in the final round to take on Doug Heinisch in the Corvette on the no-box side. Our dragsters should be back in the lanes. Round number 4. All dragsters have been called for round 4. And door card doubles. Any door card doubles? We're going to give you a minute here to get to the front of the line. Door card doubles. We're going to give you a minute to get to the front of the line. Bring them to us, please. Final call, round 4 dragsters. They are coming out of the lanes. Final call for round 4 dragsters. They are coming out of the lanes. Also, door card double. We are giving you a couple minutes to get to the front. We're going to call everybody else here in just a second. Door cars, be ready for round 4. All right, we're going to open up the stadium lanes for the door cars, round number 4 of eliminations. Door cars, round 4, to the stadium lanes, please. Door cars, round 4, to the stadium lanes, please. Here we go. Dragster side, round number 4, Bob Payton, right-hand lane. Dragster down in at a 451, and Steve Smith. Shelby Township, Michigan Diamond Dragster down in at 468. Here we go. First pair of dragsters, round number 4. Payton and Smith. Winner, Payton. 002. 3 over the dial in. Smith is 30 and 3 over the dial in. So Payton takes that entry. He'll be back at the end of the line with his second entry. Kirby McLennan, right-hand lane. He's carrying 2 right now, taking on John Parks. Parks in left-hand lane with a 443. McLennan on a 430. McLennan has been, his last 4 reaction times add up to 2 for McLennan. Parks got his work cut out here. Here we go, 3 down. They're both out. They're both 008. Down to the finish line, win line going. McLennan, 008, dead 8, 16 total. Left lane Parks is 008, 100th over the dial-in. McLennan will carry that entry to the next round, and he's sitting on the bye run with his other entry here in round number 4. Colin Estes and Ryan Barnes. Georgia Racer, right lane down 471. Colin, the defending champion from Friday night 1 year ago, with a short dragster out of Rockford, Illinois, down in at a 511 in the left lane. Estes and Barnes here, trying to get to round number 5. 3 coming down, green light, green light. Colin got his work cut out here. Finish line, Colin pulled one out. Barnes went down there, went 5 thou under, taking 29 stripe. He was 008 on the let go, needed to take 24 or less. Colin will take advantage of that. He's 025, dead 7. Estes will go to round number 5. Tom Dauber and Nick Ferraro. Nick in the right-hand lane. Florida Dragster dealt in a 446, and Tom Dauber, New Jersey Racer, 469 in the left. Both drivers in. Here we go. Tree coming down on red light by 004 for Dauber. Ferraro will go around 5, 007 and 5 thou under the dial in. Tyler McCurry and Mike Morgan. Mike right-hand lane, undercover car dialed in at a 446, and McCurry left-hand lane, 492. Round 4 door cars. Round 4 door cars should be in the lanes. Big blower dragster right-hand lane out of Tennessee, dialed in at a 446. McCurry going to get the win here. Morgan turned it 3 red. McCurry is a 91 and a 92 and had a 14 green light for the win. He will be in round 5. Lane Ledford and Derek Gilman. Lane on the left-hand side, Grand Ledge, Michigan, down in at 476, and Derek from Grand Rapids, Michigan. Diamond car. It was actually in the final of the 50 a few years ago with Skylar Drews behind the wheel. Derek dialed in at 476 as well. Both drivers in. Here we go. Tree down. They're out. They're both green. 7 thous separate them. Finish line winner. Ledford. 007. Take 003 down there. Gilman's 14 in 1 over the dial in. Lane Ledford will go to round number 5. Trevor Deeks and Mike Ferraro. The Immokalee Regional Raceway dragster in the left-hand lane down 480. Deeks out of London, Ontario, right lane down 458. Both drivers in. Green lights a pair. 2 thou separate them. Ferraro Deeks. Finish line winner. Ferraro. 019 dead 4. Deeks got there first, went 9 thou under the dial in. Taking 11. He needed to take 2 or less to turn the win light on down there. Mike Ferraro will go to round 5. Troy Williams Jr. in the left-hand lane, down in at a 474 the FTI dragster, taking on Lisa Bose, Elveda, Ohio dragster, down in at 482. Double 09 red light for Lisa. Williams was ready. He's 2. They're holding a couple hundreds, running a 72 and a 74. Lisa's a thou under in 9 red. Williams advances. Richard Briscoe, Doug Foley Jr. next. Briscoe to the left lane, Oakley, Illinois racer, dialed in at a 489 and 469 for the drag coverage dragster, Doug Foley Jr. in the right lane. Pair of greens here. 1 thou separate him here. Briscoe, Foley, winner going Briscoe. 013 dead 6. Foley got down there and took 9 thou. He needed to take 5 thou or less. He's 014, breaking out by 4. Briscoe is 013 dead 6. Briscoe's going to round number 5. Jeff Mandel and Maddie McCormick. Maddie left-hand lane down in a 4:52. Mandel right lane down 4:62. 10th of a second, separate them on dial-ins. Both out on green lights here. Maddie and Jeff. Finish line winner, Maddie. Maddie McCormick, 006, dead 7. Jeff Mandel, 016, dead 0. Margin of victory, 3 thou for McCormick. Justin Daniels and John Cook. Daniels in the left lane, dialed in at a 5:27. Cook in the right-hand lane, dialed in at a 4:66. Eighth thou separate him here. Daniels and Cook. Finish line winner. Cook. 0-10 dead 4. So the second night in a row. John Cook will go to round number 5. Daniels is 0-18, 1 over. Cook advances. Russ Sparks and Anthony Lane. Lane out of Fulton, Illinois. Dragster going down the FTI Performance side, down in at a 492. And Russ Sparks out of West Islip, New York. American car down in at a 450 in the right-hand lane. We need Ryan Barnes back to the lanes, please. Ryan Barnes back to the stage lanes, please. Sparks and Lane, finish line winner. Sparks, 009 dead 1, 10 total. Anthony's a couple over and a couple behind, or 022 to a 009. Sparks was in control of that one. Ron Zeller and Gary Williams. Gary in the left-hand lane down on a 467. Big Z right-hand lane down 478. Gary Williams, Ron Zeller as we get down to the end of the line here in the dragsters here in round number 4. Zeller's in. Williams is in. Here we go. They're both out. They're both green. They're both good. Double O's across the board. Finish line winner. Left-hand lane. Williams, 008, dead 7, taking 10. Zeller is 2, and a couple hundredths over. Williams advances. Bug McCarty, right-hand lane. Hazelhurst, Georgia, 466. 451. Bob Payton, entry number 2 here. He already won with the first one in the left-hand lane. Here we go. Tree down. Bugs out green. A red light for Payton. He's down to 1. Bug will carry this entry to the next round with an 0:38 winning reaction time and a couple under the dial, and McCarty advances. So one more dragster to go here. We got a double at the end of the line that will run our first door car. Ryan Barnes and Jimmy Francisco going to run. Jimmy Francisco's Nova will be in the left-hand lane with a down of 567. Taking on the Georgia dragster of Ryan Barnes, L467. 1 second separate them on dial in here. Our final dragster to go down. Barnes is in. Jimmy's in. Here we go. Green light's a pair. Finish line winner, Barnes by 2 thou. Ryan Barnes, 0:17, a couple over. Francisco, 0:26, 1 over. Taking 2 thousandths down there, Ryan Barnes. Steve Mikus and Chris Kozlik. The Vega Wagon left lane on a 644. Mikus, the Nova, on a 592. They're both green. They're both good. Within 6 thou. Finish line winner, Mikus. Steve is 004, dead 6, 10 total. Kozlik is 10 on the let go. Had to be dead 0 to have a prayer, and he's not. Mikus advances. Will Steckley and Darren McChesney. Darren left lane down 657. The Duster. Will the Charger right lane down 571. Three Flyers are both out. They're both green. Big advantage here went to Steckley. Steckley is 002 and takes the win down there. The Charger advances. Jordan Lichanowski and Kenny Underwood. Camaro in the left lane dialed 595. Camaro in the right lane dialed 634. Red light for Underwood. Lichanowski advances. He's 11 green and runs a 33 on the 34. Jordan Lichanowski will go to round number 5. Underwood was 8 red, holding 500ths. Mike Nietzsche and Scotty Taylor. Brocher's going to run here. 554 in the left, 482 in the right. Nietzsche in. Scotty Taylor bumping. He's in. Here we go. Tree down. Green light's a pair. Within 100. Finish line winner. Taylor. 018 taking double 03 stripe for Taylor. He'll go to the next round. Nietzsche's 030 dead 5 in the left lane. Robbie Gervin and Roy St. Dennis. Robbie in the left out into 626. Roy in the right. The Oldsmobile down 526. One 100 separate on reaction time. Winner right lane. Roy St. Dennis, 014 1 over, beats an 025 2 thou under. Gervin got there first by 9 thou. 7 thou or less would have turned the win light on. Dustin Loyne, C-Tech Performance Pontiac, and Kyle Yacko, the Daytona, 673 to a 589. Both drivers in. Here we go. Tree fires. Green light. Green light. 4 thou separate them here. Loynes and Yacko. Winner going. Yacko by 7 thousandths of a second. Kyle Yacko 023 1 over. Beats an 027 2 over. Yacko advances. Steve Height and Jason Hemmerline. Jason down 542. Steve's on a 618 with the Ugly Betty Malibu. Both drivers in. Hemmerline and Height. Green light, green light. 100th advantage went to Height. Finish line, win light going to Height. By 6 thou, Steve Height 010 1 over. Jason Hemmerline 022 dead 9. Height advances. Jason Mikula and Keith Grubaugh. Chevelle on a 654. The Chevy 2 on a 607. Big advantage here going to Mikula. Winner, Mikula. 3 over the dial in. Keith's 1 over but missed it. Mikula will advance. Tom Bueller and Steve Cull. Bueller's Camaro dialed 618. Cull in the wagon dialed 653. Down the finish line here, win light going. Stephen Cull, 018, 1 over. Beats an 038, 1 over. Cull advances. Mark Martinez and Chris Fleener. Chevy Camaro out of Ohio, down 591. Taking on the Chevy 2 out of Birch Run, Michigan, down 609. Both out and good ones here. We got a race down to the finish line. Win light going. Martinez, 006, takes 004 straight to be dead on with an 8. Fleener's 14, dead on with a 4 in a great drag race. Martinez will go to round 5. Jordan Mikula, the pickup truck in the left-hand lane down in a 663, and Mark Daniels in the right-hand lane down in a 638. Pickup truck in Camaro. Winner truck. 664 and a 663 with an 015 reaction time. Mikula advances. Daniels was 028 and 1 over. Margin of victory 011. Tim Stout and Jeff Burdess on the starting line. The Malibu wagon down 577. Stout in the left lane down 672. Truck's out green. Here comes Burdess. He's out green in the Malibu. Finish line. Win line going. Truck. 027, 1 over. Beats an 035, 2 over. Tim Stout is going to round 5. Brett Williamson, left-hand lane, Winnebago, Illinois, 57 Chevy Bel Air, down in at a 589, and Mike Stokes, the Dart in the right-hand lane, out of Beulah, Michigan, down 581. Williamson and Stokes in a good one here. Down the finish line, win light going. Stokes, 006, 1 over the dial-in. Williamson is 018 and 2 thou under, taking 9 thou stripe. You need to take 7 thou or less to get the win light to come on, and Mike Stokes will go to round 5 with a Dodge Dart. David Lanning and Gary Fleener. Fleener's Camaro down 585, Lanning in the S10 down 659. Camaro in for Gary Fleener. Lanning's in. Here we go. Tree fires, green light. What a run here. A 001 and a 004. Finish line, left lane, Fleener. 001, 1 over. Lanning got there first. He's 004 and 4 thou under. Fleener advances. Wes May and Cody Height. Wes in the left-hand lane with a 670. Cody right lane, the Monte Carlo down 597. No box final to the lanes. No box final round to the lanes. Here we go. West May, Cody Height. 670 to a 597. Finish line, it'll go West May. 008 dead 4. 12 total for West in the left lane. He will advance. Will Crawford and Jared Ledford here. Jared in the left-hand lane down in a 654. Will in the right-hand lane. The Corvette down in a 521. $100 separate them here. Ledford, Crawford, winner, Crawford. 034, dead on with a 3 by 4 thousandths of a second. Jared had a 20 light, and he went 200ths over the dial in. Eric Squires and Kenny Underwood. Underwood back up with his second entry here in the right-hand lane down on a 594. Left-hand lane a 633 for the Nova of Eric Squires. $3,000 separate them here. Underwood and Squires heading down the finish line. Winner going Squires. 012, 1 over the dial in. Underwood is 015, 300ths over the dial in. Squires will go to the next round. Jimmy Francisco and Chris Kozlik. Vega Wagon down 644. The Nova's on a 568 for Francisco. Both out on green lights here. Kozlik and Francisco. Finish line winner, Kozlik. 022 and 1 over beats an 043 dead on. Steve Mikas and Darren McChesney. McChesney back up in the left-hand lane down 657. Mikas back up in the right-hand lane down 592. $100 separate them here. Win light, Mikas. 015 dead on with a 6. McChesney's 025 2,000 under by 2 thousandths at the stripe. Mikas will take his second entry to the next round. Kirby McLennan with his second entry is the bye run, and he will sit that out. He will take both his entries to round 5. And that will complete round number 4. So Donnie Hagar's looking for a shock trunnion. Shock trunnion, the part the bolt goes through on the top of the shock. If you have one of them, go see Donnie Hagar, please. Double ender dragsters, double ender dragsters. If you're carrying 2 to the front of 7 and 8 right now, please. Double entered dragsters. If you're carrying 2, front of 7 and 8. The buy run for round number 5 is Bob Payton 8x9. You are sitting on the buy run. 8x9. Bob Payton, you are sitting on the buy run. We are getting ready to run our no box final round. The winner of this one will advance into round number 6 of the main event and put an extra $2,000 in their pocket right here. Double-ender dragsters, lane 7 and 8. Double-ender dragsters. We're about to open it up to the rest of the dragsters. We need doubles to the front of the line, please. Here we go. No box. Final round. Brett Williamson and Doug Heinich. White House, Ohio for Heinich, driving in 63 Corvette with a 544 dial in the right-hand lane. Brett Williamson from Winnebago, Illinois. 57 Chevy in the left lane, dialed in at a 588. Winner wins the $2,000 bonus, plus moves on to round 6 of the 10-grander. Heinich in. Williamson's in. Here we go. No box final round. A red light by 003 for Doug. Williamson will grab the extra cash and advance in the 10-grander. He's 0.23 reaction time, and he will move forward. All right, we are going to open up lane 7 and 8 for dragsters. Lane 7 and 8, round 5. If you're doubled, you need to boogity, 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 because everybody else is heading to the lanes for round number 5. Dragsters, round 5 to the lanes. Door card doubles to wherever they tell you to go. Door card doubles. If you're still doubled, I'm guessing 3 and 4, but they'll point you in the right direction. I'm sure of it. So double entered door cars. Any double entered door cars need you to the front of the line. We're getting ready to roll with the dragsters. Bob Payton sitting on the bye run. He'll run at the end. All right, we believe our only double on the door car side is back, so we'll call the rest of the door cars for round number 5. Round 5, door cars. Back to the lanes, please. Here we go, round number 5 of dragsters getting ready to come out of the stage of lanes. Door cars, we need you back for round 5. Door cars, all door cars, round 5, back to the lanes. One driver out here. The one driver still doubled here on the dragster side. Kirby McLennan has been on a mission this afternoon, and he's taking on a heavyweight here, Gary Williams. Gary Williams, left-hand lane, down 464. Kirby McLennan, right lane, down 430 as we get going round 5 dragsters. Kirby goes in first. Gary Williams bumping. Big run right here. 3 down. They're both out. They're both green. Finish line winner, McLennan. 006, take 003. McLennan takes that entry to round 6. Williams is 022, dead 2 in the left-hand lane. Kirby McLennan keeps a rolling. Richard Briscoe and Nick Ferraro. The runner-up from the day 1 event, Ferraro down 446. Briscoe's Illinois Dragster left lane down 489. Both drivers in. Green light, double O's across the board. Finish line, winner, Briscoe. 008, dead 2 for Briscoe. He's 10 total. Ferraro is 6 on the tree, and 5 thou under. Richard Briscoe will go to round number 6. Maddie McCormick and Troy Williams this time. Troy in the left lane down at a 474. Maddie right lane down 451. Troy is in the beams. Maddie's bumping, and here we go. They're both green. Williams, a little advantage here, and turns on the win line. Troy Williams, 005 and 5 thou under. McCormick, 019 and 7 thou under. Margin of victory, 2 thou for Williams. John Cook and Russ Sparks. New York Dragster, the right-hand lane down on a 449. Cook, the Ohio Dragster, 466. Cook won a bunch of rounds last night's event. Trying to get to round 6 here on night 2. All door cars should be back to the lanes. Both out on green lights here, 100 separate them. Finish line winner, Sparks. 023, dead 1 for Russ Sparks. Left-hand lane, an 034 and a couple under for Cook on that one. Bug McCarty and Lane Ledford. Lane, left-hand side, down 477. Bug, right-hand lane, down 465. Bug is in. Now Lane is in. Here we go. Tree down. Green light. They're both 00. 005 to 003 winner, Lane Ledford. Bug got there first. He's 003. 4 thou under the dial-in. Ledford is 005. 1 thou under the dial-in. Lane Ledford advances. Tyler McCurry and Colin Estes. Colin left lane down 510. Tyler in right-hand lane down to 492. Rolling through round number 5 here of the Dragsters. Estes, he's in. McCurry's in. Here we go. Green lights a pair. Finish line winner. McCurry was trip zip perfect and took 059 stripe to be 5 thou under, and he took 54 or less. And Estes keeps rolling. Last year's Friday night winner goes around 6. Mike Ferraro and Ryan Barnes. Two Southern boys here. The Georgia racer in the right-hand lane, down 471. Ferraro from Fort Lauderdale, Florida in the left lane, down 480. Ferraro flickering the bulb on and off over there in the left-hand lane. Now it's off. Barnes is waiting. Now he lights it up. Ferraro's in. Here we go. Both out, both green. 7 thou separate them here. Barnes working the throttle. Barnes with a win light. 012, 2 over. Beats an 019, 2 over. Ryan Barnes will be in round number 6. Kirby McLennan back around with his second entry, the final dragster. He will match up with the door car. Here we go. The first door cutter out of the stadium lanes. And the final dragster out of the stadium lanes. Kirby McLennan and Gary Fleener are going to run here. McLennan right lane. Temperance, Michigan has already won with his first entry. Going to dial a 430 in the right lane. Fleener's Camaro left lane on a 585. Here we go. Tree down red light for Fleener. McLennan, trip, zip, perfect for the 4th time today. A perfect run. McLennan for the 2nd time today has laid down nothing. Trip, zip, dead zero for the 2nd time today. McLennan. Absolutely incredible. McLennan will carry 2 entries to round 6 and now has put 2 perfect runs down today. Wes May and Steve Mikus are next. Mikus in the right-hand lane dialed 592. Wes in the left lane dialed 670. Steve still carrying 2 entries with the Rally Nova in the right-hand lane. Here we go. Tree coming down. They're both out. They're both green. 5 thou separate them. Wes May and Steve Mikus. Finish line. May. 012, 1 over, taking 4th out stripe. Micus is out with that entry, 0-17 and 1 over. He'll be back to the end of the line with his second entry. Will Steckley and Mark Martinez. Martinez in left-hand lane down 6:09. Steckley's Charger right lane down 5:71. A red light for Steckley by 009. Martinez advances. He's 9 green and runs dead on him with a 3. Martinez 12 total right there. He'll go to round 6. Steve Height and Kyle Yacko. Ugly Betty left lane down 6:19. Yacko right lane the Daytona down 6:73. Kyle Yacko and Steve Height. Finish line. Winner, Yacko. 0-15, 1 over. Height got there first and went under a thou, taking 5. Roy St. Dennis in the right-hand lane. Oxford, Michigan Oldsmobile down 5:27, and Jason Mikula. Chevy Nova down at a 6:07 in the left. Finish line, winner, Roy St. Dennis. 003, take 9 at the stripe to get the win. Mikula's 0-22 and 2 over. G&M Racing Dodge Dakota, Jordan Mikula in the left-hand lane down 6:63, and Jordan Lichanowski, Tennessee Camaro down at 6:33 in the right. A red light for Mikula. 11 red. Lichanowski will advance. He runs a 32 on a 33 with a 32 reaction time. Chris Kozlik going to race Scotty Taylor. Miller Roadster right-hand lane down under 482, and Chris Kozlik's Vega Wagon 644. Kozlik and Taylor. Here we go. Tree coming down. Red light by 003 for Kozlik. Taylor advances. On the 82, he runs 400ths under. Scotty Taylor will take the Roadster to round number 6. Stephen Cole and Tim Stout. Carson City, Michigan pickup truck down 672. Cole in the 64 wagon on a 653. Stout in the left, Cole in the right here. Finish line, winner, Stout. 027, take 004 stripe to advance. Cole is dead on with a 1, but he had an 049 reaction time. Mike Stokes and Eric Squires. Eric in the left lane, the Nova Down 634. Stokes, the Dodge Dart, 582 in the right. Squires turned at 11 red. Stokes is advancing here. He's 006 green and dead 5. 11 total for Stokes in the dart. He will advance. Got a couple more to go here. So one pair to go here. Looks like Steve Micus going to race Will Crawford. And Bob Payton will get his bye run. Here comes our final pair here in round number 5. Steve Micus with his second entry coming around. And going to the FTI side here. Dialed in at a 593. And Will Crawford, right-hand lane, Westland, Michigan, Corvette Roadster, going to dial 521. Micus in the Nova, 593. Will Crawford, 521. Our final pair here in round 5. One foul separate them here. Finish line winner, Crawford, 018, dead 1. Beats an 017, 2 thou under. Mike has got there first by 4 thou. Needed to get there first by 2 thou to turn on the win light. And Will Crawford will take the Roadster to round 6. And Bob Payton will have his dragster in round 6. He getting the bye run right here. Here we go. Payton, 17 on the let go. See if he shows us what he's got. He shows you what he's got. 451 on a 450. That'll do it for round number 5. We'll now throw the no box winner into the door car group. And get ready for round 6. Little track prep to go on here. Peyton just went down the track, so we'll give him a minute or 2 or 3. Then we'll go with our dragsters for round 6. So we're moving to round number 6 of the main event. The bye run this round will be Kirby McLennan with his second entry. He already got one with his first entry, and now he will get one with his second entry with the perfect run. We will start taking dragsters back to lane 7 and 8. Round number 6. We'll start taking dragsters back to lane 7 and 8. Round 6, dragsters back to lane 7 and 8. Round 6, dragsters back to lane 7 and 8. Round 6, door cars back to lanes door cars lanes 3 and 4. Round 6, door cars lanes 3 and 4. Round 6, dragsters lanes 7 and 8. Lane 7 and 8 in and buckle up. Here we go. Lane 7 and 8 in and buckle up with the dragsters. You're coming out. In and buckle up, please. Door cars should be back to the lanes 3 and 4. One door car missing. We have our 9 dragsters. We're getting ready to roll with the dragsters. We got a door car, hasn't made it back yet. You need to boogity, boogity, boogity. We're rolling. All right, here we go. Round number 6. 9 dragster entries still in competition. First guy out of the lanes is carrying 2 of them. Kirby McLennan. Here we go. Richard Briscoe and Kirby McLennan. McLennan, the right-hand lane, Temperance, Michigan, has bumped the dial-in down one to a 429. Richard Briscoe out of Oakley, Illinois. Rear engine dragster down at 489. Here we go, McLennan and Briscoe. Finish line winner, McLennan, right-hand lane, 009, 1 thou under. Briscoe is 018, 1 thou under. McLennan takes that entry to the next round. Russ Sparks and Troy Williams. The FTI dragster left-hand lane down in a 471. Sparks, the West Islip, New York entry, right-hand lane down in at a 448. Both drivers into the pre-stage. Williams is in first. Now Sparks is in. Our second pair of dragsters here. They're out. They're both green. 7th out. Separate them. Finish line. Win line. Left-hand lane. Williams 012 dead 3. Takes 1,000th finish line for Troy Williams Jr. He will advance. Ryan Barnes and Colin Estes. Colin out of Rockford, Illinois. Rear engine dragster trying to make it 2 years in a row on Friday night here at the World Super Bro Challenge. Down in at a 509. And Ryan Barnes out of Brunswick, Georgia in the right-hand lane with a 469. Both drivers taking their time here. Estes is in and ready. Barnes is in. Here we go. Tree fires are both out. They're both 00. Finish line winner. Right-hand lane, Barnes. Estes got there first. He's 005 and 5 thou under, taking 18. Needed to take 13 or less because Barnes is 007, letting him go down there to run 1 over the dial-in at 133 miles an hour at 470. Bob Payton and Lane Ledford. Ledford in the left-hand lane down into 477. Peyton's Dragster right lane down into the 451. Here we go, both out, both green. 2 fouls separate them on React. Finish line winner, Peyton. 0-13, dead 1, 14 total. Ledford is 15 on React and cannot win that one. Scotty Taylor and Wes May going to run. The Buick Regal out of Greentown, Indiana. Going to put it on a 670. Taylor, Portage, Michigan. The Miller Roadster down 479. Wes May getting a big head start here from Scotty Taylor and Roadster. 479 to a 670. Tree coming down. Green light. Red light. Taylor turned it 4 red in the right-hand lane. Wes is 007 holding a couple hundredths. Wes May will move on to round number 7. Roy St. Dennis and Mark Martinez. Chevy 2 left-hand lane, bottom bulber on a 609 dial-in. Roy St. Dennis, the Oldsmobile Cutlass down 527. Green light, green light. 4 thou separate them. Martinez and St. Dennis, winner, St. Dennis, 006, taking 1 thou at the finish line. Martinez is 10-1 over the dial-in. St. Dennis advances. Tim Stout and Mike Stokes. Stokes with the Dodge Dart in the right-hand lane down into 582, and Tim Stout left-hand lane, the truck down 672. A red light for Stokes. Tim Stout will go to round number 7 of the truck. He is 008, dead 5. 13 total on the free run there. Brett Williamson going to race Kyle Yacko. The Dodge Daytona to the right lane, the 57 Chevy in the left. 587 to a 674. So Williamson on the bottom bulb will get the N on the dial in there. So he's not looking at a top yellow hanging like the delay box racers do. We got it right now. Winner on the no box side, Williamson, 587. Yacko, the Daytona, 674. Williamson in, Yacko in, tree on the way down, green light, red light. Red light for Williamson. Yacko is 11 green and 7 thou under. Mark Martinez is in need of a tow back from the ET Shack. We go to our next pair. Will Crawford in the left-hand lane. The Corvette Roserdale 521 and Jordan Lichanowski's Camaro 632. Columbia, Tennessee for Lichanowski. Crawford from Westland, Michigan. Final pair of the round, just a bye run remaining behind Crawford and Lichanowski here to get to round number 7. Neither driver wanting to go in. Crawford and Lichanowski. This one is Crawford. He had about 300ths advantage in the left-hand lane on React. He was 0.27, one over. Jordan's under, but that wasn't the part that hurt him. 0.56 reaction time will take him out. Just the bye run to go here. Kirby McLennan, the bye run, which will set it out, and he will take 2 entries to round 7. And that'll do it. We're down to 10. So down to 10 drivers. Take that back. Somebody's doubled. 10 entries. 10 entries still in competition. Drivers sitting on the bye run will be Roy St. Dennis in round number 7. 10 drivers still in it. 10 entries still in it. We need our dragsters back to the lanes, please. Dragsters back to the stadium lanes. Dragsters back to the lanes. Need our dragster drivers back to lane 7 and 8. Dragster drivers back to lane 7 and 8, please. We need our door cars, lanes 3 and 4, round 6, door cars. Back to the lanes 3 and 4. Getting ready to go with the round number 7, dragsters. Here we go, dragsters coming out. Start of round number 7. Bob Payton, Troy Williams Jr. going to run. Troy Williams Jr. right-hand lane. FTI car out of Florida down into the 470. Bob Payton, Fowlerville, Michigan, left lane 450. Winners go to the ladder round. Friday night 10 grander. Both drivers in. Here we go. Williams and Payton are both out green. Williams in control here. Finish line 0-12, dead 7 for Troy Williams Jr. He'll go to the ladder round. Payton is 0-38, dead on with a 6. Ryan Barnes and Kirby McLennan. McLennan getting put over there in the left-hand lane with a 4:28 dial-in. Barnes right lane 4:66. McLennan doubled this round, so this is his first entry. We'll have to wait for him to come back around to take on the first door car in line out there. Barnes out of Georgia in the right-hand lane. McLennan from Temperance, Michigan with a blower car. 2 perfect runs on the board today. Kirby goes right into the stage beam. Barnes tickles it, and now it's ready. Here we go. Green light, green light. 3 thou separate them. Finish line winner. McLennan. 0-12, take 1 thou stripe at the finish line. McLennan advances with that entry. Barnes is 0-15, dead 3. He's 18 total and 1 thou behind at the stripe. So McLennan advances. We will be on a hold now to wait for him to come back around to take on the first door car. Getting ready to roll back into round number 7, and we are going to have a matchup here. Wes May and Kirby McLennan are going to run. Greentown, Indiana Buick Regal is going to come up in the left-hand lane down 670, and McLennan, the dragster, will be on a 428 in the right side. Kirby got through with his first entry, actually the last vehicle down the track. He's come back right around and just talking about how quite impressive to turn around a 420 dragster that quickly. And he's back up here to race Wes May. May in the left-hand lane, 670. Kirby stays on a 428 lane to lane here. He's got one on the ladder, trying to have 2 entries on the ladder. I would not bet against Wes May right here. Here we go. Wes and Kirby, finish line. Wes, 019, dead 7. McLennan 025 and 7th out under, taking 8th out stripe. Wes Mays going to the ladder with the Regal. McLennan will be down to 1 entry. Tim Stout in the truck in the left-hand lane down 672. Kyle Yakos Daytona down 673. 100th separate their dial-ins here. Both out green here. Stout got some work to do. Finish line winner. Yakko, 002, take 009 stripe. Kyle Yakko advances. Stout is 1 over with an 020 reaction time in the left lane, but Kyle Yakko was 002. Roy St. Dennis and Will Crawford. Will in the Corvette in the left-hand lane, the Roadster Del 521, and Roy St. Dennis sitting on the bye run here. The Oldsmobile Cutlass from Oxford, Michigan, 527. No bye run here, but he will hang on to it at 5 cars with a win light here. St. Dennis turns the stage light on first. Now Will's in, and here we go. They're both green. Crawford and St. Dennis. Finish line, St. Dennis. 013, 1 over, taking 3,000 stripe. Crawford is dead 0, but had an 030 reaction time. So Roy St. Dennis at 5 cars will be sitting on the bye run. We'll get the ladder printed out, let you know who's running who. We also got some giveaways from today's event, some random drawings from racers that were out by 3rd round. We'll let you know who won those here in just a second.